From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, and welcome to another edition, a Friday night, Saturday morning edition of Coast to Coast AM. Live talk radio throughout the night time, now the largest, fastest growing all-night program in America. Period. It's good to be with you. I promised you John Lear this morning, and so it shall be. Put a little tweak in there, didn't I? All right, John Lear. It's been a long time since John has been on the program. John doesn't really do interviews to speak of. A lot of you don't know who John Lear is. So, John Lear is an airline captain. He is that now. He's flown 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries in all types of flying. Experimental test flying, production test flying, airline passenger flying, cargo hauling, movie work, stunt flying, aircraft ferrying, air dropping missions, air racing, and government secret missions of all kinds. Lear has held 18 world speed records in the Learjet, including speed around the world, and holds the most FAA airman certificates issued to a single individual, which include the airline transport rating, flight instructor, ground instructor, navigator, flight engineer, flight dispatcher, airframe and power plant mechanic, control tower operator, and parachute rigger. He has been a commercial pilot for 34 years, has been flying for 38 years. He holds the Professional Air Traffic Controllers Award for Outstanding Airmanship, presented in 1968. He has flown missions worldwide for various government agencies. He flew in Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos between 1967 and 73 and has flown extensively in Europe, the Middle East, Afghanistan, the Far East, and Africa. As a non-sked pilot, he has over 17,000 hours of flight time, of which over 13,000 hours are in jets. Lear's father was William P. Lear, Sr., who not only helped develop the first car radio, the 8-track stereo, and the automatic pilot for fighter aircraft, but who also developed, of course, the Learjet, one of the first and most successful of all business jet aircraft. Lear studied industrial design at the Art Center College in Los Angeles and was a state senate candidate in Nevada in 1980. He has written extensively about airplanes and other subjects, was Middle East correspondent for Combat Illustrated between 1975 and 77 while stationed in Beirut. He is an amateur photographer and astronomer, has won several photography awards for pictures taken during his worldwide travels. In the early 70s, John Lear owned and skippered the 12-meter America's Cup boat Soliloquy out of Marina del Rey. His interest in UFOs began after reading Bud Hopkins' book, Missing Time, then a chance encounter with a U.S. Air Force pilot who was at a base in England where an extraterrestrial craft landed in December of 1980. In 1988, John met a government scientist who worked on a back engineering program of recovered extraterrestrial flying saucers for the Department of Naval Intelligence at a secret base within the Nevada test site known only as S4. This scientist not only explained how these craft traveled many times faster than the speed of light, but in March of 1989 took John to a remote desert location to watch the Navy test fly one of those extraterrestrial craft. John, who no longer gives lectures on the subject of UFOs, and has no plans, incidentally, to write a book, is currently a DC-8 captain with a major cargo carrier, has 4 daughters, and lives in Las Vegas with his wife, Marilee. So that's a pretty full plate for anybody's life, I would say, and a little fuller than mine has been, certainly, and I think most. In just one moment, we'll get to John Lear, and I think you'll find him more than just a little fascinating. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here comes John Lear. John, well, wait a minute. Let me put you on hold there and bring you up here. John, it's been a long time since we've had you on the program. Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it sure has been. It's been, what, over a year?
At least that long, John. And the network in that time has grown magnificently. I think we've gone from about 28 stations to about 120.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we've come a long way, baby. Well, anyway, John, you've done a lot in your life, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
It's been awfully busy. I mean, this is quite a resume you've got, and that's a lot to do in a life. And then all of a sudden, at some point, you decided to mix into all of this, which is enough for about 2 people normally, and you got involved in UFOs.
Yes, involuntarily, I might add.
Involuntarily. Well, look, we'll get to that. You've done something kind of interesting. You've given me this timeline, and I do appreciate it. I would like to go back over the history a little bit with you, John, and pick your brain about what you know about the incidents that you have listed for me. Did modern ufology really begin about 1947?
Yeah, it really did with the Ken Arnold sightings. But now there's been a lot that happened before that. There was a recovery, I think in 1941, I think in Arizona, and there was a lot of activity during World War II. But really modern ufology started in 1947 with the recovery. Well, first with Ken Arnold sighting up in Seattle, I think it was, and then the recovery of the craft in Roswell, New Mexico.
Well, I'm not familiar with the Arnold sighting.
Well, the Ken Arnold sightings was when he saw those 9 discs flying through the air. He was out on a search and rescue mission, and he saw these discs. And when he landed, the reporters wanted to know what he saw, and he said, "Well, they look kind of like saucers," and that was the first coining of the term flying saucers.
Ah.
And this happened like in late June of 1947, and coincidentally, just like a week later, was this recovery of the craft in Roswell.
Well, I say modern ufology. Really, there have been sightings, I suppose, for as long as man has been around to record them, haven't there?
Yeah, at least there's just hundreds of references in the Bible, and before that, Chinese and Indian records record saucers, up to 4,000 or 5,000 years ago.
Okay, now to Roswell very quickly. I interviewed the author of the book, The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell the other day, and he did a pretty good job of documenting what I guess is, would you say it is the best documentation of something that has happened?
Yeah, it probably is, other than, of course, well, no, that's right, it is.
It is. And I know you've looked at Roswell. I guess it's probably one of the first things that you studied when you jumped into all this. What kind of conclusions did you draw about it, John?
Well, at that time, in 1985, when I first got in this, I think there was over 200 witnesses that were still alive that had either touched or loaded or seen the craft and the bodies. And a good portion of those people are still alive now, but there was just overwhelming evidence that this occurred.
What actually supposedly happened? Was what is the best guess? Was there a collision? Did it blow up? Does anybody speculate about what happened to this craft?
There's theories, and I don't think it's so much so important as what happened, the fact that it did happen. Now, some people say there was 2 craft, and one landed and one crashed on the Magdalena Flats about 100 miles east of Roswell, and then there was a craft or portions of a craft that landed on the Brazil Ranch there near Corona. But whatever did happen, they certainly collected a large amount of debris, and there was a lot of people involved in this effort. But what was so interesting is the preparedness of the military to deal with this. There was no confusion. They knew exactly what to do. They knew exactly what they had, and that it must be kept a secret. And they were very well prepared for this.
So that would indicate to you, I guess, that they had some knowledge of what was going on or some interaction prior to that?
They certainly had advanced knowledge that there was a probability or possibility that this could happen, and they were very well prepared for it.
All right. Also in that same timeline, 1947, the original establishment of MJ-12. And the MJ-12 documents, which I've seen, John, do you view those as legitimate?
The information is legitimate, not necessarily the documents. President Truman certainly formed MJ-12 on September 24th, 1947. There's enough evidence in government documents that he did have a meeting with certain people and did form this body, which, of course, has been in charge ever since.
What was the job of MJ-12? It had a charter, right? What was it supposed to do?
The charter of MJ-12 was basically to research the craft, determine what it was made of, whether there was a threat to this country, and to determine what should be done to tell, if at all, the public about what was going on.
Mm-hmm. So they kind of were the overseers of all this.
Yeah, they were, and they are the overseers. The original 12 that were appointed by Truman, the last one that died, I think it was 1983, and that was former Secretary of the Army, Gordon Gray. He was the last member. As to who is involved or a member of MJ-12 today, we can only speculate. I really don't know, but...
Well, since that time, there must have been many members. In other words, people die, people retire, people get sick, all kinds of things. So if it's... Are you saying it's still in place today?
Yes, MJ-12 certainly is in place, and they have, they would have had to replace the original 12. I don't think it would be more than 30 were probably ever involved.
People talk, John, about this current administration, the Clinton administration, and how open they've been with the nuclear, the tests that were done, the awful things that were done. And they have hopes that they will also be open about UFOs and maybe tell us what's going on. What do you think?
Never. When I first got into what they call ufology, and I think it's a dumb name, but when I first got interested in this and realized the overwhelming impact of what was going on and the cover-up that had been in place for so many years, I got up on my soapbox and did lectures and said, "Hey, you got to listen to me. There's something going on here that we should all be aware of." And then that was like 1985. And now in September of 1994, I believe that the government was correct to cover it up. And as short as 3 or 4 years ago, I still thought they were planning to gradually release the information so that the public would, not panic, but accept this. And now I don't think they ever had any intention of doing that, and I don't think they have today. And as odd as it may sound, I kind of go along with it. I believe that the public does not have a need to know. They certainly don't have a right to know. There's so many aspects to this thing that would really disrupt public life as we know it, that I don't think they had any intention of doing it. The only reason that they would maybe be forced to do it is if there was a crash or a landing that absolutely could possibly not be denied. And they have facilities and teams in place to prevent things like that ever happening. There have been saucers that have crashed very, very near to cities, and it's been completely covered up. They have teams that go out, and it's their business to be sure that the public never finds out. And if this includes relocating personnel or even terminating personnel that have seen this unauthorized, either accidental or on purpose, they go to that extent.
Well, I do know this. There have been crashes here near us, John. I'm to the west of you, and you know what I'm near.
Yeah.
And there have been crashes out here, and it's true. The public would never know. They get these areas quickly cordoned off, and you don't get anywhere near it. And, it's wreckage, and it could be anything. And so who knows? If a saucer did come down they could get control of it very quickly, just like that, couldn't they?
Exactly. I heard one that landed, didn't crash, but landed just maybe a few miles outside of downtown Albuquerque. And these teams are located all over the United States. They're in underground facilities. They have helicopters. They have people who are technicians and heavy equipment operators who have passes and authority to go to any civilian or military base and drive right off with this heavy equipment. And their job is to go and keep this from being seen. And one of the first things they do is they have these portable walls that are put in place. And then they secure the area. If it's like near a freeway, what they can do is have a heavy truck purposely have a wreck right there to block the freeway several miles from the crash.
Wow.
Or the landing. They can also start fires. They do really interesting things to keep the people from seeing them. Anyway, they erected these portable walls around this thing, and everybody stood around trying to figure out what to do. I think it was there for about 5 hours, and then all of a sudden it just left.
Huh.
And nobody got out. There was no communication, and it just left.
All right. We're very efficient in this country at doing this kind of thing, and I don't doubt that for a second. I've seen it myself. But, John, they come down all over the world. Or at least you would think they come down all over the world. So what about other countries less prepared to make it all a big secret?
We go in and with money, we say, we need to have this craft, and here's so many millions of dollars. Be sure that nobody ever finds out about it. We had a recovery in Bolivia, one in Argentina, one in South Africa, just a very few years ago. All over the world, except for Russia. We didn't have any control over those, and I don't know how that happened. I mean, I don't know what happened in Russia, if there was any crashes there, if there was any recoveries there. So,
in 1948, the Aztec recovery, possible EBE-1. What does all that mean? The Mantell incident.
Aztec recovery was a saucer crash in Aztec, New Mexico. And they recovered a few bodies from that one. It's not sure where they got their first live alien, but they were named EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities, by Dr. Detlef Bronk, who was one of the first members of MJ-12. At some point in that 47, 48, 49, they recovered their first live alien. The Mantell incident is separate from that. That was the P-51 crash piloted by Thomas Mantell over, I'm trying to think, it was in Kentucky, and he got up to about 30,000 feet. He was on clear communication, and he said, I have it in sight. It's enormous, a thing of tremendous size. And then the next thing they knew, this P-51 crashed in the field. It was completely disintegrated. There are stories that Mantell's body was not in the crash, but I don't know for sure. But that was the Mantell incident, and that occurred in the same year as the Aztec recovery.
How many bodies totally do you think they've recovered?
From between 50 to 100, representing at least 5 different civilizations. They're all on in cryogenic storage. One of the interesting things here is in 1972, the only civilian that I know that ever got to see the bodies was Jackie Gleason, and he was a very big supporter of Nixon's, and they were out playing golf down there in Miami in 1972, and Jackie Gleason, as not many people know, was one of the, he had a tremendous interest in flying saucers, and he had one of the biggest civilian collections of books and memorabilia and pictures and stuff like that.
No, I didn't know that.
In upstate New York, his house was built in the shape of a saucer, and he called it the mothership. Oh. Anyway, in a conversation with Nixon, he said, was any chance of getting to see the bodies? And Nixon said, yeah, sure. They finished their golf game. They went over and got in the presidential helicopter, and they went to Homestead Air Force Base, which was right near the where they were playing. and golf, and he was shown the bodies.
Incredible.
The reason we know this story is
all right, John, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. My guest is John Lear, commercial airline pilot, ufologist in semi-retirement, since he happens to be here with us this morning. We'll be right back.
Gemini 7 here, Houston 98. One clear, 7, go ahead. This is Houston. Say again, 7. So we have a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Roger.
Gemini Control here again. The reference in that conversation was bogey. It was Borman who reported sighting the bogey. This is Gemini Control in Houston at 4 hours, 24 minutes into the flight.
And this is Coast to Coast AM Control at about 35 minutes into the flight. And the flight this morning is with John Lear, son of Bill Lear, jet pilot, aviator for just about all his adult life, and very much a believer in UFOs, or John would call them, I believe, IFOs, identified flying objects, because he says he knows exactly what they are. So that's what we're going to be doing this morning. Hope you'll join us. I do want to issue one brief and severe warning. Some of the material that we will be getting to this morning will be deeply disturbing to some people out there. And so if you're the kind of person disturbed by this sort of material, my best advice at this point is to tune out. Rarely do I offer that up, but I do know that a lot of people are disturbed by this. We've not yet hit on any of that material, but we're going to. So if it bothers you, go play cards or something. Right back in just a moment with John Lear. Back now to John Lear. John.
Yeah.
John, you were talking about Jackie Gleason and said that Richard Nixon took him from a golf course to go see the aliens?
Right, at Homestead Air Force Base, and the reason we know this is his second wife wrote a book describing the incident, how he came home that night, and he was all pale, and she said, "My God, what's the matter?" And he says, "Well, get me a drink and I'll tell you." So she got him a drink, and he sat down. He said, the most interesting thing happened to me today, and went on to relate the incident about how he had seen the bodies. And this book was never published, but in the manuscript, this is how it was.
Wow. And so he actually got to see the bodies at Homestead?
Homestead Air Force Base, right.
Huh.
That was one of the places that they had the cryogenic storage and display for people who were authorized to see the displays, like certain world leaders, certain political people.
Are they still there now?
I don't know.
Well, surely we do still have bodies, don't we?
Certainly. We still have them all.
And no idea where they might be?
No.
I have heard some rumors lately, John, that there might be some bodies here in Nevada somewhere. Not, Area 51-ish, but somewhere else here in Nevada. Have you heard that?
Could very well be. There's a lot of things here in Nevada, and there's a lot of secret places, not only the Nevada test site, but there's a lot of other places right close here at Nellis Air Force Base. There's a place they call Area 2, which is a nuclear bomb storage area, but part of that area is called, I think they call it the Q area, or Area Q, and there's a lot of pieces and bits and parts stored there.
Area Q, that's one I've never heard of. All right, there are so many incidents we could talk about. There was one recovery, I guess, in 1950 in Mexico, across from Del Rio. Is that right?
Right. It crashed about 30 miles across the border, and we went over and actually dragged it 30 miles to Del Rio. And up until maybe 10 or 15 years ago, people that had researched that incident said you could still see the drag marks of where they had pulled it across.
Wow. And I've heard about this before, John. In Washington, D.C., it is true then that for a couple of weekends in a row, back in 1952, they actually had flying saucers over Washington, D.C., They were photographed by the press?
Yeah, they were photographed, and they saw them both on FAA radar and Air Force radar. As a matter of fact, you can go down to the library and pull out those weekend editions, I think, of the Washington Post, and there's stories all over it. And then I think the third weekend, the Air Force released a story, and I think it was the largest press conference of the decade, and they said that it had been a temperature inversion which caused this.
Oh.
Naturally, the press bought it, and
well, it says here the press got photographs. How do you photograph a temperature inversion?
Well, that's a good question.
So, I've never seen the photographs. What do they look like?
Well, the photographs were, of course, confiscated. They had a very good machine in place for dealing with the press and for dealing anybody who had photographs. They still do. Now, once in a while, you'll see a photograph of a bright light in the sky, but you won't see any real good photographs because somehow they get all of those.
Then there was a recovery near Johannesburg, South Africa, back in '53, and I sort of vaguely remember something about that, John. What happened?
Well, there was one then. I don't know too much about that, but there was one also several years ago that...
yeah, maybe that's the one I remember.
That supposedly crashed, and we sent one of our... they have the recovery teams with the C-5As, and they go over there and they load it up and bring it back to wherever. Some say Wright-Patterson, some say out here at Groom Lake.
All right, and then the first official meeting in 1954, supposedly, between Eisenhower and the aliens at Muroc Dry Lake, is that correct?
Yeah, and as ridiculous as this may sound, there's very good evidence that did occur, and Muroc was the original name of Edwards Air Force Base. It was later named after Glenn Edwards, who I think crashed in a flying wing there. But it was called Muroc, and Eisenhower was vacationing at the time at Palm Springs, and he was called to Edwards by the military, and the press was given the story that he had to attend an emergency session with a dentist as the cover. But in fact, this is when the meeting occurred, and Eisenhower essentially told these people that the world was not ready to see them or be aware of them, and that's where it stood until the Holloman encounter of 1964. But later, the dentist was interviewed and said, no, he didn't have an appointment with me. So the cover story was started to unravel.
All right. By 1956, with more recoveries having been done, the first human mutilation occurred. Is that correct? Yeah.
Well, the first one that they knew about, and that was in the Grudge 13 report that Bill English read, and it was Jonathan P. Lovett, who was a tech sergeant out on the Holloman Range, and he and a captain were out there recovering some missile debris about 3 o'clock in the morning. And as the story goes, Lovett went over this hill to where there was kind of a bright shining light, and the captain called after him and didn't hear any response, and he went up to the hill and saw this disc with kind of a snake-like arm coming out of it, and it had grabbed Lovett, who was kicking and screaming, and dragged him in this saucer. The captain, who was petrified, got back in his Jeep and went back to the base. And he was, in fact, charged with murder because there was no body. But about 10 days later, they recovered the body. It was about 10 miles downrange. And I won't go into the details, but it was horribly mutilated. Just use your imagination of how bad it could be, and it was worse than that.
In 1957, John, you say there was the prohibition of the word space in the media.
For about 10 months, the media was not allowed to use the word space in any of their stories.
Why?
And they were just worried. They didn't want the public to be thinking or be aware about anything in space. This was before Sputnik had gone up, and you have to understand, at that time the government was just petrified about this whole thing with human mutilations and saucers crashing all over the place, and they didn't want the public thinking about the possibility of anything other than terrestrial stuff.
John, while we're on the subject of mutilations, Linda Howe, who does this show with me on Sunday called Dreamland, concentrates a lot on animal mutilations, and I just got an article from somebody. It came in the it was Associated Press article, and with a local kind of angle to it in the Albuquerque Journal, dated Sunday, August 14th. So it's brand new. There are cattle mutilations going on like crazy right now in northern New Mexico, and they really are odd, John. High heat used, genitals and tongues and so forth and so on removed, all that sort of thing going on, and it's going on massively now in northern New Mexico. Are the cattle mutilations related in any way to the human mutilations?
I don't know, but they do the same thing. They core out the rectum, they take the genitals, they carve the eyes out, they follow the same pattern. We had a very interesting incident happen here in Nevada. If you'll remember, in 1990, there was a big story about 128 sheep that were found dead in central Nevada.
Yes, I recall.
Well, the interesting thing is that area was sealed off from all reporters and researchers, and no pictures were ever released, and no independent inspection was done. And after the initial interest, there was only one story done by a reporter in Reno. This reporter never went near the horses or the site, but relied mainly on unsubstantiated reports from the authorities, and he wrote that the horses were killed by rifle bullets fired from persons who were charged, but then later released for insufficient evidence.
Right.
And this reporter received the Pulitzer Prize for his reporting.
Huh. If you had to hazard a guess with regard to all these cattle mutilations, what do you think's being done?
I don't know. It has to do with genetic experimentation. Those particular parts of the body, I think they use it, hormones, secretions, that kind of thing, for whatever their experiments are.
Well, there are people who suggest that it's our own government, that our government is somehow doing it. But it wouldn't make sense to me that our government wouldn't feel a need or would even have a need to raid anybody's a cattle farm.
Well, certainly if it was our own government, they would do it a little bit more discreetly. There's no question in my mind that we do some of that, but the major portion of it is done by someone else.
Well, you'd think the government could get cattle if they need cattle.
Certainly, they could have a farm, and they wouldn't leave the bodies lying around just to invite speculation.
All right. The explosion over Nevada that you talked about, then a recovery of a craft in New Mexico in 1962.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a copy of that of the Las Vegas Sun. Had a front page story of this explosion, and it occurred. It was seen all over Nevada, but apparently a part of it crashed in Mesquite, and apparently that was one of the first test flights that our government made in a recovered extraterrestrial craft. And because of the disastrous outcome of it, there was no more testing until 1972, but apparently that was us trying to fly one of the extraterrestrial craft.
Okay, is that one of them that had crashed, or was one turned over to us in some way? Or
all I can tell you is it was acquired. Now, whether it crashed and it was good enough working order to fly, or whether it was turned over to us as one of the ones that Linda Howe talks about at Hill Air Force Base in Utah. Everybody wakes up one morning and there's one just sitting on the ramp. The doors are open. It's just sitting there. And that was one of the cases where we had to quickly cover it up and take it somewhere. But it was just sitting there on the ramp. Now, who gave it to us? I don't know, but it was just there.
Boy, it's so hard to fill in the blanks sometimes. The Holloman incident in 1964, an agreement in the late 60s, the building of Dulce, recovery near Fort Riley, Kansas. That was a busy year.
Yeah, that was the Holloman incident was documented by Sandler Productions. The film that was released in 1973 And that was actually supposedly the first attempt by the government to release information to the public. And they approached Sandler Films, who was a CIA front in Los Angeles, to write a documentary outlining the history of UFOs and to end it with the actual film of the actual landing at Holloman, and that was going to be the final part of the film. Well, they got everything done. Emenager himself, Robert Emenager, who's a close friend, actually had 800 feet of this film in his house. He did not view the film, but he was given it to him by Paul Shartle, who was head of the audiovisual department at Norton Air Force Base, and Shartle watched the film in its entirety. And he says there's no question that it was a real film, and that it showed these three saucers coming down, one landing, the other two going away, and then three people coming out. They were humanoid, but slightly different than us. They had a weapon. And this film was supposed to be shown at the last part of the actual documentary. It was called UFOs Past, Present, and Future. At the last minute, the Pentagon withdrew the film and said, we want you to not use this film, but depict the end in terms of it may have happened. And so if you ever see a copy of this, you'll see Rod Serling, who does the narration, say, let's consider an incident that could happen in the future or already may have happened in the past. And in fact, it had happened. And that's how the film got released. But that was the incident, the Holloman incident that they talk about.
All right. What is Dulce, the building of Dulce?
Dulce was an underground base that's still active. It's on the Colorado New Mexico border near the town of Dulce. It's completely underground. It's my understanding it's about 1,000 to 1,500 feet underground, and it's where supposedly the CIA and the aliens do joint genetic experiments. I've been out to Dulce. I've talked with Gabe Valdez, who is head of the Highway Patrol, New Mexico Highway Patrol, and his area was Dulce. I spent 2 evenings with him driving around the entire area, heard all his stories about all the craft he'd seen, and the evidence that Dulce was in fact there. And there's no question in my mind that it was there, and that it still is there. And there's a story that will come up later, what's called the Dulce incident, which happened in 1979 when we get up to that part of the timeline.
All right, and a recovery at Fort Riley, Kansas.
Yeah, there was either recovery or a landing, and several of the soldiers who were there watched it come down.
Then one near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania.
That's a very famous event. It's covered in a lot of these things like Hard Copy and Entertainment Tonight. They do the story on this every once in a while, but there was a recovery there of an acorn-shaped object, and there's quite a lot of evidence for that.
Boy, we must have a lot of artifacts stored somewhere, not just bodies, but discs and parts of discs and all the rest of it. We
do, and I was just reading a story here from one of the researchers, Stringfield, talked about 4 military personnel who were engineers, and they were flown one night, 4 hours. I think they lived back near Wright Pat. They didn't know where they were being flown. They had to sign special security oaths. They say that after 4 hours they landed and they were blindfolded. And they were taken out. They said when we stepped out it was like being in the desert. They weren't allowed to lift their blindfolds off. They went into this hangar, and the lights were turned on. They were blindfolds taken off, and they said this whole thing was full of all kinds of artifacts. And there was a quotes, a curator there, and they were allowed to inspect, and they were there for 4 days to inspect and speculate on what these items might be. And then after the 4 days, they said they could come back anytime they wanted if they had any fresh ideas, but they were not to discuss this incident with anybody.
How intriguing. Then there's 1967. This one's close to home. A big disc, a large disc, hovers over Las Vegas School, it says, and children are sent home. Really?
Yeah, a friend of mine, as a matter of fact, Tabitha, was, I think, one of the students there, and this covered over the school, and the children were sent home, and they remembered this incident quite clearly.
Huh.
I'm not sure whether it was her or somebody else, but that did happen in 1967, and along with that, there was a landing at Nellis Air Force Base where a saucer landed, and people got out, and a colonel who was there drew his weapon, and the colonel was paralyzed in place, and the weapon rendered inoperative, and a few minutes later they took off.
Well, John, we're about out of this hour, but I want to ask you, you have flown and flown and flown and flown. You've been in our skies, looked more into the skies than probably most of us. In all those zillions of hours, how many air hours do you have now, John? Do you know?
17,000.
17,000 hours.
Yeah.
In 17,000 hours, one would think if they're up there, you would have been one of the guys who would have seen one of them.
Well, let me tell you about flying. You're not sitting there looking out the window. You're looking at your instruments, particularly when you're flying jet aircraft. Now, at night, when it's more likely you're going to see something, you can't see outside because you've got the glow of the instruments inside, and you have to put your face up to get rid of all the cockpit reflections to do it. And it's something that doesn't happen. So
then, unless it was close and bright, you probably wouldn't see it.
No, you really wouldn't. And the only time that I ever saw anything, and it's still interesting these days when I think about this incident, it never occurred to me. I was in a Learjet. It was in the afternoon. I was descending from over Palm Springs. I was on a flight from Wichita to Los Angeles. I was descending through about 18,000. Let's see, how high would I have been? No,
John. I've never heard this story, so hold this story. We're now at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll tell the story.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Now, that is one I haven't heard. Apparently, John has seen something as he thinks back over it. We'll get to that right after the news at the top of the hour. Cheerio, everybody. Friday night turning into Saturday morning. This is CBC. Certainly is. Beginning of a holiday weekend, a Friday night, now Saturday morning. My guest is John Lear, airline captain, and very much a believer in IFOs, Identified Flying Objects. And we will get back to John in a moment. Once again, my guest, John Lear, who has flown in jet aircraft for many, many thousands of hours, and pressed a little bit, now recalls one incident where he saw something or another. Anyway, John, when was it? What did you see?
Well, it was like 1966 or so, and I was descending in a Learjet I was on a flight from Wichita to Los Angeles, and descending through like 30,000 feet, and I was headed westbound, and from my left to my right, I saw what I thought at the time was a NASA lifting body, that X-24 or one of those type things. Remember the one that the $6 Million Man crashed in?
I do, yes.
And that's what it looked like. And it went by, and I mentioned it to the co-pilot. When I landed, I distinctly remember calling Hank Beard, who was chief test pilot at Learjet, and I said, "Man, you'll never guess what I saw today." And he said, "What?" And I said, "A lifting body passed me." And only after, 25 or 30 years do I look back and say how ridiculous that was, because under no stretch of the imagination would a lifting body be in the main approach corridor for the Los Angeles International Airport.
Heavens no.
So I don't know what I saw, but, in all my thousands of hours, I guess that's the only strange thing I ever saw.
That's it, huh? All right. There's so much history to go through here, John. I guess let's jump up to a violent encounter, supposedly, between UFO humanoids and the U.S. military at Lumberton, Ohio.
Yeah, there was two. There was one that happened in Cambodia and one that happened in Xenia, Ohio. The one at Xenia, Ohio was an encounter between the occupants of an alien craft and a U.S. military detachment, and there was 11 American casualties and an unknown number of aliens, and one of the researchers met a guy who worked at the off-limits area at Wright Pat who claims to have seen bodies on litters arriving at the base during that time frame.
Oh. You know, as I go through the history, it is interesting in one respect. All of these occurrences, all of these witnesses, all of these bodies, how can it, well, of course it isn't really kept secret, because here we are talking about it, but still, the official cloak of secrecy remains. How can that be?
It's great. They can keep a secret if they want to.
Well, you know, that's really true, and if anything, the revelations about the nuclear testing, I think prove that. You know, how, I can't imagine how our government could have kept secret the fact that they were feeding radiation to children, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But they did. All right. You mentioned Cambodia, a firefight between U.S. military and small gray humanoids?
Yeah, that was in April of 1972, and what happened is members of the U.S. Army Special Operations Group were involved in a firefight with the occupants of an identified alien craft. There were several alien casualties and a single human death, though several were burned by an unknown weapon. And what happened was this platoon happened on a group of aliens who were sorting human body parts into large bins and sealing them. A firefight ensued, and several of the aliens were killed and through headshots because the suits that they were wearing were essentially bulletproof. And as the soldiers pulled back, several of the aliens quickly packed as much as they could, got in this craft, and it took off. The unit was interrogated originally by military personnel and then by civilians who were identified as representatives of magic, and they are a part of the Majestic group that go out and help cover these things up.
All right, looks like we're going to jump into the tough stuff early. Why, John, would they be packing up body parts?
Well, you got me. You know, for every answer I've ever gotten in all this research, I get 10 more questions posed. So if you're looking for answers...
Well, I think this, though, goes to a pretty awful area. I mean, you have not ruled out the possibility, have you, that we are, for them, food?
No, but it's kind of far out. I did make that statement once in an interview, and I've regretted it ever since because it sounds so outrageous. I'm not sure that
listen, let me stop you, John. It really did sound outrageous then, but you know something? I've been interviewing a lot of ufologists, scientists, scholars, people who have said things that when they say them, John, they suddenly hearken back to some of the early interviews that I did with you, and I'll say to myself, sometimes out loud, I'll be damned. You know, I remember John said that, and a lot of people guffawed, and here we are. I mean, a lot of that stuff that you told me, John, has been coming back recently.
Yeah.
And a lot of investigators, John, are beginning to go down some of the same roads you did. Back then, you were one of the only ones saying, look, these guys are not necessarily warm, fuzzy, nice people who wish us well.
Right.
And you were almost alone then. But now, let me tell you, John, more people than not are beginning to join you in that in that view.
Yeah.
At any rate, the Dulce incident.
Okay, now the Dulce incident I first heard about in 1986 or 1987 when I was invited to be part of a group of researchers who met at Crestone, Colorado, and we just traded information. And I was handed a letter by one of the guys who knew who had gotten this letter from a person who lived in Las Vegas, and said, "Why don't you research this?" And it talked about this underground base, and it was sounded so far out. But I met with this person, and she had known one of the officers who had worked inside this base, and originally told about the massacre at Dulce. I further heard a story by a guy named Paul Benowitz who lived in Albuquerque, who was involved in this, and he told me about it also. And the story went that in 1979 we had 44 scientists who were being instructed by the aliens in some subject. I don't know what it was, but they were being instructed at Dulce, and for some reason, it was agreed that our security force, our Delta Force, would not carry conventional weapons at any time in this classroom or around this area. And for some reason, one of the officers walked in with a conventional sidearm, and the alien killed him outright. Now, how that was done, I don't know. But on the video, on the monitor, his compatriots, or the Delta Force, saw that he was killed, and they went down en masse to exact revenge, and it ended up that all 44 scientists and about 66 of the Delta Force were killed. It was just a complete massacre. So I just put this in the file. It was an interesting story, and it didn't come up again until Bob Lazar, who worked at S4, and we'll get into that later, read a report that documented this massacre. Now, the only thing different about the report that he read was that in the report he read, the massacre occurred somewhere around Area 51 or Groom Lake.
Is there any indication of how they were killed, John?
No, just head wounds. In the report, it was said that they died of head wounds.
Head wounds. Whew. Again, that's a lot of relatives who are going to be requiring explanations and that sort of thing. How was it all explained? Well,
now remember, this is just speculation of how they handled it. We've realized now that most of the people that get in this program do not have relatives for one reason or another. Either they're orphans or their family is passed away or whatever. And it's essential that this kind of thing happen or kind of go this way because they don't want to have to take the time to explain away the death of a relative.
So the people who do these things are screened specially for this kind of work, which includes
very specially. Yeah. But they also have other methods. They can go to the family and say, "Look, we're going to give you a annual or monthly stipend, but this is national security, and it's for God and country."
And so here,
mention this again.
Yeah. So sign this, and it'll be done. Yeah, I understand. Then I think it was an incident that had a lot of influence on you, didn't it? Bentwaters in 1980.
Yeah, Bentwaters occurred during 3 days in the end of December. We have a United States Air Force base about 70 miles northeast of London called Bentwaters. At that time, it was I think it still is an A-10 base, the Warthog tank killer. And very strange things happened during those 3 days, culminating with it wasn't a landing, it was an appearance of a very weird aircraft witnessed by General Gordon Williams, who was the base commander, Major Ted Conrad, Colonel Chuck Halt, Larry Warren, and a few others. But at any rate, the incident did occur, but it was just a story as far as I was concerned. Many pilots had heard it. And in 1985, I ran into a friend here in Las Vegas, an Air Force friend that I knew in Laos. And he was transferring from the regular Air Force to the Guard, and he came over to the house, and we started talking about stuff, and I mentioned, I asked where he'd been based. He mentioned Bentwaters, and I said, "Oh, that's supposedly where that saucer landed in 1980. He said, "No, John, not supposedly. It did." He said, "I didn't see it because I was confined to quarters, but I know the guys who did." And he said, "I'll give you their names." And I said, "Wait a minute. You're telling me this stuff is real, that there are flying saucers?" Because at this time, I had no real interest in this stuff. My interest was in spy planes, SR-71s, U-2s.
I understand. What about your dad, John? I know your dad had great abiding interest in all of this. Didn't any of that rub off on you, or was it self-ignited?
No, because there was no proof. He was certain that they existed, and now that I look back, it's because of who his friends were. He was friends with General Vandenberg, who was first head of the CIA and original member of MJ-12. He was very, very close friends with Jimmy Doolittle, who was up to his eyeballs in this alien stuff. But he never let on to me, and it was just not a part of my interest. Sure, everybody's interested in flying saucers, but, unless you see one or have hard evidence, it's just not a part of your life. But in 1985, it became a part when Greg said, "Yeah, it's true, it's going on." Mm-hmm. And that's what involuntarily, I might add, launched me into this research.
Okay, so that was then really the beginning of your interest?
Right.
All right. In 1983, you have written Second Attempt at Public Disclosure, Linda Howe, MJ-12, and something about HBO. What does all that mean?
This was when Linda Howe was contacted by MJ-12 in order to do a documentary, and they said that they would make available to her many, many thousands of feet of saucers and whatnot, and they wanted her to write a documentary that would be presented on HBO. And she contacted HBO, and HBO said, "We'll do it, but before we air it, we want a filmed interview with the president, his chief of staff, and his National Security Council saying that this is true." And MJ-12 essentially led her on a round robin, so to speak, of different bases and different facilities and all kinds of things for about 8 months. At the end of which it was just terminated. She never heard anything more.
Well, that must have been very frustrating. I'm going to have to ask her about that.
There was no more contact, and only a few years later did she run into somebody who was involved in that, and they said, "I'm sorry it turned out the way it did, Linda, but we had no option." There was no further explanation.
Wow, strange.
But the stories she told me of where they took her and the things she saw is just absolutely fascinating. And, of course, Linda Howe is very articulate, very knowledgeable, and keeps voluminous notes. So, it wasn't just some story she was telling.
Mm-hmm. By the way, John, again, on the subject of Linda Howe, I talked to her earlier today, and she said she's going to be on the way to New Mexico. She's had enough. There's too much going on down there, so she's going to be on her way to New Mexico and will be reporting to us from New Mexico.
Well, she was the leading authority on mutilations, and she did that documentary for the ABC affiliate in Denver in 1980.
Right, I believe so.
And then her and I, after the Crestone meeting, drove down to Roswell. And oddly enough, here we are driving out in the middle of the desert, just about 15 miles north of where the first UFO crashed. And we're on this little teeny road. It's a dirt road, about 1,000,000 miles from nowhere. And I'm driving along in this truck, and we saw a dead cow. And I thought, well, here I am with the world's leading authority on cattle mutilations, and we see a dead cow. So we get out there, and there was none of the classic cookie cutter incisions, but we started looking around, and we saw 3 others. And then we saw 2 others, and then I stood up on the bed of the truck, and I think we counted 34 cows.
Wow.
And so we went to, we found the nearest ranch and asked the guy if he knew about the cows, and he said, yeah, he said they died of some disease. Well, Linda Howe checked in with a veterinarian on this, whatever the disease was, and I don't remember what it is now, but the veterinarian said, no way. He said if that had been that disease, that place would have been cordoned off within 100 miles.
Uh-huh.
Just a very odd, one of those unexplained...
It is, and I've heard Linda Howe tell exactly the same story, John. So I guess that's the way it happened.
That was her.
That's weird.
And that was like in 1986.
All right. She's still trying to get it out to the public today, and that's, well over a decade now.
Yeah.
Then the Eisenhower Breed 84 leaked to Hollywood producer and friend of Bill Moore.
Yeah, that was Jamie Chandra, and one day he received in the mail this film, which was undeveloped, which he had developed, and it was the Eisenhower briefing as we've come to know it, and it was supposedly the briefing that Eisenhower got when he became president on the alien situation. It told the members of, told about the Roswell crash, it told it told the original members of MJ-12 and what they planned to do with it. It's a very interesting document. Now, people say, and I say the information was definitely true, not necessarily that the document itself was a legitimate document. Or pictures of it.
All right. Then you say 1985, my interest begins. Actually, it began a little earlier than that. What made you write that, John? Why 1985?
That's when Greg Wilson came through Las Vegas
and told you the story about
Bentwaters story.
Yeah, okay, I see. Then 1986, and I remember this one very well. JAL 747 captain is followed by UFO 3 times as big as an aircraft carrier, and I remember that.
It was an enormous craft, and it followed him for an hour. He was on his way from Keflavik, Iceland to Anchorage, fuel stop in Anchorage, and then on to Japan. And about an hour out of Anchorage, at 33,000 feet this night, this thing appears in front of the aircraft. And it was not a passenger flight, it was cargo, and so there was only 3 guys in the cockpit, but they all saw it. Radar had it. Returned to be sure it wasn't some gigantic reflection of some sort. They went down to 29,000 feet to see if it would follow them, and it did. And then after about an hour, it just left, and they landed, gave their FAA report, and other than a few comical news stories ignored by the press, specifically by Aviation Week and Space Technology, who is our premier aviation magazine, didn't give it one word, not even a sentence.
Well, for all your flying, John, and the one incident you have had that may have been something like that, you must talk to all kinds of other captains, lots of friends in the industry. Do they talk about this, John?
Not unless policy, cockpit etiquette bring this up, unless I've been with the crew for a long time and unless it seems appropriate. But you find out that maybe a third of the pilots have seen something.
All right, we're at the bottom of the hour. This is where we pause. We've been doing sort of a historical look at UFOs, how John became involved, and we're just about up to modern. This is CBC. And when we get the telephone lines open, that toll-free line will be restricted to people east of the Great Rocky Mountains. Good morning. I'm Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, airline captain, IFO investigator in semi-retirement. And we'll get back to him in just a moment. All right, back now to John Lear. John?
Yeah.
All right. We're getting up toward the modern day here. But first, let us look at 1987 and particularly the Gulf Breeze sightings, because that's still going on, John. It's still going on. We're getting photographs. There have been recent photographs, one which is a very interesting picture. A lot of people are following up on that right now. And the same gentleman at Gulf Breeze continually seeing these craft. What is your assessment of what happened at Gulf Breeze?
Well, I first heard about it in 1987 when the Channel 4, I believe it was down there, put out the documentary, and it had Ed Walters' film that he took out the back door of this craft hovering behind the tree line there, just over the tree line. And it was tremendously interesting. There was no doubt in my mind that from the videotape that this thing occurred, but there was so many people jumped on it as a hoax, and they just did backflips to try and prove it was a hoax. But
that's right. In
my opinion, it was not. It was a true thing. And Ed Walters just took a tremendous amount of flack over the years for showing this film and for saying the things he did. But I believe him 100%.
He's not easy to get as an interviewee. I've tried to get Ed Walters a few times, and he's somewhat cantankerous and not very interested in publicity. Is that your take?
I would be too if I had undergone what he did. I mean, he just took it was merciless.
Wasn't there something about somebody who supposedly found a model in a house that Walters had rented or something or another? I can't.
He sold his house, and the people who moved in found in the attic a model of what he had videotaped, made out of, I think he's a designer and architect, out of some architectural drawings that he made. Unfortunately, the people who tried to hoax this used architectural drawings that were dated substantially after this incident.
Ah.
And it was just a complete setup from beginning to end.
Oh, well, and yet that and the guys who tromped around the field in England and any other story, weak as it may be, John, that seems to make people laugh at all this and say, aha, see, what a hoax. Those stories stick like glue.
Yeah.
50 people can look up in the sky and see a saucer or see a craft, and one stupid story comes along and it blows away all that good. Why is that?
Because the disinformation is so firmly in place after 46 years that there's just no way. They've done a fantastic job of disinformation.
What is the John Lear hypothesis?
That was the hypothesis that I wrote in December of 1987 when I felt really strongly that people had to know what we're here, and they have a deal with our government to provide help in the security and the secrecy of the overall program in return for advanced technology, some of it weapons, some of it other technology. And it was just something that I wrote then, which became known as the John Lear hypothesis. Mm. Since then, I've modified several of the views, but essentially it's the same.
So by 87, you were deep into it.
Deep into it, and that's when I gave the lectures at the Spring Valley Library, and that's when usually I think they had seating capacity for 300, and they never had a speaker that drew over, say, 40 or 50, maybe 60 people. And they had 700 people show up every time I came to speak.
Wow.
And it was then one of the guys who attended the lectures wanted to borrow some tapes and came over to my house and brought with him a young scientist named Bob Lazar. And Bob Lazar had formerly worked in New Mexico at the LANL. What am I trying to say there? What laboratory?
Was it Sandia?
No, not Sandia. I don't know how I could forget that name, but he worked there as a scientist, and he just didn't believe in UFOs at all. I mean, it was a joke to him. And we watched some tapes, and I loaned him some tapes, and over a period of a few months, he became more and more suspicious, not so much of the evidence of the existence of UFOs, but of the strange ways in which the government tried to cover up or suppress some of the information. Mm-hmm. At any rate, there came a point where he had not been in the scientific community for working with it for several years, and he decided that he'd try and get in and see if he could, find out if it was really true. So he made application to, first of all, he called Dr. Keller, who he had known from New Mexico. Los Alamos.
That's the SDI teller.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And the father of the H-bomb. Through Teller, he was given an interview at EG&G, and over a process of, I think it was a couple of months, he was invited to go to work up at the test site. Now I knew that he was getting interviewed, but I didn't know when he was going. And then in December of 1988, he came up to my house, and I'm writing out some checks, and he's sitting in front of my desk, and I said, "What's going on, Bob?" And he said, and it was like about 7:30 or 8 in the evening. He said, "I saw a disc today." Yeah. And I thought he didn't hear him clearly. I said, "What?" And he said, "I saw a disc today." And I said, "Theirs or ours?" And he said, "Theirs." And I said, "Oh my God, did you go to the test site?" And he said, "Yeah, I just got back." And I said, "Well, then what are you doing here?" I said, "Obviously they followed you and you're not supposed to be talking. Why don't you work up there for a while and then tell us what's going on?" He said, "No," he said, "you've taken such a lot of flack over this that I think you deserve to know." And then he launched into what he had seen during the time he was up there, which included a disc and some of the technology and a lot of the briefing reports. And we talked for about 3 hours. As a matter of fact, it was 3 hours and 17 minutes, because when he got home, there was a knock on his door, and there was 2 security guys there who asked him to come along, that they had some questions. They took him downtown to an office there, and they said, "What were you doing at John Lear's house for 3 hours and 17 minutes?" And we had already cooked up a story where I was filling out a a log page for his wife, who was a pilot, and it went from there. Anyway, he worked up there for about 4 or 5 months and would occasionally come by and say what he'd seen.
What was Bob's job?
Bob's job at S4 was he was a scientist, he was to back engineer one of the extraterrestrial vehicles. In other words, his job was to back engineer the propulsion of the saucer, find out how it worked, and find out if we could duplicate it. But he said there was only about 20 people, maybe 15 or 20 people working up there, and they didn't really have the resources or the equipment to do a proper job. And one of the reasons he went public was his disagreement of how the project was being handled. He felt that it should be more spread around, that people with the actual talent, more people with actual talent should be allowed to participate in this project.
So it was very compartmentalized.
Very compartmentalized, as all things are. But at any rate, on March 21st, 1989, I was over at his house, and it was a Tuesday, and he said, John, they're going to test fly one of the craft tomorrow. Do you want to go see it? And I said, well, how can we do that? And he said, well, I know a place near Groom Lake we can drive, and we can not be within the confines of the restricted area, and we can watch it. So he and I think his wife and Gene Huff, who was the one who introduced me to Bob, drove up there, and I said, when do they test? And he said, well, right at sunset. And it's always on Wednesday evening because statistically that is the time of least travel in that particular area, Highway 375. So we go up there and unload. We had my motorhome, and I had my Celestron 8 telescope, which is a very powerful telescope, and we were unloading it, and here this thing comes up from behind the mountains, and they're watching it, and I'm trying to focus it in, and very difficult because I had the 90-degree objective in it, and up is down and left is right, but finally I got it, and there was no doubt in my mind I was looking at a real flying saucer. It was kind of yellowish orange, and it was radiating something. It was glowing, and it settled back behind the mountains. And for all the people that try and discredit Bob and say, no, he didn't work there, no, he's just making this all up, the fact is he told me a day in advance exactly what would fly within, plus or minus on for myself. So unless you think I'm in on the hoax, he's telling he did work there.
Well, of course, he's been way out on, there's been no remuneration that I'm aware. There is some kind of a movie underway, though, isn't there, John?
Yeah, they're making a movie on his life story.
On Bob Lazar's life story?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And it's, I think New Line Cinema.
New Line Cinema, sure.
Is the movie company. I think they're well advanced in the project. I think they finished the script. I don't know too much about it, but...
Have you been involved in it at all?
No, not at all.
Not at all. So, through all these years of doing the interviews with you, John, as you've investigated and I've done radio, I have yet to see you be involved in any profit aspect of this, and you just haven't gone after it, and I'm sure you could have. I mean, your name is everywhere in UFO journals, and you have been at the very center of it, so you could have capitalized on it at any point.
No, I just wanted to find out what the truth is, if that was possible, just for my own interest. I love flying, and that's my business, and I do it, 18 days a month, and I have 10, 12 days off, and I go out and on my days off and take care of my lawn and the rest of the things I have to do. I'm not, totally absorbed, as it's very easy to get in this field, and your whole life is consumed with chasing down every little lead. I think I got to pretty much as we're ever going to find out, and that was enough for me.
All right. You were working flying then, of course, as you always do.
Right.
And this whole thing got you fired, didn't it?
Yeah. I was the senior captain with a very large charter company called American Transair. I was the senior captain on the Lockheed L-1011. I had been there for 6 years. I was a check airman. And July 7th, they called me to Indianapolis. And I really didn't know what it was about. And I walked into this room, and there was the vice president of operations, the chief pilot, an attorney and a guy from Human Resources, and they held up an article that had been written about me, and they said, "John, is it true that you believe in flying saucers?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Why?" And I gave them about a 10-minute summary, and they said, "John, there's just no possible way that anybody who believes in flying saucers could be a captain for American Transair. You're fired."
You're fired, just like that.
I said, "Well, now look," I said, "if it's, I've tried not to involve the company at all." I said, "How about if I just not give any more lectures and we take a look at this maybe 90 days down the line and you can see that, I've been true to my word." And they said, "No, this is it." And so they gave me 3 months' pay if I would sign a statement that I would never sue them, which I did because I couldn't afford to go very long without a paycheck.
Sure.
And I went to work for another company.
As you look back on your career now, John, how much effect, other than that particular incident, has there been?
I lost another job that I really would have liked to have had that involved the Air Force and NASA. It was a project that I really wanted to do, and I was actually hired by the contracting company, but they called me up one day, and the contracting officer and said, "John, I don't know what you did to irritate the Air Force and NASA, but when we submitted your name as one of the pilots, they said not only no, but hell no." And
so there's been plenty of effect then.
Yeah, I don't give lectures anymore. I never wrote a book. I don't intend to. This is really the only thing that I ever do is whenever you call, because you've been really fair with me and over the years, and it's just kind of nice to come on and chat once in a while.
Yeah, it has been a lot of years now. All right, so that's a pretty complete history of your involvement and of UFOs in general. I've got a fax here, and anybody else who wants to fax us with a question, by the way, you're welcome to do it, at area code 702-727-8499. And I'll give that number again. But here's a question for you, John. It's a classic. Art, a lot of people speculate the reason UFOs are kept secret is that it would conflict with religion. Personally, I think UFOs and religion can cohabitate in reality with no conflict. I'd be interested in what John has to say on the subject.
As you know, Art, I steer totally clear of any religious aspects of this, because all it does is irritate people. So
it really does, I know. And so I thought I'd just go ahead and get it out of the way with that question.
But the answer is yes. The overriding reason is religion. And before we go to the phones, if that's what we're going to do...
We're right after the top of the hour, John.
There's what?
Right after the top of the hour, we'll go to the phones.
Okay, well then give me time to ask 5 questions and answer them to avoid having people call up and ask the question.
All right, good. Let's. You want to start on that now?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
If they're here, why don't they contact our president? Well, I think we all know the answer to that concerning our current president, but let's assume we had another president. And the answer is this. When you visit an ant farm, do you just talk to any old ant, or do you find the queen and talk to her?
Huh.
Here's the
I'm not sure I like being thought of as part of the ant farm, but I guess I am, huh?
Here's the second question. If the government couldn't cover up Watergate, how could they cover this up for 45 years? Well, the Watergate episode was an inside job to get Nixon out of office, just as the assassination of President Kennedy was, but with a little more, but not much more, tact. Now, that doesn't mean I agree with Nixon, but that was an inside job. The fact is the government can cover up anything they want to if it's important enough, and I can assure you that if you are reasonably well-informed, that you only know about 5% of what there is to know.
I used to wonder about that, John, myself, but I too, have joined the club of you bet they can keep it secret, so...
Yeah. Now, let's see. If what you have to say is really true, John Lear, then why doesn't the government stop you? Number one, it would only add credibility to my story, and number two, I don't reach enough people for it to make any difference. The belief systems are too well locked in for me to be of any great threat at all. Without hardware, there is simply no proof, regardless of the number of eyewitnesses.
It's true.
Why wouldn't any of the astronauts or military officers come forward and tell the truth? And the answer is for the simple reason that all of us are dependent on money. whether through current employment or retirement pay, for our very existence. For an astronaut or military man to come forward with the truth would net him 3 minutes on hard copy and the rest of his retirement working at a 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah, I agree. Although there was a recent statement by Neil Armstrong that would cause your teeth to rattle. Are you familiar with that at all?
No, what did he say?
Rather than paraphrase it, John, I'm going to dig it out of my computer during the top of the hour, and I'll give you the comment, and we'll see what you have to say about it. It's fascinating. Anyway, do you have one more?
One quick more is, what about the news media, your Dan Rathers and your Tom Brokaws and your Ted Koppels? Why wouldn't they come forward and tell the truth? And for the very simple reason that they are glorified teleprompter readers. They have very little to say about what they are going to say. They can't come in one fine day and say, tonight I'm going to expose the UFO cover-up. There are just too many people over him with vested interests, such as the station license, to let him do that, notwithstanding the fact that all he has is words and no hardware.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got rid of those 5 questions.
We have, but without fail, John, I would bet at least 4 out of 5 of them will be asked before the night's over. Hey, have you heard this story about the mysterious ocean noise, the thumping or the heartbeat sound?
Yeah.
They say they think it's man-made, and they're sending down divers, and they say it might be a ship, even thousands of miles away. These things do travel underwater, but on the other hand, it might be something else?
Well, yeah, I don't have any opinion on that.
All right. John, hold it right there. Relax. We'll be back. I'll get that statement by Neil Armstrong. Stay right there.
Okay.
You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. My guest is John Lear. Good morning, everybody. I am Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, airline captain, believer in identified flying objects, IFOs. He says he knows what they are. We've done a 2-hour review of UFOs since about 1945 or 6, and John Lear's career and what he's done with UFOs. And John doesn't give many interviews. This is one of those rare times. So I suggest you stay planted. We're about to open the telephone lines. In fact, we are going to do that coming up now in just a moment. I want to remind you the toll-free line for the remainder of this hour, and possibly a little longer since we haven't even opened them yet. The toll-free line is restricted to those of you east of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies only, 1-800-618-8255. Well, all right, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, the son of Bill Lear, who invented the 8-track tape deck, and invented the Learjet, of course. John's father had an abiding interest in UFOs. John got one himself, but not because of his father's, interestingly. He did it on his own because of events that we've just documented over the last couple of hours. Now, back to John Lear. John?
Yes, sir.
All right. Neil Armstrong, on the occasion of the anniversary of the Apollo mission to the moon, was at the White House about 3 weeks ago now, I guess, 4 weeks ago, something like that. Anyway, Neil Armstrong rarely does public appearances, rarely has anything to say, but when he does, wow. What he said, and I took this quote directly from the NBC Evening News, was as follows. Quote, and he said this at the White House, quote, "There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief," end quote. Neil Armstrong. What do you think he meant, John?
Well, it sounds like a pretty powerful statement. Both Neil and Buzz Aldrin and most of the astronauts, all of them have seen something, and they've all seen incredible things. And they've been silenced by NASA, and over the years, it kind of wears at them. They'd like to get it out, but they can't be as blatant as say, yes, I saw this, and yes, I saw that. So I think that's basically what he's saying. And I've heard some of the astronauts come out very vociferously and say, listen to me carefully. There are no UFOs. Do you understand what I'm saying? no UFOs. And what they're saying is, no, there's no unidentified flying objects. They're all identified.
The astronauts, particularly the ones that went to the moon, the early astronauts, have all had big trouble, John. Psychological troubles, a lot of divorces, a lot of drinking, a lot of trouble, period. And one source of that trouble, one might speculate, is that they have knowledge that they can't talk about that's eating away at them. Could that be so?
Definitely. And that's one of the ways in which they keep this secret is through it's called pain drugs hypnosis, where when they tell you this stuff, they give you a briefing, and it involves pain, it involves drugs, it involves hypnosis, so that it doesn't bother you that much, but it doesn't always work on everybody. And they know they have this knowledge, and it's hard to know something with this, with the ramifications of this kind of thing,
and not be able to
tell somebody.
Yeah, it would eat you alive, I suppose. John, just before we go to the phones, you have said, and this really is very different than a lot of ufologists today, that you've come to the conclusion that while you were digging in earlier years so that the world might know, you now don't think we ought to know, or that we have a right to know, or that it would be good for us to know, or how do you explain that, and why?
Well, it has to do with religion, and no, people should not know this. This is something that, as irritating as it might be, it's none of their business. There's nothing they could do to influence or modify it in any way. It's best they just go on with their lives and pay their taxes, find something they enjoy, boating, sailing, growing lawn, or something like that, and get on with their life, because there's no reason to know this. And if they knew the true ramifications of this, it would bother them. It would eventually result in the breakdown of society. So
the breakdown of society. How much do you know, John, without telling me what you know, how much do you still know that you haven't told?
Not very much. I've told you much of this stuff. The stuff I'm not talking about is religious stuff, and if you think a while, you can figure out what it's all about. I've told you most of the stuff.
But maybe not all.
No, not all, because there's a lot of sensitive, very sensitive stuff regarding religion.
All right. Let us take some calls, John, and I want to remind everybody the toll-free line is east of the Rockies only at 1-800-618-8255, and let us venture forth. Hi there, on our east of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello there. No, you're not. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hello, John. This is Kogo, San Diego.
San Diego, yes, sir.
Great show. Question, sounds like if the U.S. has some of this technology, that it really wouldn't be too big of a problem being confronted with other nations like Russia with their type of military. Do you think this type of technology can be implemented in such cases like war or anything like that?
All right. What about it, John?
Well, it certainly can, and this may be the result of the breakdown of the Soviet Union. Maybe we told them what we got and which direction we want them to go in. I don't know that for a fact, but it's possible that happened. Our technology base is about 30 years of where everyone thinks it is. When you look at the space shuttle and all the satellites and the neat stuff we got going, our technology base is 30 years ahead of that.
30 years ahead of that.
Just to give you an example of what I'm talking about 25 years ago, you read in the paper about talking rock technology.
Yes.
And what that was they put a rock in an anechoic chamber and gave it a pulse, like hello. And the rock absorbed the vibrations, and by measuring the vibrations, about a half a second later, measuring the vibrations, they could pull out the word hello. Well, in 25 or 30 years later, what they have now is a means to beam into a room and pulling off, measuring the vibrations that have been given, any of the crystal structure like glass or windows or anything like that,
right,
and pull out a conversation that was held 7 days ago.
Wow. Wow. That's some technology. On our East of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, where are you, sir?
In Leavenworth, Kansas.
Leavenworth, all right.
Hello?
You're on the air. Go ahead.
I was wanting to talk about Project Blue Book.
All right.
I was wanting to find out whether it's still being researched or if you've even heard of it.
Well, of course, we've heard of it. John, any comments on Blue Book? It is no more, or is it now going on below the surface?
It was established in 1948 or 49, and it was brought to a halt in 1969 by the Condon Committee. And what they said is, based on all their research, flying saucers did not represent a threat to national security. Now, they didn't go as far to say as they didn't exist. What they said was,
they're not a threat.
They're not a threat. But project actually, the actual project was called Grudge. The research of different sightings, and yes, that still goes on. Project Grudge is an active project.
That's an interesting conclusion, to not rule out their existence, but state they have no, they are not a threat to national security doesn't make sense to me. If they exist, they certainly would be a potential threat.
Yeah. Well, they got away with it.
Yeah. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri. All right.
Okay, what I'm going to say here has to do with the religion aspect, if that's okay with Mr. Lear.
Sure.
Okay, here's my opinion. This is just my opinion now, so this might not mean anything to you at all. But I am a Christian, and what I have gained from this is that this is just my opinion, but that UFOs have actually been built under the watchful eye of the Illuminati. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes, I've heard that before.
What do you think about that?
Choose your words carefully.
Huh?
It's possible.
For the reason to explain, do you believe in the rapture at all? I don't mean to make this into a religious show.
Yeah, please don't.
Okay.
Please don't. In other words, John believes there is a connection between religion and UFOs.
Can he please expound on that?
That you would not find agreeable, and which he would rather not expound on, I think. John?
No, it's all the same to you. I do not want to expound on my religious views.
All right. It's kind of like when you say this, I guess we had to cover it, John, but when you say this, it's like putting a box on the table that says, do not open this box, and then just leaving it there, and everybody who comes past will inevitably open the box. And so they want to open the box. I understand that, but perhaps some boxes are best left unopened.
Right.
On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hi, I'm calling from the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area. And
yes, sir.
I can prove right now that what Mr. Lear is saying is the opposite of the truth, because the U.S. government is not covering up information about the existence of extraterrestrial life. Government intelligence agencies have been spreading the rumor that aliens are among us to UFO researchers, and this has been documented by Jacques Vallée in his book Revelations. For example, in 1983, the proven disinformation agent Richard Doty at Kirtland Air Force Base invited Linda Howe to that Air Force Base and showed her these alleged secret documents claiming aliens among us. Then in 1985, Jacques Vallée and J. Allen Hynek were invited to Norton Air Force Base by some generals there and told that aliens are among us. And I think it's all a lie, and I have a reason for it.
Well, all right, give that to us. You said you had proof, sir, so go ahead and lay it out.
The proof is what I just told you, and if you just get Jacques Vallée's book, Revelations, that proves that the government isn't hiding it. It's pushing it on UFO researchers, and the reason for this reverse psychology disinformation campaign was stated by Stanton Friedman when he said that a belief in alien life would cause people to lose their faith in the value of nation-states and lead to the acceptance of world government, which is exactly what the power elite who control the government wants, since their multinational corporations have most gained from globalism.
All right, so there it is, John. He lays it out. It is something he's charging to lead us toward the one world government, that sort of thing.
Well, I certainly respect his opinion, and since I don't have any hardware, I'm certainly not going to be able to prove, what I say.
John, at one time, can you tell the story about element 115?
Yeah, element 115 is the power source for these extraterrestrial craft. We've been able to synthesize up to like 106. But there is an element on up the line that is 115, and by pumping protons into 115, it becomes 116, which immediately decays, and what the result of the decay is antimatter. And when antimatter is mixed with matter, it's 100% conversion of matter to energy, which is a very, very large explosion. And what they do is they control this explosion to create heat, and also out of this reaction, they pull off the gravity A wave without going into details. They use to propel themselves across the universe at speeds hundreds of times faster than the speed of light.
At one time, and you tell as much of the story as you can, or tell me to go fly a kite, but you had your hands on some 115, didn't you?
Yes, Bob Lazar had his hands on some 115. We did some experiments which proved it was exactly what he said it was. And I believe it was the evening of the George Knapp UFO's the Best Evidence. We kept very close watch on this stuff, but since we had it 4 or 5 months, we became a little careless, and it was left out. And that night, they broke into Bob's house and took it.
So you no longer have it, that's about as close as you've come to hardware.
That's correct.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello. Hello there. No, you're not. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hi, Art. This is Randy from Leavenworth, Washington.
Hi, Randy.
I'm calling to ask Mr. Lear about the 3 different kinds of aliens. I subscribe to a newsletter, and it talks about all the government research, and the different type ships are different aliens from different sectors in the universe. And there's the reptilian form, the insectoid, and the human type.
Mm-hmm. Well, there may be a lot more than that. John, how many are there?
Well, opinion, and this is only my opinion, there's about 70 types that are visiting Earth at one time or another with various agendas. Some of them don't have anything to do with what's going on here. They're just coming down to take a look. But they're all different types. And some of them, that if you had a chance to look at it, you would actually die of fright because they are so alien to what we are used to.
How's that, caller?
That sounds good.
All right, thanks. You would die of fright. Are they able to appear to us in a form different than that which would cause us to die of fright?
Apparently, some of them can do that, but according to some of the abduction stories, they hide themselves. You can't get a look. You can see their shape, but you can't see their face, and that's prevalent. If you've read John Mack's book, that's prevalent throughout all the abductions, is they cannot see the face.
Yeah, it's true. I had John Mack on the program about 3 weeks ago, John.
Very interesting guy, and I really enjoyed his book. It was more of the same, but it's interesting stuff.
It is. You know about the incident in which some young lady apparently set him up?
Yes, I thought that was really disgraceful, but it's just media tactics. I don't know what she gained by that. It just...
or what agenda, or whose agenda she was serving by doing that.
It was just an unfortunate incident.
Here we've got a Harvard professor, lots of credibility, and he gets set up. That's just almost too much for even me. John, hang tight. We're bottom of the hour. We'll be back to you. John Lear is my guest, pilot, pilot now, captain of an aircraft. We'll be back with more on UFO. Good morning, everybody. I am Art Bell. My guest is John Lear, and we are talking about IFOs. In deference to John, identified flying objects. We'll get back to John in just a moment. Now, back to your calls and John Lear. John, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Are you ready?
All set.
Here they come. On the east of the Rockies line, top of the morning, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you calling from?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Lear, you say there are things you don't want to talk about for religious purposes, but I wanted to tell a story that I believe is true. All the cosmonauts reported seeing these huge angelic-like beings with their arms crossed and a smile on their face like they knew something was going to happen. And that was before Chernobyl blew up. And John Glenn reports seeing something on Freedom 7 flight.
Yeah, it really is true. With regard to the angelic beings, John, I also remember that report. Do you?
Yes. Now, when they had their arms crossed and they were smiling because Chernobyl was going to happen?
Could be. Now Russia wants Bibles.
What kind of an angel is that?
Russia now wants Bibles in their schools.
Yeah, all right, ma'am, thank you. That's no guardian angel, is it, John?
I'd like to have.
I wonder how she could conclude that it was because of Chernobyl. That's really strange. On the other hand, I recall you saying one thing to me, John, that has haunted me for years and haunts me today.
Yes.
We have had a number of guests on this radio program about life after death. Inevitably, in every warm and fuzzy life after death story, people rush toward the warm, inviting light. Down the tunnel, into the light. And once you said to me, John, don't go toward the light, it's a trick. Go toward the darkness.
Well, now remember, I qualified that by saying that's what Whitley Strieber told me.
Well, it still bugs me to this day, John, because what if I had to make that choice?
Well, right now I'm going towards the darkness.
You are, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, boy, that really drives me crazy. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Kodiak, Alaska.
Kodiak, Alaska. Yes, sir.
Yes, this is Dave. I've heard John talk about time travel, and I'm convinced that time travel is possible, and it's already happened. I opened those seals when I was 30 years old, and that together with my birth date and the scriptures unlocked the whole mystery.
All right, sir. Don, time travel. We've talked about it before. It's one of my favorite subjects. Do you believe time travel to be possible?
No question about it. That is
really?
Absolutely possible. You can go forward in time much easier than you can go back, but you can certainly go back in time.
I once wondered, and as have many people, and I'm going to make you tell me it's not true again, whether you and Mr. Lazar have thought of trying to construct something to traverse time.
Well, yes, we've thought about it, but it's a big deal. I mean, you just can't go out and make this thing. You need a lot of equipment, so that's sheer speculation, and it'd be fun to try, but we don't have any of the stuff, but we certainly have talked about it.
Just an idle question of curiosity, John. If you had such a device...
Incidentally, we were going to go forward because that's a lot easier to do than going back.
That was going to be my question. Where would you go, time-wise?
Well, all you have to do to go forward in time is create a strong gravitational field. And you more or less just stay there while all the rest of the world passes, as time goes by. Then when you remove the gravitational field, you're wherever they were.
I see. All right, on my east of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Yes.
Where are you, sir?
San Antonio, Texas.
San Antonio, Texas. All right. Go ahead.
I've got a story about a friend, dear friend of mine. I've known him about 12 years. He's a retired colonel, and I'm not going to release his name. He never gave me permission to do so. but he relayed a story to me and my wife about his encounter with a spaceship. Now, he told me that he was on his way to West Texas, driving, I guess, toward El Paso. And he and his wife had seen this aircraft, but he said it wasn't an aircraft, it was a large disc, that it went across his vehicle, came back, hovered, went vertical, up and down, then left and right, and then just left. And being he's a Air Force colonel, retired, he's still aviation. He flies private flights now. He said there's no way anyone can ever tell him that there doesn't exist aliens.
All right, sir. Thank you. Well, there's a story. It's true. Once you've seen one yourself, your attitude really changes, doesn't it, John?
Yeah, it really does. But, you know, it's so few of us get to see those things. Now, for instance, I'd love to see one. I saw the one that Bob took me up to, and I saw that at night. Now, my wife, Marilee, who didn't believe in any of this before, as a matter of fact, you know, it almost split up our family because of my interest in this. She's from Mississippi, and she just didn't believe any of it. And here in 1986, I was on a flight to Frankfurt, and she and my daughter Jackie are out in the gardening, and about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jackie looks up and she says, "Hey, Mom, look, a UFO." And they look up, and here's 2 of them at a very low altitude, less than a quarter of a mile away. I live right near Nellis Air Force Base. They were coming from Nellis and went around to the southern part of Sunrise. Now, that's an extremely rare sighting, 2 discs in the daytime, and it really changed her opinion. Of course, she says, "Well, I saw him, but I still don't believe him." But she did see him.
Well, maybe that was the sighting that saved John Lear's marriage.
It definitely was the sighting that saved my marriage.
I really can understand that, John. And you know where I live out here, and you know what I'm close to.
Yeah.
And I see things quite frequently, John, and I'm very hesitant to talk about them. Frankly, I had one major sighting of an aircraft I told you about, or a craft. I don't know if it was an aircraft.
Right.
But I see other things, John, in the night sky a lot. And now there are those who say that activity up here has lessened or gone away or been moved. Can you tell me anything about that?
Well, there certainly hasn't been a good sighting in say, 2 years. And so there's a facility in northern Nevada where they do a lot of testing. Now, whether they do UFO testing, I don't know, but there is a major facility up there. There's also an increased activity down at Holloman, which seems to be just the new secret aircraft we've got. But, yeah, there definitely doesn't seem to be as much testing as there used to be. Just after Bob and I started talking about this, you used to be able to go up to the test site and see all kinds of weird stuff, but there just aren't any sightings anymore.
I wonder if it is the attention that's been given up there, and there's been a lot of it. There's a lot of people hanging up there. Of course, they're trying to get more property now and isolate the area. And there's a kind of a government grab going on for property, as you know, John.
Yeah, and I don't really understand what the big deal is, because like in 1980, there was at least 30 AAOs, which are air access only areas in the United States, in which, you know, all this weird stuff went on. So, you know, Groom Lake is just one of a number of facilities.
It has been a pretty intense area, though.
They've been in pretty intense area, and I'm sure they're going to get the land.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And I've heard that the testing has been severely curtailed for the past year or so.
Too many cameras, too many people. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
Oh, just let me get my radio here.
All right, get your radio.
Yeah, I've got it.
Where are you, sir?
KVI.
KVI. We're holding this for east of the Rockies.
Oh.
Thank you very much for the call and the try on the wild card line. You're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine. Where are you?
This is Bryce in Wichita.
All right.
Hi, John. Glad to talk to you.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
It's been a long time since I've been in Wichita.
I bet it has. I wondered, are you familiar with the writings of Rene Guénon or Fritjof Schuon?
No, what's that?
Religious writings concerning metaphysical stuff. How about stuff like the Tibetan Book of the Dead? You said you go toward the dark light instead of the light. Are you familiar with? Have you read that?
No, but that's an interesting thing. A dark light. I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, you gotta read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and I would recommend people like you to get in touch with people like, say, the Dalai Lama, and talk to them about this kind of stuff and see what they think.
Well,
People that are realized or that have studied mystical or metaphysical stuff that are in that genre.
All right, thank you. John, you don't seem inclined to really be pursuing this much more. In other words, my assessment of you psychologically is that you have reached some kind of inner conclusion, and stop me if I'm wrong, and you're kind of settled about it now. Is that right?
Settled or fatalistic?
All right, fatalistic.
Yeah, I never in my wildest dreams when I started getting into this had any remotest hope of finding out as much as I did, and when I found out as much as I did, it was very interesting, and it was in one way extremely satisfying. But I didn't think that I'd find out much more than I did, so I continued on my life. And like I say, there's a lot of guys that just keep plugging along.
I know.
But I think I found out pretty much what's going on, and so I'm continuing my life.
And fatalistic is the right word. That's kind of ominous for a lot of us, of course. Laugh. All right, on the east of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Yeah, this is Kevin from KTMO.
KCMO, Kansas City, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask John a question on the time travel deal. I heard that you can only go so far forward in time and so far backward in time. Is that true?
No, I think you can go both ways as long as you want. And to the answer of the paradox, if you go back in time and kill your father, will you still be here? The answer is yes, you will still be here because time is compartmentalized.
Okay.
You can go back and kill your father, but you'll still be here.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right.
I was curious about that.
Right. Thank you very much. In other words, you will affect the local. All time is local. Is that right?
That sounds like a good analogy.
Yeah. All time is local. You will affect the immediate sphere or time that you commit this act in, but somehow time will bend back in on itself, and everything will self-correct, and you'll still be there somehow.
Whatever.
All right. On the east of the Rockies line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, sir. I was wondering, will we be able to get a tape of tonight's program?
Yes, ma'am. Where are you calling from?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. Yes, indeed, you will, and if you'll listen, I'll tell you how to do it, all right?
Okay, I just wondered if you would.
All right,
Thank you so
all right. Yeah, I'd be glad to do it. Sure, if you want a tape of this program, the first 2 hours we spent on a very careful chronicling of UFO history, John's involvement in it, and all the rest of it. You can get a tape by calling right now, area code 503-664-7966. Let me give that again, area code 503-664-7966. And on the east of the Rockies line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Where are you, sir?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Good. You're on the air.
WFLP.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, love it. Outstanding.
Glad you're enjoying it.
Okay. For Mr. Lear, I have a couple questions. First of all, are you familiar with Guardian?
Yes.
You are. Guardian is legitimate?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, you're
I know
familiar
Bob
with Guardian.
Lazar. I know that he's a good researcher. I'm sure he's not faking all this, but, other than that, yes, I am familiar with the case.
Okay. Second of all, boy, I've been trying to get through all night. I'm kind of nervous now.
Oh, well, relax. Just try to remember what you wanted to ask.
I'm trying. Second of all, without getting very in-depth at all about religion, because I know that's a touchy subject, but do these civilizations, alleged civilizations, do they purport to be religious the way we
All right, that's a reasonable question, sir. John, do these beings themselves have a religious faith that we are aware of?
Well, in answer to your question, let me tell you what Whitley Strieber said about that when he was abducted, and he's absolutely horrendously terrified, and he's screaming and he's saying, oh God, help me, God, please help me. And the little Greys are looking down, and they very coolly they said, why do you call for your God? There's only us up here.
That will certainly serve as an answer, no question about it. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. Art, this is Jim in St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes, sir.
Mr. Lear, I want to thank you on behalf of everyone listening for coming on the show. It's thoroughly entertaining.
Well, thank you.
You seem to be hitting everything right on. For people that call up, they've read a book, or they're real religious. They obviously haven't been following some of the stuff covered on the show. The cover-up, the military involvement, politics, everything. You seem to be right on. I respect the fact that you don't want to go into the religion aspect, because I've read a little bit, I think, of what you've outlined there in a couple of different books. But again, the astronauts, the whole thing of keeping quiet, people can't understand why aren't they talking about this, and that this stuff really is happening. I'm getting announcements on our station here in KSD that say, this is a warning, this is not the views of this station. It is shocking. It's very shocking. A lot of this is, except my religious beliefs are simply, I believe above all else, above anything else, that there is the God, the creator of all things. And why can these things be happening? God takes care of other elements of nature in accordance with a plan. Why can this not be somewhat along an overall plan?
In the plan, in other words, yeah. Yeah, okay, all right, sir, hold on, listen to the answer. Go ahead, John.
What's the question?
Well, the question was, really, he walked around it 6 ways from Sunday, but he's asking, why can't there be the God we all know, and not we all know, but many of us think is there, who's in control and who's just...
Well, let me tell you
I'm not properly asking. In other words, why do God and UFOs and the aliens have to be mutually exclusive?
They don't, but let me tell you a story that Bob Lazar told me once. We're talking about the universe and the ramifications of it all, and he's telling me about the theory that the universe expands until it can't go any further, and then it starts contracting. Mm-hmm. And time reverses, and everything comes down to its original size, less than an atom size, and then starts spreading out the other direction, whereas things only exist that travel faster than speed of light. And so we came to the conclusion, now, whoever made that, that's God.
Whoever made that, that's God. Okay, well, I hope that serves as an answer to his question. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
Calling from Youngstown, Ohio.
Youngstown, yes, sir.
I have a copy of a videotape by Bob Lazar. I was wondering if Mr. Lear was familiar with it.
Oh, he sure is.
And I was wondering if he could give us some comments about the other two areas of S4 that Mr. Lazar talked about the physics of time travel and the charged particle beams.
All right, we've only got about a minute, John. Can you do it?
I'm not sure what areas he's talking about. Yes, that they had both of those things there. Once, I told you the stories where the hangar door was open. He walked into the craft to do some work, and he was in there about 2 hours, and when he came out, it was exactly the same time as before he went in. And when he asked what the explanation was, they said because the saucer's time shifted.
All right. We'll have to hold it there. From Youngstown, Ohio, thank you. John, we'll be right back to you.
Okay.
All right, relax for a few minutes. You're listening to Coast AM on the CBC radio network. If this kind of information disturbs you, and it does many, reach over and turn your radio off. For everybody else, there will be more. 30 minutes more, we're still going to restrict the toll-free line to east of the Rockies. We're going to give it another 30 minutes because of the length of the pre-interview before we got to the phone call. So 30 more minutes east of the Rockies on the 800 line. All right, John Lear is my guest, pilot, experienced pilot, many thousands and thousands of hours in the air, and believer in IFOs, identified flying objects. John's coming back right now. John, there is a way people can get the videotape that the caller mentioned about Bob Lazar's experiences and his explanation of what these craft are and how they work. It is very educational. How do they get it?
They write to Tri-Dot Corporation. Now, write the address down because there is no telephone number. If you call Las Vegas and ask for information, there is no telephone number. It's Tri-Dot, T-R-I-D-O-T, Tri-Dot Corporation, 1324 Southeastern. And that's in Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. And it's $29.95. That's $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. And what you get is a 40-minute tape. It's called the Lazar Tape and Excerpts of the Government Bible, which is a chronological account of government UFO activity details and Bob's experience working with recovered flying saucers for the Department of Naval Intelligence. It explains the propulsion, construction, and details of where the aliens are from, including what Dr. Keller has to say about Bob Lazar.
All right, good. That's how to get it, everybody. And we'll repeat that address down line here somewhere. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
Memphis.
Memphis, Tennessee, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mr. Lear, it's a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you.
On discussion of after-death experiences, would you please reconsider and go toward the bright light, the white light, not the dark?
Sure.
There's another body of work known as the Egyptian Book of the Dead, other than Tibetan, and please research that.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about the Bible, one of the most important books in the history of mankind. The New Testament, like much of the Old Testament, is in many places a greatly altered version of the original accounts on which it is based. In addition, probably less than 5% of all that Jesus and his original followers taught is found in the Bible. Many of these changes and deletions to the New Testament were made by special church councils. The editing process began as early as 325 AD during the First Council of Nicaea and continued well into the 12th century. For example, the Second Synod Church Council of Constantinople in 553 AD deleted from the Bible Jesus' references to reincarnation, an important concept.
Yeah. I just wanted to be sure that I got that on, that about the bright light, not the dark light.
All right, thanks. John, why the dark light?
Why going there?
Yeah.
Well, because according to Whitley, if you go to the bright light, you have made a conscious choice of which direction to go, and supposedly, according to him, at that point, if you go to the white light, the Greys, whoever's in charge of this thing, can decide what to do with you. Now, they can either send you back into another body, or they can put you in the black box. Now, the reason that I wouldn't choose the white light is I don't want to spend what Whitley says is anywhere from 12 to 40,000 years in the black box. He was in there, and he says it's a very frightening experience. Now, I don't mind being by myself. I could probably spend a couple of years by myself, but I'm not sure whether I could spend 40,000 years. Whereas if you go towards the dark, you come right back into a terrestrial body, and you can continue on with whatever body you got into.
All right. Dear John and Art, this comes from Santa Barbara. Do you think there are any off-planet guys who are trying to help rescue us from this prison? Any hope for the future? Annie, Santa Barbara. Possibly. All right. Tantalizingly, just possible. Also, this question, John, the Philadelphia experiment, do you believe it really happened? Is there any connection between it and the UFOs?
Yes, obviously something happened during the Philadelphia experiment. Now, whether that boat actually disappeared or not, I don't know. But there's enough evidence that something very, very strange happened during that time due to the government's research into magnetism.
All right, and one more fax. This from Lawrenceville, Georgia. Jimmy Carter had seen a UFO. He was given a top-secret clearance. Thus, he was shut down when he became president.
Yes, he does. He filed his report in 1969 when he ran for president. One of his platforms was, I believe in UFOs because I personally see one, and if I am elected president, I will see that all information about UFOs is turned over to the public. Naturally, when he became president, we didn't hear one word, and that's because the presidents are briefed to a certain extent on the problem.
All right. On our toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Yes.
Where are you, sir?
Yes, I'm in Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was listening to your comment about Delta.
Delta forces, yes.
Yes. I believe some of the things you said, but I think you might have your units wrong.
Okay. What? How did I have them wrong?
For one thing, I don't think if 66 people were killed from Delta.
How many people?
I don't believe anyone was killed from Delta.
Oh, okay. But there would have been. It was a different group.
Yeah, I would say so.
What would you say it is, caller? What group was it?
That I don't know, but to come out of the Delta community, it would just be noticed right here in Fort Bragg. That's too many people.
Now he may be partially right because he obviously was in the community, but there are certain parts of Delta which are unknown to other parts. So it's possible that you're correct, and that it was just a secret, very secret portion of Delta Force.
All right. Thank you, caller. John, from the state of Washington, is there any possibility that some of these aliens could come from beneath the Earth instead of from outer space?
Yes, most definitely.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Do you give much credence to the dimensional theories, John?
Well, I didn't used to, but there seems to be a body of evidence now that there is some kind of extra-dimensional creatures appearing here and there.
All right. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
I just got a question. Is Mr. Lear ever read anything, the Betty Andreessen story and her beliefs? It kind of pertains to the religious aspect.
Yes, I read both books, and what more can I say? She definitely is very religious, and she had a very religious experience during her abduction. I think that whoever they are who pick us up catered to those specific beliefs.
Oh, yeah, that was basically my question. I didn't know if your beliefs followed along those lines, because they were sort of similar to the lights and putting people back in the bodies and that sort of thing. And I was just curious if you knew about that and if you had any thoughts on it.
Well, it's been some time since I read The Andreessen Affair, but she did have a very interesting experience.
Right. Yeah, I read the newest one. It's called Watchers by Ray Fowler, and it was pretty interesting. I'd recommend it to anybody out there.
We're going to be interviewing Ray Fowler again pretty soon on Dreamland, incidentally, caller.
Oh, that'd be really great.
All right, thank you. We've had him before, and I was neglectful. Let me do this now. We have a new affiliate beginning this morning. It is KKARAM in Omaha, Nebraska. So I would like to officially welcome Omaha, Nebraska to the network. And let's keep moving here. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Art. Bob in Vegas.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
And in 1952, I read a book by a man named Gurdjieff called All and Everything, and there he talked about the spaceship Karnak going all over the place. And I went to Europe to work with the Gurdjieff group, But in 55, we went on the air with commercial television in London. And we had a couple there, and I can't remember their name. But we had a half-hour show, and the man who was interviewing them was really trying to break them down that they were phonies, which he couldn't, of course. After that, I invited them home. We went to dinner, went to my place. We talked about Gurdjieff and his book. And these people were very authentic. And I do remember the name. They were a married couple. And we went to a few of the group meetings in London then. This was back in 1955, 56. And these were all what I call good, wholesome people, not phony, baloney type people. And, of course, I lost touch with them then, but I wonder if he's familiar. John, are you familiar with Gurdjieff's book, All and Everything, where he talks about Karnak, the good ship Karnak?
I'm not catching the last name. What?
Gurdjieff. Man named Gurdjieff. He has groups that are working.
Say the name slowly, Bob.
Gurdjieff, Gurdjieff, Georgios Ivanovich Gurdjieff. And he wrote the book way back in the 40s called All and Everything. And as I said, then subsequently when I was with this couple in London, and I don't remember their name, but I remember going to several groups, and this was back in the 50s.
I vaguely remember that book, but I don't know enough about it to make any comment on it.
Right. But he talked way back then about spaceships.
Yeah.
And,
All right, Bob. Thank you very much for the call. We appreciate it. I guess not enough knowledge to really be commenting about it. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Tim from KSD in St. Louis.
Yes, sir.
How you doing? I want to know if you could tell me anything more about the alien picture, and could you tell Mr. Lear about that experience that you had? And could you possibly tell me the internet number and how I could get that off the internet when you finally do send that up?
All right. I will. Thank you. Yeah, he's right. John, I have a young man who has what he believes is an alien creature, the body of an alien creature, which is now dried. It's pretty good size. It's very hard to describe, John. I've got very good 35mm photographs of it, and I've got a videotape of it as well. I'm getting them scanned and put up on the internet. Probably by the middle of next week. The thing looks, the closest I can come, John, is it almost looks bat-like, but it's not a bat. It's pretty good size. It's a couple of feet tall, 2 or 3 feet tall, and it is very, very weird. Now, without seeing it, it would be impossible for you to comment, but it supposedly came from Puerto Rico, where there's been quite a bit of UFO activity, hasn't there?
Yeah.
And so I will show you that photograph when I get a chance, John, and then you'll be able to comment.
Yeah, interesting. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, okay. It's just something I'm working on right now. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
This is John from Kansas City, Missouri. How you doing?
Hi, John.
Well, basically, what I was calling about is just throw out another theory here, if these things do happen, is essentially... first off, I don't really buy that some alien creatures are really buying, using people as food, because the simple fact would be easier to kidnap a group of people and then breed them as cattle. Would it not?
Well, what about...
Aren't we being bred as cattle?
Who knows? Maybe we are. Well, anyways, some of the other things, like you said, like when they encountered them in Cambodia, and the special forces had a firefight with them, it would be a very good place to collect human bodies to study the anatomy, because you wouldn't have to worry about taking them and then probably bringing them back and things like that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and truthfully, why are they so interested in this place? I mean, truthfully, we're in the neck of the woods, so to speak, in our galaxy, and what is so interesting for it?
All right, why us is the question, John.
Why what?
Why us? Why are they interested in us? I could almost answer that. I mean, when you look at the Earth, it's a hustle and bustle of activity and growth and beings and intelligence, and it's a contrast to everything around it, right?
Yeah, well, my opinion is it's not that they came here looking down and say, oh, yeah, that's a neat place, let's go down and visit. I think they created the whole thing, and that's their interest.
So they have an intense interest in following their handiwork.
Yeah, their handiwork being the the breeding of the human race over 200,000 years, in which they made 65 separate corrections to make us what we are today, which they refer to as containers. I doubt if the experiment is over. I think that it's continuing on. Each of these separate corrections, they have to when they bring in the new model, they have to recall the old model, and they do that with mass plagues, floods, gyroscopic precessions of the Earth, which I might mention. All this EPA and BLM and stuff about carefully burying our trash. Every 23,000 years, this Earth rotates on its axis and takes up a different rotation, and it essentially cleans everything out. So why are we so worried? We're about 1,000 years overdue for this rotation. So why are we worried about all this trash?
You're talking about a polar reverse?
Yeah. I'm just a little bit irritated because it used to take me 7 minutes to drive to the dump, but now it takes 3 hours.
Time for the big cleaning.
It's all going to be done for us. We don't have to worry about that.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Bakersfield, Art.
All right. We're holding this for east of the Rockies, sir, for about 5 more minutes. Thank you very much for the call, though. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. Wonderful show. Sunshine here. I think that was Betty and Barney Hill, wasn't it?
No, he said 1955.
Oh, well, I didn't know when their book came out. Betty and Barney Hill.
It was after 63.
Oh, I see. Okay, my mistake. But anyway, they did allude to the time travel too, or the time span too, I believe, didn't they? I mean, they were in there for some time, and yet when they came out, it was lost to them.
Yeah, they had that same experience.
Yeah, wonderful show. Thanks for having it.
All right, thanks for making the call, and good morning. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello. That was it, I guess, John. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Yes, I'm calling from near Albuquerque.
Yes, sir.
Actually, in east of the mountains, about 500 feet from the Manzano test range, Sandia Base. I had a sighting here about 2 years ago in May. Since then, I've talked to 3 of my neighbors who have had similar sightings: a retired school teacher and a real estate agent.
You're not having some of that famous New Mexico Taos hum right now, are you?
No, I do hear strange noises once in a while, and they sound like a diesel truck in the distance or machinery clanging around, but some of it I think I'm hearing construction going on the base.
Now, was your sightings within the Manzano weapons storage area, Coyote Canyon?
Well, I was on the highway driving home, and this was a large orange glowing sphere that went over my car, and it was heading due south into that area.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of reports. As a matter of fact, when I first got into this, Paul Benowitz had just lived in the Four Hills section there, and he set up in 1980 a videotape which ran 24 hours a day. He'd change it every 8 hours, and he got some spectacular photos of dome-shaped objects taking off from the Manzano weapons storage area.
Well, I sometimes wonder if they're saying that there's less action going on up in Nevada, maybe some of it's moved here.
Well, it could be either there or Holloman.
I've also got 2 acquaintances. They don't know each other, but they have told me that they were involved. One worked for the contractor, and the other worked for somebody in the architectural design firm that built all these underground bunkers back in the early 80s out there. And they said that these bunkers were as big as football fields, solid concrete. They were huge, and of course nobody knew what they were being built for.
Yeah, I had
and there are no runways.
Yeah, I had a friend that went in one of those things, and he says that there was nothing in there, but he said it was absolutely enormous.
Yeah.
And but there was nothing in there at the time he went in.
Well,
all right, caller, thanks.
Well, can I ask one more question?
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah. Do you think that anything will come of this Roswell investigation?
All right, and yes, Representative Schiff, of course, is off and running on the investigation, as you know, John.
Yeah.
Do you think anything will come of it?
No, zero.
Zero?
Zero.
Why do you think that?
Well, because it's a cover-up. They're not going to let some congressman go in there and find out what's going on.
Yeah, I suppose at the levels all this moves a congressperson is not much. All right, John, I'd like you to hold on. We've got a break here at the bottom of the hour, so relax for a few minutes. We'll be back to you.
Okay.
My guest is John Lear, pilot, airline captain, and believer in IFOs, identified flying objects. That's the nature of the discussion this morning. It may disturb you. If it does, turn it off. If you want a copy of the entire program, you can call, beginning right now, area code 503-664-7966. Once again, here I am, and I want to repeat, we spent the first 2 hours of the program, if you didn't get it, doing a pretty thorough examination of the history of UFOs and the beginning of John's involvement. And if you want a copy of this program, the way to get it, get your pencil, please, is to call area code 503-664-7966. 503-664-7966. Now, once again, back to John Lear. John, are you there?
I'm here.
Lots of people want to talk to you, so back to the phones. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Where are you, please?
I'm in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. All right.
Thank you.
KWN, go right ahead.
Hello?
Turn your radio off, ma'am.
It's off.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Lear?
Yes.
A few callers back, a lady called asking you about the Bible, and you told her something that Jesus said about reincarnation. What did he say about that?
He believed in it, and he tried to tell us that it was true, but it was taken out of the Bible by these Council of Churches.
He did believe in it?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Really?
Really?
However, it was taken out.
Yeah, it sure was.
If I told that to somebody, how could I prove it?
You could get the Bill Bramley's book, The Gods of Eden. I think he discusses it in there.
What's the name of the book?
The Gods of Eden.
The Gods of Eden.
Right. He goes into it at great length.
And what is that author's name again?
Bramley, Bramley, I think.
Can I get that in a bookstore, I wonder?
I think you can order it in a bookstore, yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, ma'am. Have a good morning. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Radio Free America.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Lear. I believe in the Bible, and I'd like to talk to you about the Nephilim and how that could correlate into these things that you and Art have been describing, and also the fact that Linda Howe reported on these cattle mutilations, that the maggots on flies wouldn't touch the carcasses.
That's right.
For days. Now, that's something that seems a bit unnatural to me, and I'd like to ask you, throughout the Bible, there is a conflict of good and evil, and these things that you guys are describing do not sound very good to me.
Yeah, not warm and fuzzy. John?
That's correct. That they would not be my idea of warm and fuzzy.
John, why do you think so many people, so many ufologists and people in the various associated fields want to present them always as warm and fuzzy? Why?
I think that because we couldn't imagine a advanced society not being warm and fuzzy. We figure, well, shoot, after all that civilization thousands of years ahead of us, they certainly must have worked out their problems and just want to come down and help us and cure cancer and AIDS and help us get to, cure our food problem and all the rest of it. I mean,
all right.
It's certainly reinforced by Steven Spielberg and his Close Encounters and all that.
Yeah, it is true. John, a few quick ones for you by fax. From Alaska, a quick question for John, a paraphrase. The sheep know the voice of their master. Will we know?
I don't know enough about it. I know that's a quote, but I just can't put it together in time to give a decent answer.
Well, I can wonder, though, or I can, I guess, try and help them out here. The sheep, us, know the voice of their master. Will we know when that voice comes? that it is that they are our master, I guess is the question.
Yeah, no.
No comment.
No comment.
Art, if it's not too late in the show, could you ask John about my guess concerning cattle mutilations? Remember, I guessed the mutilations were to garner the components of a medium used to proliferate recombinant DNA research.
Well, I think, yeah, that's speculation, what it's all about.
Dear John, since 1988, that year to the present, around round balls of light have been hovering above my house day and night. This is not a hoax. I've been videotaping these round balls of light during the night hours hovering above my house within only a half block at the very most. Since 1989, I've been videotaping them, and I've got these videotapes. What would you suggest somebody with evidence of this sort does?
There's not much you can do. Who's going to listen to you? I know a few people that have that phenomenon over there, and I don't know what they are, but
they are.
But they are. They certainly are.
Is John implying that the God of our Bible was created by aliens?
No. You're not going to get me into that now.
Okay. We'll just drop that one and go back to the phones. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Art in Spokane.
Hello, Art.
And I wanted to ask John what he thought of the possibility that the deaths at Dulce were somehow related to the introduction or the further introduction of the AIDS virus into population, and also what his feelings are about the government being somehow involved in the development of the AIDS virus.
All right, thank you. John, AIDS, what do you think about AIDS?
Well, as I've said before, there's no question in my mind that the government developed it. The specific doctor, the Navy doctor that actually did the research, I believe his name was R.M. Donner. And yeah, we made it. What it was for, I don't know. Some people say it was to eliminate or decrease the population, but certainly there ought to be better ways to do it, because AIDS takes a long time to affect, and also it causes a lot of suffering. I think our hospitals would be overtaxed before it would start reducing the population. So when people say, well, it's just the government trying to reduce the population, possibly, but you think even they would be able to figure out a quicker way to do it.
Well, I know that there was congressional testimony. It's on the record, John, an inquiry of some scientists about whether such a thing could be created that would produce or suppress the human immune system.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that, and that's what they got their initial $10 million funding to create that.
So that much is at least on the record. All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, sir. Where are you?
I'm KOGO, San Diego.
Excellent.
John, I had some questions about one of the guests you had on earlier. Wrote the Montauk books.
Yeah. Oh,
Preston
yes.
Nichols.
Preston Nichols. I had him on the program, yes.
Right. And I wondered if your guest could make any references to some of the things he said in his books, like the alien treaties or things like that.
I didn't follow the Montauk books too closely. I did listen to Preston Nichols several times. All I can say is specifically, yes, there is an alien treaty. But other than that, unless you have a more specific question.
No, I guess he just wanted a general reference, whether you were familiar with it, whether you agreed with it.
Yeah, we certainly do have a treaty.
All right, one more stab at this, John. This comes from Veronica in Wichita. I'm a Christian, but not so arrogant a Christian to believe that we are the only form of life God created. As the Bible says, in my Father's house there are many mansions. Were it not so, wouldn't he have told us?
Well, somebody had to create everybody, right?
Somebody did it. Some entity, something did it. I think most of us believe that a power far greater than ourselves had something to do with this. It's just too complex. All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Okay, hi, good morning. I'd like to say that just out of common sense and this one entity and stuff like that, there probably is, even if there is one entity, I'm not saying there probably is, but even if there is, and I go through life and have to go see him on Judgment Day, I'm going to appeal to a higher court because he's got peers. I mean, it would have to be that. But anyway, on this time travel?
Yes.
Okay. Time travel, the way you're looking at it, I think time travel back in the past, there's no way you can see time from back in the past, but you'll never be able to travel it. You'll only see the light from it. And as far as in the future, that you might be able to do that too, but you'll never be able to come back to your own time. Just on, you know.
All right, Juan, what are you basing these comments?
Well, it's just like, okay, let's say the extraterrestrials. Okay, you'd be a fool not to think that we're the only ones in the universe.
Well, wait a minute. You are switching topics.
No, I'm going to explain that by this.
All right.
Okay, it's like planets and other galaxies. We can look at them right now, and what we're looking at isn't right now. It's time from way back when. We're getting a light from way back when.
That's true.
So there may be inhabitants on what we're seeing. And we just, the only way we're ever going to know is to be able to travel faster than the speed of light. That's the only way we'll ever know.
Which certainly can be done, and very easily if you have the technology, but I'll have to disagree with you on time travel. You can certainly go forward in time, and you can come back.
Well, I'm sure you can go forward, but I doubt very seriously you'll be able to come back.
Yeah, well, okay, well, we disagree on that.
It's just on common sense, though. I mean, I don't understand how you think you can come back to a time that you can go forward, unless you're talking about this gravitational thing where you hold off and you're thinking you go in forward in time and you're never leaving the time that your time stands still while you're gone.
Where are you calling from, please?
Everett, Washington.
Everett, all right.
Well,
John,
when I get my time machine, I'll come and pick you up and we'll take a ride.
Do you think, John, in your life that you will do that?
No.
You do not?
No.
Why is that such a quick no? I mean, if you had a chance, an opportunity, with Bob Lazar and others and lots of funding, would you endeavor to do it?
No, I think, with lots of funding. No, there's very complex machinery. I don't think it can be done. I'm 52. I'm going to retire here at 60, and I hope to have, maybe a couple of years of tending my lawn, but certainly there's nothing I want to go back and see or go forward. It's an interesting concept. It certainly can't be done.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Morning, Art. Cliff in Glendale, Arizona, KFYI.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if John might have privileged information that might give us a clue to our future. Have we been told anything that might tell us where we're headed?
No, I will tell you this, that in my brief career as a ufologist, I've made several predictions, 2 or 3 of them, and they've all turned out false. So I may be a good researcher, but I'm a terrible prophet.
Okay. Thanks,
all right,
John.
Thank you very much from Arizona and, of course, KFYI. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Hi. John?
Yeah.
Oh, this is fantastic. John, I'm an old fighter pilot from Korea, and we used to fly the old F-86s.
Yeah, my favorite one, D's. D-model.
Well, okay. They were Pratt Whitney, and we do the Rolls-Royce engine.
Yeah.
And the only time I ever got involved with your company was when I bought my own jet, and it was a Lear jet. Anyway, we had a flame out at about 35,000 feet one time coming over Kansas City. No, I think it was Cincinnati. And they came, my pilot came back and, we got up there and we said we had to break it down to 25,000 feet. And we kicked her up again and, she flew like a real trooper.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, interesting as hell, yeah. Anyway, the reason I wanted to call and, get I'm calling from San Diego, the home of the tailhook, maniacs.
Right.
Yeah. We're all a bunch of cowboys out here. But some of us are really curious about things. And do you know about Thorne? Rip Thorne?
No, which one is that?
Well, he's a physicist, a cosmologist out here. And we were wondering about what the heck is going on. We're involved in the accelerator up there at Stanford.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we took a whack at things, and my God, I got a million things to tell you.
Well, you're right in the middle of the action down there in San Diego, because that's where the Navy has a lot of their operations, and I could tell you some real weird stories about stuff that goes on down there, but you are right in the center of operations. I doubt if you could ever penetrate it, but if you could, you'd see a lot of real interesting stuff.
Well, here's what we got. We're looking at times 10 to the minus 33rd, and we're looking at, instead of black holes, we're looking at wormholes.
Yeah.
And this is a concept that Thorne has been preaching for about 10 years, and I think he's a wacko. And it's a viable concept, a wormhole, and you know that we got a black hole in our vicinity.
Supposedly every galaxy has its own black hole, and as far as wormholes, I don't think that's how it works, but go ahead.
Well, it has to do with the space-time continuum, and I listen to Thorne. Of course, Thorne's an old buddy of mine, and at first it's inconceivable. If you look at the space-time continuum, it is a viable concept.
Yeah, I think that what he's trying to do is figure out how they can get from place to place without violating the speed of light, and because they don't have access to the real information of how it works, they invent stuff like wormholes. But the way it works is called the instantaneous propagation of gravity. Science doesn't know it yet, but gravity is instantaneous, and there's two forms of it, A and B. And basically, to travel hundreds of times faster than the speed of light, what you do is generate a very powerful beam of gravity and pull space towards you. Space is actually a fabric. It can be pulled this way and that. We think of it as a nothing. We think it is something that has just one hydrogen atom per square meter.
John, in a sense, then, you're not really traveling through the space to get from A to B.
No.
You are jumping across an area.
Correct. You are pulling space towards you and coalescing or uniting with space that's maybe hundreds of light years away. But that's why they invent wormholes, because they know that it can be done. They're just trying to figure out a way that it can be done.
I think I know the concept of a black hole. What's the difference between a black hole and a wormhole, John?
Well, a black hole is just a very intense a collapsed star, which is not letting any light. It is so dense that it doesn't let light go through it. Wormhole is a completely different thing. Wormhole is what they're speculating is how to get from point A to point B very fast without violating the principle of the speed of light.
Do you believe it can be violated? And I don't mean by the method you just described, but I mean in actual speed travel.
No, I don't think you can go faster than the speed of light in a linear direction. You have to do it some other way.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Art. Good morning, John. You know, listening to you today, I'm Susan from Moscow Mills, and
Moscow Mills, where?
Idaho?
Missouri, all right.
KSD, yes.
Yes.
You know, in the fear that some people have of what John is talking about, they must understand that whatever experience that we have as humans or humanoids or whatever, it's a very good experience, and obviously whoever and whatever has created us and whatever use that we have for them, we have use for ourselves too. And that there's there's so much love and joy in life, opposed to the diversity, which there's plenty of that too. But the mind that was given to us and the spirituality that we have needs to be used. And I think that's what he's talking about when he says, go on and live your life even though you have more information.
That's right. You get to do what you want. You get to make your life and have fun and do whatever you want.
Right. Can you tell me if there's in the other dimensions of what you're talking about in the 70 or so groups, do they show any sign of their own spirituality? I'm not talking about religion here at all, but of a separate spirituality or more intense spirituality or just different, or?
No, I don't have an answer to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thanks a lot. Thanks, Art.
Thank you very much for the call, and it'll have to be fast, but we'll do one more here. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hello. I was wondering if Mr. Lear has ever read people such as Charles Fort and H.P. Lovecraft and people like that.
I'm sorry, what's the name?
Charles Fort. He,
Charles Fort and Lovecraft?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, well,
Charles Fort?
Charles Fort, yeah.
Yeah, I've read a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It just seems that when you talked about, one thing that I'd like you to expound upon a little bit is when you referred to that somehow humans were considered to be containers.
Vessels, even. I've heard that word.
Oh.
Where are you calling from, ma'am?
I'm in San Francisco.
San Francisco, all right. John, you've said it before. Vessels, containers for the soul?
Well, if we're speculating for the soul, it wasn't described in the documents that Bob read exactly what we were containers of. We could be containers of hormones, enzymes, or whatever. My own speculation is that we are containers of soul.
Well, it's I guess it's a good one, and I hope we do contain souls.
You can never destroy the soul. It goes on forever and ever and ever. And some people are able to recall past experiences, but most people are not. You're not supposed to be able to recall, but in fact, the soul goes on forever.
All right. On that note, vessels, all of you, containers, we are going to have to pause for mortal news at the top of the hour. We'll be back with John Lear and more from the CBC Radio Network. Certainly is, and I thought a bit of the Dreamland theme might be appropriate. We do that show Sunday evenings, 7 to 10. Topics always just like this. One of these days we're going to snag John for Dreamland as well. John Lear is my guest, pilot, IFO investigator in sort of semi-retirement now. Back to him in a moment. All right, John Lear is my guest. Back now to John and your questions. John, are you there?
Yep, right here.
All right, by fax from Portland, Oregon, Sylvia, please ask your guest, who does the briefing of presidents when they come into office on the supposed national security aspects of IFOs?
Would be MJ-12.
MJ-12, which still operates. Who's been making the decisions over the years on the continuity of our government's policy toward IFOs?
MJ-12.
Who decides what the president should know?
MJ-12. And elaborate on that. Within the MJ-12 intelligence community, there's a great disdain for elected and appointed officials, which is why the president or the Congress or any other appointed officials don't know very much. Security clearances work like this. The lowest security clearance you can get is top secret. Above that, there's 28 levels of what is called top secret crypto, and they run through 1 through 28, 28 being the highest. Above that, there's 10 names like Umbra, Amber, Ultra, the top being Majestic. Now, the President of the United States has a clearance about top secret crypto 17. He doesn't know very much. He doesn't need to know very much. He's kind of a figurehead. So they tell him, a little bit. They tell him probably that there's recovered vehicles and that they maybe have a dead body or so, but he doesn't know the whole story. He doesn't need to know the whole story to perform his job.
All right. John, this, and then we'll go back to the phones from San Clemente, California. Art, I heard that a nuclear explosion can actually destroy a soul. And I heard Mark McCandlish say there is a death ray that can eliminate the soul. Does John know if the soul can die or be destroyed?
No, it's my understanding that it can't. No.
That it cannot. All right. I suppose a nuke would shake it up at least. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're on the air.
Yeah, I'm calling from Medford, Oregon.
Medford, yes. What's your question?
I know quite a bit about the UFO subject, and I've taken note of the fact that these beings seem to be quite interested in the human soul. I think Whitley Strieber said that he doesn't believe that any human being on Earth really knows what these beings are and what they really represent. Also, for your information, when a moth goes to the light, you can grab it, and it makes it easier to grab and do whatever you want with it.
Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that analogy, John?
That sounds good to me.
The moths go toward the light, huh? And they're grabbed or they fry themselves. On the first time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Mike from Kansas City on KCMO.
Yes, hi, Mike.
Hi. I have a few problems with some things you said, Mr. Lear. Scientific, but I want to address the biblical issue first. You indicated that the Bible had been changed at the time of Constantine. Is that correct?
Right. Uh-huh.
Well, are you aware that the patriarchs in the early part of the 2nd century, in their letters and apologetics, had already included almost all the verses of the New Testament in their letters? Well, this is more than 100 years before Constantine. And so that we can find almost all the New Testament just in their letters of writing to each other in the apologetics.
Okay, now
and that there has been a copy of the whole book of Mark found in Egypt, dated at the 125 after Christ, after AD. And they when they calculate how long it would have taken to get that deep into Egypt, it would have existed before the turn of the century.
Okay, now the changes I'm talking about are 325 AD during the First Council of Nicaea.
I know the date, and I'm saying that almost the complete New Testament is already found in the writings of what we call the patriarchs, some of them which were disciples of John, in the first part of the 2nd century. And so we already have the New Testament in letters written back and forth, plus we have a whole book of Mark found in around 120, in the archaeologist date of 125 AD. Then you have even secular historians agreeing that Luke, who wrote the Gospel of Luke and the Acts, was a first-rate historian and had to have been there. And so I'm wondering where you come up with this conclusion. Now, I've heard this theory before and questioned people about it, and they insist on it. But then when you present them with the fact that the New Testament can be recovered from documents before the time they say they were changed, they just kind of go on and don't discuss it anymore.
Well, they may be recovered, but they're not in the King James Version.
Well, that has nothing to do with the reliability. When you do textual analysis, it's not based on when the King James is written. It's based on the number of manuscripts and how old they are and how much they change over a period of time. Even for the Old Testament, we even have in the Dead Sea Scrolls a good part of the book of Isaiah recovered that we find has changed very little with what we have today. I'm just saying your conclusions, you say you do careful research, and apparently you didn't know that the New Testament was known and can be found in manuscripts older than before Constantine was ever born.
That's correct. I'm just saying that they didn't make it to the King James Version, and that most people have access.
So these manuscripts still exist, and we can compare them to the King James Version. Now, as for science, I'm always upset when people talk about science, but ignore the fact that when they start talking about things that are supernatural, they still include it as science. And I'm going to give you one example. When you talk about time travel, one of our most basic laws is conservation of energy and matter. Now, if someone comes from another time into this time dimension and brings their matter with them, they have added matter and broken the law of conservation of energy and matter. When we, by definition, when something breaks our natural laws, we call it supernatural. But everybody seems to want to bring it under the umbrella of science instead of call it what it is.
Which is what? Sir?
Okay, so
supernatural.
All right.
So where are we wrong here?
Excuse me?
Where are we wrong?
Where are you wrong?
Yeah, you just said that.
Well, I admit you're dealing with the supernatural.
That I'm dealing with the supernatural?
All right, I guess it's a semantic argument. He wants it called the supernatural instead of science.
Oh, okay. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, okay. On the toll-free line, good morning, you're on the air with John Lear.
Yeah, the heartbeat found in the ocean is government work.
It's gone?
It's government work.
Oh, it's government work.
Yeah, I'll explain that in a second, but I just want to say something to John Lear. John, everyone around here says you worked for Air America, and I don't want to go into that. About the sonar sound, 3 sentences. Thanks to Congressman Sam Farr, a sonar device that might have threatened the environment has been indefinitely delayed. The Scripps Institute of Oceanography and the Defense Department's Advanced Research Projects Agency have stopped the project's development in order to conduct an EIS. The $35 million device, part of the acoustic thermometry of ocean climate ATOC program, would be placed off the coast of Point Sur in the Monterey National Marine Sanctuary.
Yeah, well, I'm aware of the fact that they had plans, but it hasn't been done yet.
Wait, the device relies on the transmission of sonar bursts, blah, blah, blah. Well, I've heard the thing over the radio, and it sounds like a heartbeat. It goes boom, ba-doom, boom, ba-doom, boom, ba-doom. Well, Sam Farr, the congressman, thinks he stopped it. Well, 20 miles north of where they were going to place it, a couple of divers heard exactly the same thing. They just went on with it.
All right.
Big deal.
All right, thanks. Well, I say, as far as I know, they have not yet begun that project. It's been halted, and so I have great doubts that that's what they're hearing. But time will tell. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Lear. Your aviation credentials are certainly impeccable, to say the least. But like the previous caller said, your science discussion is kind of strange, to say the least. It doesn't seem to hold a lot of water with any present scientific theory.
Okay, well, just tell me specifically where I went wrong.
Well, the discussion of element 115 is all based on a non-existent element.
No, it's existent because I held it, I touched it, I did experiments with it.
And this is a stable, non-radioactive element.
That's correct.
Okay, well, let's suppose that's true, and I can't say anything different than that. I would like to say also, you mentioned the book, The Gods of Eden. There's recently been released on the Internet a excellent, in my opinion, review of this book that says that it's pretty much based on L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology. What do you think of that?
I don't think so, because I studied Scientology for a very short time, and I don't think there's any correlation there.
Well, thanks a lot for your time, and I've been keeping up with your information since about 1988, and I hope it's not all over but the screaming. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That's an interesting comment. I hope it's not too. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Yeah, I'd like to ask John Lear a question, but I really doubt that he can do anything but deny it. John, how long have you been involved in the occult?
Never, as far as I know.
You're saying that most of the information in the books that you read are not occult books?
No.
No, because I read a book about 10 years ago called The Cosmic Trigger, Final Secrets of the Illuminatus, and how they were going to duplicate the second coming of Christ with the alien deal, that people would believe that they were going to be saved by aliens.
Yeah,
Christ, no.
John, I understand what he's saying. I'm sure a lot of the religious folks out there think you've got 3 6s somewhere tattooed under your hairline. Huh, John?
Yeah.
Under that gray hair?
Yeah, I see.
John, what about Air America? You did, can you talk about that at all?
Sure. I worked for CASI, which was Continental Air Services, Inc., a wholly owned subsidiary of Continental Airlines. We did the same work as Air America, but we were not a wholly owned subsidiary of the CIA, which Air America was. We did all the same stuff, but no, I did not work for Air America. I worked for CASI. And those that are familiar with the operations in Southeast Asia will know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm not going to. I was going to bring some up, but I'm not going to do it.
Go ahead. What is it?
Iran-Contra.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
Sure. What's there to talk about?
You transported, or were about to transport, some material to Iran, yes?
Arms and ammunition from Israel to Iran, right?
Uh-huh. So you ran some of the early weapons that Israel cut loose on our word, is that correct?
Yeah, we didn't. I never made a flight. Like I say, the first airplane in got shot down. And Mossad, who was running the operation, didn't want to send the 707s in, which I was flying. So they canceled the operation. Later, I think it was like 6 or 8 months later, they ran it with another airline that was out of, somewhere like NASA or someplace like that, and ran it from the Persian Gulf, like Dubai or one of those countries, directly into Iran, so they didn't have to go around another country like we did, Turkey. We had to go through Turkish airspace. And the deal was that we would drop every other load
or give Turkey every other load that went in permission for flying over their airspace.
All right. Just thought I'd get that out. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
Seattle.
Seattle. All right.
Yeah, I'd like to ask him a little more about that security that the government has that doesn't allow the president to know very much.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What was that called again?
Well, I just described how security works. The lowest clearance is top secret, and then there's 38 levels above that. But the President of the United States only has like a number 17 level. There's not enough time to clear him, nor is there any reason to clear him.
What sort of is this? Some sort of government agency that this security? You had mentioned some name.
MJ-12?
MJ-12 was created by President Truman, and it more or less got out of hand in 1952 when President Eisenhower came in. Being a military man, he gave more teeth and more power to MJ-12, and it got out of control. They ran the whole operation. People who think we have a democracy, even a republic, are badly mistaken. We don't. But we hear it enough that we have a free country. The bigger the lie, the more people believe it. But in fact, it's not true. MJ-12 runs the whole thing.
Okay, one last thing, Art. Could you give the number, or not the number, the address to your network? I'll take it off
the address to the network. What do you mean?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. What do you mean, sir?
The address to the network.
Do you mean to write to me?
Yeah, to the network. Yes, sir.
Well, the network is in a separate place than I am. Do you want
in Oregon? Yes.
Oh, in Oregon.
Yes, sir. I'd like to see about advertising on your program.
I see. Okay. Well, contact me by fax.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. And that's area code 702-727. 8499. That's my fax number, 8499. If you want to contact the network directly, it's area code 503-664 8829. 8829. And if you want a tape of this program, as long as I'm going nuts with numbers here, it's area code 503-664-7966. John, we're in the number mode. Why don't you give the address for the Lazar tape?
Okay, the Lazar tape is Tridot Corporation. That's Tridot Corporation, and it's 1324 Southeastern. And it's Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. Don't look for the number because it's not in the book. It's $29.95 plus $3 in shipping and handling for the Lazar tape, where he describes his experiences with the back engineering on the Saj.
All right, good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Vancouver, Canada calling. Art, great show. Hello, John. I don't really know too much about UFOs, so this might be a real basic question, but can you tell me about navigation of these craft and what they'd be built of? What kind of compounds or?
It's my understanding that the material that they're made out of is more or less a grown material. They've been able to compact the atoms to such a tight state that it's almost indestructible. We've seen that many times where a saucer will crash into sand and be at a 45-degree angle impact, but there's little or no damage at all. As far as the navigation, I don't know how that works. I just know how the propulsion works.
Okay, well, best of luck.
All right, thank you. John, you remember, but first of all, did you happen to catch the movie Roswell on Showtime?
Sure, it was, the producer was a friend of mine.
Oh, what was your assessment of the movie? Was it good?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Each time they make a movie, they get a little closer and a little closer to the truth. I didn't like the way that they portrayed the alien as, some poor lady, reaching out, and it didn't look all that realistic, but, it was better than this stuff before.
Well, in that movie and in descriptions of Roswell, there is a number of witnesses, John, who say that a piece of material from one of those craft was held, and they showed it in Roswell, and you could crumple it up, and it would spring right back out again.
Right.
Is that similar to the material that you described a little while ago?
As the construction?
Yes, sir.
Some of it.
Yeah, you can imagine, I suppose, various parts of it
Yeah, they're all different.
Uh-huh. All right, very good. Let's go here. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Yeah, this is Greg from Nikiski, Alaska.
Nikiski, Alaska. Yes, sir.
Right. Anyways, I missed the first couple hours because KUNI doesn't play those until after you're over.
I see.
So this may have already been answered, but I got 3 short questions for John. Number 1, are you a member of the Trilateral Commission?
No.
How about the Council on Foreign Relations?
No.
How about a member of the Masons?
Of what?
The Masons.
The Masons?
No, but what is it?
Oh, the Masonic Lodge?
Oh, Masonic. No, but I can tell you that I have certainly been accused of that.
Okay.
How about the CIA, John? Let's cover them all. KGB. NSA. No?
No, I'm just a poor old airline pilot.
All right. Okay, caller?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Nikiski, Alaska. Well, that covers most of the alphabet agencies anyway. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Not a lot of time. Hi.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, John.
Morning.
About 2-3 months ago, my wife and I were looking at a telescope. We had a really good view. And in the outer layer of the moon, there was like a blue half moon. But there also looked to be sort of like a craft that was, my wife and I don't want to talk to too many people about it, because we don't want to be accused of being nuts and all that kind of stuff. But is that really possible, or do you think maybe that was more like a reflection of maybe the sun or, of the picture we've got? Because it was, more like a saucer. It was like a saucer shape, but it was really like an orange type with a little bit of light, not a whole lot.
Certainly possible. A very good friend of mine one morning was...
John, we'll have to hold the rest of this, I guess, so stay right where you are. We'll be right back to you. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. Granddaddy of ufology. I wonder if he minds that. John, do you mind that description, you granddaddy of ufology?
No, I just became a grandfather to a beautiful little girl, Alexandra Lear Simeonati's Tasso, my older daughter. That was May 4th, and she's about 4 months old.
Congratulations, John. Stay put. We'll be right back to you, the granddaddy of ufology, and he doesn't mind. That's John Lear, and he'll be back in just a moment. Once again, here's John Lear. Hi, John.
How you doing?
Final portion now. From Omaha, Nebraska, somebody wants to know, John, isn't it possible the aliens are lying to us?
Yes. They've been, several documents said that they are deceptive. And I was going to tell the previous caller that a friend of mine was looking up one morning ready to go fly, and he saw a saucer 1/20th the size of the moon just go across it. And while we were talking here, I had a reference that I was going to read, but I can't find it, a NASA technical document that documents about 600 different types of weird phenomena that was observed on the moon between the year 1600 and now, as far as blinking lights, flashing lights, weird shadows, all kinds of stuff, and I just can't find it.
All right. Well, if you run across it, we'll do it. Matt in Portland wants to know, among other things, about a secret Earth war. Linda Howe spoke about a secret Earth war. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, she was saying that somebody had, they have these secret vaults where they hold high-level discussions that are soundproofed and monitored and swept all the time.
Sure.
And somebody had stepped out, opened the door, and as somebody went in, they said, well, how's Earth's secret war going? And, of course, what he was referring to is the conflict we have with the Greys.
All right. We've got to ask you about one more thing. I've done a series of interviews, John. I don't know whether you heard any of them, with Richard Hoagland.
Yeah.
And, Richard, did you hear some of that?
No, I didn't, but I just got his tape, his 2 new tapes of the structure on the moon.
Right.
That stands something like 6 or 7 miles high.
That's right.
It's very interesting, and I ordered the photographs myself from NASA, and I'm looking forward to them arriving within the next few days.
All right, very good. Yeah, I have a lot of the pictures. I also have the videotapes. The presentation was was very captivating, and you would think that it would be breaking in the news, but not so far, John.
No, really, they're just not interested. And as far as his work on Mars, I told him that Bob Lazar had seen in his briefing the Cydonia region, photos that weren't accessible to the public, and there was definite doors and windows and construction on those pyramids in the Cydonia region.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
I'm Bob from KEX, Portland, Oregon.
Yes, good, Bob.
I got a couple questions for John. One is he familiar with Bill Meyer?
Billy Meyer was over in Switzerland?
Right.
Yeah, sure.
When he talks in some of his contact papers about the Pleiadians being the oldest group of visitors on the Earth, and they're actually from the same ancestors as we are, the question I have is they also believe in reincarnation, and they don't really believe in religion as such, but more as creation. And they believe in the good in man and whatnot. And the question I have is they don't like us dealing with the grays because they seem to think that they are a negative life force.
Yeah, I heard that.
And why? Apparently, they came and offered their help to the American leadership at one time or another, and it wasn't accepted. Well, I'm just kind of wondering, is that just because they weren't offering technology, they were just offering help?
Weapons. We wanted weapons, and the Greys offered to give us the weapons, and the Pleiadians did not.
All right. John, I want you to give some advice to the young ufologists out there. A lot of people are absolutely lit afire by all of this, and they're going to travel down the same road that you traveled down. And you've now reached a point where you've said you're fatalistic about it, and the best thing we can all do is go out and live our lives and enjoy our lives. What would you say to the young ufologists out there, John?
Well, of course, they're not going to pay any more attention to that than I did when people told me that, when I first started getting into it.
Well, I know, but we should try. We really should try. I mean, if you were to sit down with somebody who's just starting into all this, what would you say to him?
Good luck.
Good luck?
Yeah.
You wouldn't try to stop them?
No, because I know that the lure of information, of finding out things, of stuff is just too powerful. There's just no way that you could stop anybody.
Well, that's good and realistic anyway, John. Thanks. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
How you doing?
We're doing okay.
Oh, okay. This is Dave from Grand City.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got a question for him. My question is that out of all the things I've heard him say tonight, how could anything be possible? I mean, I'm a big Star Trek fan, and everything that he talks about seems to come in there. How does that all happen? And could it be possible that someday we could travel like that?
All right. Why not? John, do you think that is in mankind's future? In other words, is there going to be a federation? Is there going to be an Earth that goes outward? Is that where we're headed, or do you think not?
No, I don't think so. First of all, I think the cleaning out of the petri dish is going to come
pretty soon.
Well, not pretty soon, but whenever it comes. The Star Trek was based on that. Well, I guess I'm right. I was going to say based on that we were first, but that's not what it was based on. Gene Roddenberry was supposedly one of 3 Hollywood producers that was given special information to use in his series. Now, since then, I've read where he denies that, but who knows?
Who knows? All right, but you think, on balance, we're going to be pretty much earthbound. We're not... And then there's the petri dish.
Right.
Enjoy your lives, folks.
Right.
On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going okay.
Great. I was wondering, I live in Phoenix, Arizona. A few years back, a bunch of my friends and I, we were out in the front yard and we saw a great green light beam going across the sky, and it was solid. And it had a beginning and it had an end to it, like water coming out of a hose when you first turn it on and shut it off.
Yeah.
Like a big plasma beam going through the sky, and it was a good, like, 30 to 40 feet in diameter, and it lasted a good 3-4 miles going through the sky. It was like a big arc, and I was wondering if you had any knowledge of what that might be.
No, that's the first description I've heard of unusual phenomena. I've heard a lot of different stuff, but that's the first one I've heard of that kind.
Boy, me too. That's an interesting one, though. All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, this is Matt in Portland.
Yes, Matt.
Made it through. John, I wanted to ask you a question very quickly. You spoke of William Bramley's book, Gods of Eden.
Yeah.
Where he describes the humans have been manipulated throughout history by extraterrestrials. And what I wanted to know is if you've had any information indicating that possibly the New World Order push is being orchestrated by these beings.
The order of what?
The New World Order.
New World Order.
Yeah, no, I don't have any opinion on that.
Okay. Art, who's your guest on Dreamland this week?
Let me see. My guest coming this week is going to be Dr. Bruce Goldberg, author of The Search for Grace.
Sounds interesting.
Oh, it's going to be. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. Let's see. Very quickly, we'll go to the toll-free line. You're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Yes, this is Philip calling from Champaign, Illinois.
No, you don't, Philip. First-time caller line. You're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Yeah, good morning. I'm calling from the Kingdom of Valley Center, which is in Southern California at the base of Mount Palomar.
Welcome.
It's a famous 200-inch Hale telescope. You know, Dr. Hale, it's interesting, he never saw his telescope become a reality, but he was led by an invisible dwarf who apparently inspired him, told him where to build it, and that sort of thing. I have two questions. First of all, what does your guest think of George Adamski, who was also a local fellow here? He was apparently the father of the UFO culture. And also, does he have any information on a hypersonic vehicle called Aurora, which is apparently a top-secret thing coming out of a base in northern Scotland? We have a lot of sonic booms here on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and we've been hearing that this is coming from this Aurora vehicle, which does something strange over the San Diego area.
All right, hold it there. Let's get a response. John?
First of all, George Adamski reported everything exactly as it happened. He was reported to be a hoaxer, but no, all that stuff happened to him. The photos were analyzed by friends of mine who had very good analyzing equipment, and it was true. There was one picture of him looking outside of a saucer, and that was true. Hale had a very interesting background. There was an alien that talked to that guy and led him in some of his research endeavors, and he has a very, very interesting history. The Aurora is a Mach 15 airplane operating out of somewhere in the United States, but also goes into Machrihanish, which is in northern Scotland.
I see.
Yeah, that is one of our 6 top-secret airplanes.
How high does that fly, do you know?
285,000 feet.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And at Mach 15?
Yeah.
Whew.
People say Mach 7 or 8, but it's not. It's Mach 15.
Mach 15, wow. Toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Hey, this is Dana in Eugene.
Hi, Dana, KPNW country.
Yeah, when I lived in Redmond, Washington, I was over to friends of a friend's house, and there was a Army intelligence guy who his dad worked with for a lot of years, and this guy sent him like just a thousands of page document. He was supposedly on the run from the government because they were trying to hunt him down, and he sent like 6 of these papers out. And one of the things he said was that Roswell, and he was giving, case file numbers, everything, anything you could possibly want on it. I just barely saw the document, but we just sat around and talked about it one night. He said at Roswell, they recovered the bodies. One of them was alive. His name was something like Emu or Inu or something like that. They had like 2 separate brains, one on the left side, one on the right side.
That's correct.
They ate human flesh.
Oh,
I
please.
didn't know that. But yeah, go ahead.
And just, he went into the whole cover-up, but I mean, he detailed everything from, different fighter pilots, their names, their vehicle identification number, everything, just hundreds of documents on that.
Well, it'd be great to get those documents, wouldn't it?
Oh, I wish I knew the guy. I mean, that was the only time I ever talked to the guy. I moved like a week after that.
Huh.
All right, thank you. John, a brain on the left and a brain on the right?
Yeah, it was called bifurcated brain system. They were completely independent and separated by a ridge bone. Now, why that was, I don't know, but I remember reading the autopsy report on it.
Wow, you have an autopsy?
Well, the stuff that Stringfield put out.
Yeah, all right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Yeah, this is Lewis over in Chico. John, about 2 years ago, I had an opportunity while I was back east to run into an intelligence officer. I won't give his branch of service because I certainly don't want to get him in trouble. But he worked out of one of our top command units back on the East Coast, and he told me that, now this is what he said, that the aliens that supposedly that our government's dealing with are in a non-interference type of pact, and that there were other aliens who were interfering, and he said there was actually 3 levels of government in this country, and they're all vying for positions of power, and they're kind of all in like a standoff to each other because, different groups of these supposed aliens have upped the ante. It's just kind of like here on Earth, Bosnia, somebody gets an AK-47 and the next guy gets a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think your friend was right.
He also said, though, that the ones that, were, they kind of kept an overall picture of the thing. He said that most of the abductions were not being carried out by aliens, but they were being carried out by the government, and it was for use for later. They were programming people. They would go out and find people who would be susceptible to this. He said they had special editions of films that were very subliminal, and they would get like a control who would make friends with certain individuals, and they would go over to the guy's house, and show him a special copy of E.T., except the guy's not knowing he's watching a special copy of E.T., and they would program these people up to a point where they would either give them a hypnotic experience, or they would actually, and I thought this was kind of amusing, but he said they actually hired dwarfs and would dress them up and have a whole theater set up to be like a ship and give these people a physical experience so that even if they took them out and they got out to a psychiatrist or a hypnotist who was not even believing in this, when he would put them under, that he would get the reading back from them that they actually believed what they went under. All
right, kind of a Mission Impossible sort of setup.
Yeah, that's true, and it's been detailed by Martin Cannon, the government abductions, and they do pretend they're aliens. I don't think it's the predominant form of abductions. But yes, the government is certainly doing that.
There's a lot of research now, John, into the abduction phenomenon. A lot of the researchers have sort of left the sighting mode, and they think the way to pursue this now is through the abduction phenomenon. Do you agree with that, John?
That'd be hard to do, but I'm just going to sit and watch.
On the toll-free line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Yeah, this is Rich in Anchorage, Alaska.
Hello, Rich.
I guess you could call me one of them fat, dumb, and lazy Americans because I just got turned on to your program a little while ago, so I'm learning. But I was wondering if you could explain to me what MJ-12 actually is.
All right. Well, we did earlier, but we will again. John?
MJ-12 was the government, the secret body that was put together by President Truman in 1947 to review and decide what to do about the alien threat, if any. It was given teeth by President Eisenhower when he got in, and regretted by President Eisenhower when he got out. He said, beware of the military-industrial complex,
he sure did.
which MJ-12 essentially run. For the people who don't believe that MJ-12 exists, my source for the existence of MJ-12 was Jimmy Doolittle, and since he's passed away now, I don't mind saying that was my source. He confirmed to me that it did exist.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear.
Oh, good morning, Art. This is Dan the Man from DWN.
Yes, real quick, because we're almost out of time.
Okay, what I wanted to say was that Dr. Frank Stranges, have you heard of him?
Sure.
Okay, well, I'll try to... would you ever have him on your Dreamland?
No, I have not had him on Dreamland.
Okay, well, he would be a very interesting person to have. He says that 1/3 of the fallen angels, that came from heaven, are part of the UFO phenomenon.
All right, on that note, we're going to have to close out. John, we're out of time. We've done it again. Made it all the way through.
Great, Art.
And, as long as you are around and I'm around, John, I'm sure there'll be another show in our future.
Okay, fine, anytime.
And it's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure, my friend.
Okay, thanks, Art.
John, thank you. Good night.
Okay, good night.
I'm sorry, everybody. We are utterly out of time. As you know, I'm ruled by the clock. It is the nature of things. And I would like to tell you one more time how to get a copy of this program, because I know a lot of you tuned in late. A lot of you would like to archive a program of this sort with somebody like John Lear, and I can surely understand that. So, here's how to do it. You can call right now. We have a vastly improved tape delivery system for you all. They'll get it to you within a few days, they tell me. MasterCard and Visa work just fine. The number to call, and you can do it throughout the weekend. You can call it right now if you're able to get through. Otherwise, throughout the weekend, area code 503-664-7966. Once again, area code 503-664-7966. You'll tell them you want the program with John Lear. It has been a pleasure. This whole week of talk radio has been a pleasure. Dreamland comes up on Sunday. I'll be back here with the syndicated program Monday night, Tuesday morning. So for the live portion, you'll get more in some areas, some stations, but that's it for the live portion and this week of Coast to Coast AM. On behalf of everybody at the network, thank you. Good night.
Industrial design in college, then pursued his aviation career flying airplanes, seaplanes, gliders, gyroplanes, helicopters, balloons, and fighter-type aircraft. While attending high school in Switzerland, Lear became the youngest American to climb the Matterhorn in Zurich. In 1968, he pylon raced a Douglas B-26 Invader in the Reno Air Races, the largest aircraft ever raced at Reno at the time. At age 28, he was one of the youngest Boeing 707 captains to fly in commercial airline service. A former Nevada State Senate candidate, John is the son of William P. Lear, Sr., designer of the Learjet executive aircraft, the 8-track stereo, and founder of Lear Incorporated, now Lear-Siegler Corporation, a large defense contractor. Lear has written extensively about airplanes and other subjects, and was Middle East correspondent for Combat Illustrated between 1975 and 77, while stationed in Beirut, Lebanon, with a cargo airline. Although Lear's father was outspoken in his belief of the existence of extraterrestrial visitors, to the great concern of the Pentagon, by the way, particularly because Lear Sr. was head of a large defense contracting company, John only became interested in the subject himself 7 years ago after talking with an Air Force pilot who was stationed at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London, England, where 3 small aliens were photographed by the Air Force, walking up to Wing Commander General Gordon Williams. Lear's extensive worldwide civilian, military, and intelligence contacts have made it easier for him to penetrate the secrecy surrounding the subject of UFOs. Then, in 1988, John became acquainted with a government scientist who worked at Area S4, part of the super-secret Area 51 at the Nevada test site. The scientist was a member of the most classified government research team then in existence. It was their job to research and try to duplicate the propulsion system of 9 recovered alien aircraft in storage at the Nevada test site. Lear is an amateur astronomer and photographer, and has won several awards for his photos taken during his worldwide travels. He owned and campaigned the 12-meter America's Cup boat Soliloquy out of Marina del Rey, California for 2 years. He is vice president of the Generals Ward and Chenault Post Number 1, the Soldier of Fortune post of the American Legion, and a member of the Special Operations Association. John currently is chief pilot for a cargo airline, flies Boeing 727s throughout the Caribbean and South America. Lear has 4 daughters, lives in Las Vegas with his wife, Marilee, a former actress, and youngest daughter, Jacqueline, 15. His hobbies include gardening, carpentry, and UFOs. I added the last. And so away we go without any further introduction, and that just about did it. Here is John Lear. Good morning, John Lear. How you doing? Good. Good to hear you again. Great. John, there's been an awful lot of stuff going on, and that's mainly why I had you back, besides the general discussion, which we always end up in. There's a whole bunch of stuff I want to ask about. Number one is my sighting. Now, I don't know if you've heard anything about this or not, but I'll tell you, John, I really did see a couple of things that maybe nothing more than, fallen something or others. But on my way in from Pahrump toward Las Vegas, I have now seen in 3 different times what I don't know what it was, John. It looked on the one hand a little bit like a falling star. Seen falling stars all life. And this was not typical of a falling star. It was more like I've described it as a green fireball, trailing fire behind it in a trajectory across the sky. It wasn't small. It wasn't like a typical falling star that we've all seen for years. It was, and I'll tell you why I'm mentioning this, John. It's because I said it on the air, and you wouldn't believe the derogatory mail that I've received. I joke around, said it's seed pod or something coming down, but that was just a joke. And for having seen this and reported on it, you can't believe the mail that I've received, John. And so that set me to think, if that got me that kind of mail, and I said at the time, could a falling star, I don't know, but sure was strange. I can understand what you've gone through.
Well, it's been quite an adventure since I accidentally got into this in 1985. It sure has.
I bet. Do you get, John, quite a bit of abusive? Come on, what kind of nut are you? Kind of,
No, as a matter of fact, I haven't gotten any of those at all. Maybe really, 1 or 2 in the last 5 years.
Oh, I got all kinds of, art to take a vacation, art to, working these guys must have gotten to you, it's ridiculous. But I really did see these things, John. I don't suppose you have any thought or have heard anybody else talk about it. Green fireballs is what were.
Well, it could have been the sheriff's helicopter, right?
Oh, no, John. Nor was it pump gas. Here it desert. It may have been a gigantic falling star. I have no way of knowing, John, but...
there was a lot of reports in I think it was 48, 49, and 50 in New Mexico green by a fireball. Lots of those. I haven't heard too many recently, but there surely was back then.
Could only describe it as trailing fire and sparks and so on, and the sucker was really moving. I mean, it just went across the trajectory in the sky in just, 4 or 5 seconds. It was really moving.
Oh, there's a lot of strange things flying.
Yes, there are. Out in my valley, John, I see some mighty strange stuff. All right. I watched, I don't suppose you happened to see Sightings last night, did you?
No, probably. What was that?
Sightings last night did a little segment on angels. And I hate to start in on this so early, but they commissioned the Gallup poll people to do a poll and ask the American people how many, by percentage, believe in angels. This will surprise you. 65% of the American people, according to Gallup, believe in angels.
How about that?
Well, it relates in a sense, because if that many people can believe in angels, I would think that also a very, very high percentage could believe that these UFOs are more than just something identified. Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, I think it would.
Okay, I've got a number of other things I want to cover with you. The Associated Press, a couple of days ago, John, reported on a very close call for Earth. At first I thought that it was an old report, but then they began to say, as we slept last night, a 2-mile-wide asteroid passed within 2 million miles of Earth, which they considered to be just close within a cosmic blink. And I note that in all of these, and there have been several instances like this lately, John, they always tell us about it after it has passed. John, can you hold on a sec? We've got to do a break. Stand by. Radio in the nighttime from the great American Southwest. I'm Art Bell with John Lear, and we're going to be talking UFOs and other strange things this morning. So back to it we go. And John, that was a big rock. I mean, a 2-mile-wide asteroid that passed right by.
Well, they always tell us right after. I think it happened about 6 months ago, but...
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. That's what I'm recalling. And it's been a series of these, John. Are we just going to sort of not wake up one day?
Probably be like that. Remember, a couple of years ago, they got Dan Quayle head of some deal that was supposed to look out in space and see if there are any asteroids headed this way.
Everybody poo-pooed it. I recall at the time, oh, what a waste of money, they said. But I'm tired of hearing this about all this like a baseball score, you know. It seems to me, aren't we keeping track of these things? Shouldn't we be?
Well, it seems so. There's certainly a lot of them out there.
Well, here's the big $64,000 question, John. Suppose they saw one headed our way that wasn't going to miss. Would they tell us?
Intercepted him, and he thought, well, I'll go along with them. They can't prove anything, and then shot him down when they got him over Russia.
Holy mackerel.
But they couldn't prove it one way or the other, and they didn't want to risk the 707s, which I was flying. So they went another way. That's my understanding. I didn't participate in the other one, but it's my understanding they went through Dubai, which would just cross the Persian Gulf into Iran.
And you're pretty confident that because they have officially closed this, which was my reference the other day, that they will not, upon hearing what you've just said, reopen it, or there'll be cries to reopen it?
No, I don't think so, because they'd have to let Russ Bucker testify, and he's the SR-71 pilot that brought him back. And they just don't want to get into it.
Wow. Well, we just killed 1 hour dead, John, so stand by, relax, get some coffee or whatever, and we'll come back and do another.
Okay.
All right, stay right there.
Yep.
American Southwest, I'm Martell, back with John Lear in a moment. And responding to what John said, I know John's listening right now, I regard the possibility of aliens and UFOs in the same way, I guess I do, as the existence of the Creator. And that has always been a problem for me. I'm probably an agnostic. I would say an agnostic. People will call me and tell me, you must admit the presence, you must accept him. And I know all that. I've heard all that a million times. But I'm the kind of person that has such a hard time accepting something I can't put my finger on, something that I can't prove. And I'm still that way. And that leads me into a position where I appear to vacillate back and forth, and I do. I can't say that our Lord exists. I hope he exists. I believe he exists. But in terms of absolutely my being able to say he exists, I don't know that I can. And that the same thing applies with UFOs, which I have never seen. Anyway, we'll get back to it in just a moment. You're listening to the CBC and BRN radio networks, The Perfect Gift. Here we are again. I'm sure you heard what I had to say at the top of the hour.
Sure did.
And it is kind of that way, John. I just am not an absolute believer nor a disbeliever. My mind is open. I am impressed with the number of sightings and the things that we've talked about. In fact, it's frightening. But without hands-on, you can't make that final, or I can't, I should say, make that final step, that leap to, yes, they exist, but you have, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. But if you'd have walked in my shoes for the last 5 years and had access to all the information I had, you'd probably believe as I do.
Yeah. All right. So they are real. What are they, John? That's what a lot of people want to know that haven't listened before. What are the creatures that are in these flying things?
Well, I used to say that there was 80 different species visiting us. There's probably more. There's certainly more than that out in the universe. And there's all different kinds. There's the little gray people that do the abductions. There's ones that look just like us. And there's also, some awfully weird ones. There's just about any ones that you can imagine.
What do they want?
Well, supposedly, and at least according to the documents that were read by Bob Lazar at the test site, we are an experiment. We were genetically changed, genetically experimented with. They made, I think, 65 separate corrections to make us what we are now, which is containers. They refer to us as containers. What we contain wasn't specified in the documents. You can speculate it might be souls, it might be blood, it might be enzymes, but in any case, the aliens refer to us as containers, and they made these containers. Now, according to the documents he read, they also engineered the world's major religions. And they did that in an effort to organize and pacify. They created the miracles so that we would believe in an entity, so we would not go off and rape and murder and pillage and that kind of stuff. We were given the 10 Commandments to live by, mainly so that they could organize and pacify and keep us all going in the same general direction.
They are our creators.
Supposedly, yeah.
Is that one of those things you're certain about, or does that hang in the air more as a theory, John?
Well, it's looking more and more correct. Who knows what the truth is?
What I want to do, I want to start taking a few calls, John, and we'll kind of hopscotch our way through the night here. A lot of people that want to talk to you, and I should service some of these blinking lines, so let us sporadically begin doing that. Good morning. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Where are you?
Washington State.
In the state of Washington. Okay, you're on the air with John Lear.
Yes, Mr. Lear, do you believe that there may possibly be some sort of an invasion where they are taking over phone lines, flashing messages over televisions and so forth? Do you believe this can be a possibility?
All right, thank you. That'd be a pretty open operation, wouldn't it, John?
Yeah, if the government itself wasn't doing that, certainly the aliens could probably be doing it.
Boy, I got a funny fax the other day, John. Listen to a little bit of this. If you use a modem, you are monitored. Every time you fire up a modem, you activate automatic monitoring equipment. I work for a large telephone network that routinely monitors modem and fax transmissions. They view whatever is transmitted, even encrypted data. Your government allows this under the heading Maintenance Monitoring. In the FCC rules, monitoring can continue for 6 months without legal procedure. The rules are part of an obscure pre-World War II action by the FCC's predecessor agency, saying no information may be encoded or transmitted over public or private forms of telephone or radio, with the exception of government agencies involved in national security. So they monitor fax and modem transmissions. Our government monitors all of this stuff.
Well, I was told the other day that not only that, but they can monitor your house through your cable for your TV. I had a friend who worked for a cable company. He said it was very highly sophisticated. He stopped short of saying that they could actually watch you, but they can certainly monitor you through the cable TV.
This comes, by the way, from a fellow ham radio operator who works for a company that does this kind of work up in the Bay Area, so he knows what he's talking about. And I guess just about everything certainly is monitored. Have you ever been concerned about that, John, on a personal basis? Certainly, if I were in the government, I think I would monitor John Lear very carefully.
No, I don't worry about it because I know what goes on. In 1987, just after my series of lectures here, and I appeared on TV a couple times, with teenagers here, and the Centel guy was up here putting in some phones, and he came in one morning and said, "Hey, John, do you know your phone's tapped?" And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Do you want me to find out where?" And I said, "Yeah." So he went out and he came back about a half an hour later, and this guy said, I went from behind your house up to the pole, then I went over to Monroe Street, and then down to Hollywood Boulevard, and then down to Nellis, and down to Bonanza. And he says, "It's further than that." He said, "I'll be back in a little while, and I want to check what's going on." So he didn't come back until the next morning, and when he came back, he said, "John, I can't talk to you anymore." And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, I'm going to be on another route." He said, "What happened is I got traced your phone tap to the mainframe at Centel." And he said, "I went to the FBI, and the lady there said that if I didn't like my job, I could quit." He said, "I went home last night, thought about it. I went into work this morning, and that same lady was walking out of my office and said the same thing to me." So they made it very clear that if I made any noise, that I wouldn't have my job. And I know who the guy is. I know where he works, and a couple of the other Centel guys often come by and say, "So-and-so says to say hello to you." So,
come on, John, that's creepy, but it's not a surprise.
There's no question in my mind that we're monitored.
Uh-huh. I guess then your attitude just becomes, who cares? I'm above board, and I'm going to just keep doing what I'm doing, or does it intimidate you to know that?
It doesn't intimidate me. Everything's on the up and up. I'd like to expose some of this stuff that's going on. I don't think a lot of it is right, but it doesn't seem like we can do much about it.
Mm-hmm. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, coast to coast AM with outbound John Lear. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Art.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Mesa,
Arizona.
They made it very clear that if I made any noise, that I wouldn't have my job. And I know who the guy is. I know where he works, and a couple of the other Centel guys often come by and say, "So-and-so says to say hello to you." So,
come on, John, that's creepy, but it's not a surprise.
There's no question in my mind that we're monitored.
Uh-huh. I guess then your attitude just becomes, who cares? I'm above board, and I'm going to just keep doing what I'm doing, or does it intimidate you to know that?
It doesn't intimidate me. Everything's on the up and up. I'd like to expose some of this stuff that's going on. I don't think a lot of it is right, but it doesn't seem like we can do much about it.
Mm-hmm. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, coast to coast AM with our fellow John Lear. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Art.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Mesa,
Arizona.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'd like to ask him if it would surprise him to know that Clinton's mother's maiden name was Rockefeller, and that his real name was William Jefferson, Blythe the Fourth.
Like
the Fourth.
Is all of that a surprise to you, John?
No, I think what he's saying is everybody's connected that goes in the government. We think that we're getting somebody new, but really the president of the United States is just a figurehead. It really doesn't make any difference in there.
Good morning, everybody. One of those nights. We've got John Lear with us, and some of the information you're hearing and will hear will be very troubling, even frightening to some. And if you are one of those people, please tune out, turn off, go to bed, have a good night's sleep, and we'll see you some other morning. For the rest of you, we now continue. John, clean out the Petri dish is where we left off, and I've got to say, John, since the ending of this Cold War, here we are in Somalia. You and I talked about that the other morning here in the air, and there are how many other Somalias out there? This Earth, John, is a mess right now. It is the most unorganized, warlike mess I've ever seen.
Now, you're right on that. I was just wondering why it'll all become apparent to us in about 6 months, and I really don't know what the reason is, but there's obviously a method to this madness of going into Somalia.
I'm troubled by the whole operation, and I see it as the first step in the grand new world order. John, I wonder if you view it the same way.
Well, I don't know about the New World Order, but there are some very strange things going on. By the way, for the guy who wanted Rutzbacher's address, you can write to his wife. Her first name is Raydelan, Ray Ellen Rutzbacher, Russbacher, and it's Post Office Box 3078, Carmel, California. And the zip is 93921. And she's trying to help Vietnam. But back to Somalia, it certainly is a strange area. I was back there in 1977 during an arms airlift there when we went in after the Somalis kicked the Russians out. And we wanted that Berbera, that deepwater port on the Red Sea. Right. And what happened is that the Somalis had traditionally had been supported by Russia, and the Ethiopians, where they were fighting, were traditionally supported by the West. But they didn't have any ammunition, but they had the guns. So since they changed different sides, we had to get the Russian, or what they call East Bloc ammunition to the Somalis. So I was in an airlift that left from Hungary through Saudi Arabia down there. It went on for months, I think 3 or 4 months, taking ammunition down there so that they could fight the war.
We took East Bloc ammunition?
Yeah. Yeah, it was coordinated right at the very top of the State Department. We had to get them ammunition somehow, so there was kind of a high-level trade going on. And I don't know where the West Bloc ammunition, I think it came out of Vietnam. This was in 1977, so there was a lot left over from there.
Sure, it is incestuous, isn't it, this arms thing? Well, again, back to the broader picture, John. They claim absolutely no national security interest whatsoever, purely humanitarian. And I'm sure they would say the same thing if Bosnia is our next object of attention. I have felt rather manipulated all the way through this, John, as though we saw all the pictures of the starving and we were emotionally worked up, and they prepared us. The media literally prepared us for what we're now doing over there. And would I be wrong in saying I was manipulated?
You were manipulated, but to what end, I'm not sure. I know it was a lot easier going into Somalia than it would have been going into Bosnia.
Well, support for the elation. And if it is a success, there are many already calling for Bosnia to be the next one. And from there, why, there's a whole list of places we could intervene in and try and make this a better world to live in.
We certainly have to find an enemy, because we have billions, hundreds of billions of dollars being spent on defense. And we're not flying a Monte aircraft 285,000 to airdrops into Somalia. So I'm sure that if there's not a legitimate enemy out there, that they can certainly whip up an enemy for us to fight.
All right. Another quick break, John. We'll be right back. And that's a good question. Exactly why are flying that aircraft?
It's a aircraft.
And John has some strong views in many areas, including aliens, UFOs, and I guess our political course in this country as well. And back now to John. John, exactly why are we developing the Aurora aircraft?
And the exact same question that you just asked was asked by Senator Robert Byrd, who's the chairman of the Senate House Appropriations Committee. And he went to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and said, "Hey, what is that airplane that goes Mach 8? We don't see anything in the budget." Now, Senator Byrd is one of 16 people who is allowed to see everything in black budgets.
So he said, "I don't remember signing anything on that."
There's nothing under there. So they had some other questions too. NBC April 20th ran a story about saucer-like objects over Groom Lake. Yep. Channel 13 had some strange lights that they photographed over Groom Lake. Aviation Week, May 11th and August 24th, had pictures of strange contrails. Those skyquakes in Southern California. Wall Street Journal comes out with a story. All these things seem to say that there was something strange going on. So Byrd sent out a guy to Las Vegas here last Saturday, Dick D'Amato, senior legislative aide, and he was going to make a surprise trip to Groom Lake, and he told us, But, if there was stuff going on and it wasn't to the normal budget, that he was going to pull the plug on Area 51. So he goes up there on Monday to Groom Lake to tour around and see if any of that stuff is there that we are saying is there, namely Aurora, S4, the disk down at S4, the new unfunded secret airport called Sandia next to Paiute Mesa. And he went up to Groom Lake. As fate would have it, it was snowed in that day, and they told him that they couldn't take him anywhere because of the snow. He said he wanted to go down to S4, and they said, "Oh, you've been talking to that Bob Lazar guy, huh?" So apparently he's going to go back in 2 weeks, and they said that they would take him down there in 2 weeks, but they wouldn't find anything. They told him that there was nothing there. So I imagine 2 weeks will give him enough time to move stuff out. And there won't be anything there in 2 weeks. I don't have anything against black budgets or anything against secret projects, but when you consider the American taxpayer is footing the bill for these operations, and all likelihood is paying 2 or 3 times the real cost for the legal budget programs to support the black budget programs, you might want to know who the enemy is that we're really preparing to fight.
Well, that was the nature of my question. What do we need as aircraft for?
We have met the enemy, and he is us.
In the sense that with a well-defined, understandable enemy or not, we're going to keep doing this, period.
Sure.
Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM, with Bell and John Lear. Morning.
Good morning. I'm Rosamard. If you have heard of Al Fletcher Prouty?
Yeah, sure. He was Al Fletcher Prouty. One of 4 people laid up composite Mr. X in the movie Joe F. Tour that Oliver Stone made.
Correct. And I really got an enlightenment about Vietnam and why Vietnam happened.
Yeah, also Fletcher Prouty wrote a book about 20 years ago called The Secret Team, and he's just recently written another one that elaborates on that. Yeah, Prouty's one of the good guys.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your call. John, I'm going to ask you to comment on kind of a general topic here. The good guys, you said. The UFO community, and it's pretty large. There are a lot of people who talk and lecture. You're probably one of the most respected community. And there is an unbelievable amount of dissension among UFOologists. Why? What's going on here? Why is there so much dissension? Is it
not the other day they had gone to their first UFO conference? Everybody would be generally alone, but it's not the case. There is a lot of different views that have to grind. You have the Bill Coopers who read out on one end, and the Linda Howes who are out on the other end. Exactly. And the rest of us, trying to bring some sensible sense to the thing, and it's just difficult to do. Everybody has a different axe to grind.
I've noticed that every time the 2 people don't agree, the standard thing seems to be to accuse the other guy of being a CIA disinformation operative.
That is the standard modus operandi.
In other words, if you don't agree with me, you've got to be CIA. This be disinformation, and boy, these charges and countercharges just fly, don't they?
All right, let's take some more calls. Good morning on the first-time caller line. You're on East Coast AM with John. Good morning. Good morning. Where are you calling from? Susanville. Susanville. All right, turn your radio off and go ahead. John's right here. Okay. How you doing, John? Pretty good. How you doing? Well, I got him. My comment, John, is you were talking about how the how to flame the thing is difficult. I'm thinking the Christian thinking is this thing came out the way that you're talking. All the Christians, or a good percentage of the Christians, would probably have a second thought about Christ, and that is the reason that the government is kind of holding it back. Is that the way you're trying to explain it? Well, that's correct. But when you say all the Christians, you think you're talking about a lot of people. Remember, there's 6 billion people on this planet, and 5 billion of them aren't waiting for Jesus to come back.
how about the idea of maybe Satan's, who is supposed to be running this world prior to Jesus returning, drumming up this saturation?
Well, isn't that Satan? Well, there's Jesus Christ, you know, you look on both aspects, and the way as the Bible reads, I think that Satan is supposed to be running this world until Christ returns, and maybe this is the big play that is laying. Well, that could be true. As Lord knows, I try to stay out of the religious aspect of this because it just, I fit the nuts and bolts, you know, if you want to talk about gravity amplifiers and antibody reactors, that's what I like to talk about. But I kind of clear the religious aspect. Well, I'm open-minded myself. I believe in Jesus Christ, but I still am open-minded to these UFOs and what have you. But I'll stand by here and listen a little bit more of this program or watch it on television as I'm doing through the satellite. So I appreciate the call. All right, sir. We appreciate your call. Thank you very much. It is inevitable that people want to mix the religious aspect into it somehow, and there really is. It's just that when we down to talk about it, it really gets a lot of people angry, which is exactly why the government won't release all this information, isn't it? Exactly. It's tough to talk about it. A lot of people have grown up with that belief, and they really believe it, and it's just a cause of our problems. So you can see the point of view of not opening the door in the first place. Well, you were correct that 5 billion people are not waiting for Christ to return. Of that billion, quite a significant number of them are here in this country, and it would disturb them greatly. Right. All right. Let's take one more quick break here, John. Stand by a sec. You're listening to John Lear on the CBC and DRN radio network. And again, I say, if this is all going to disturb you, then turn it off. Don't keep listening to see how disturbed you can really get. It was human form that was on the Earth at that time, and that's what the 64 corrections were made from. They didn't clear him from the beginning. Then our ancestors are some other sort of space creature that was modified genetically into whatever we are right now? Oh, whatever was here. It's my understanding they genetically altered whatever was here. There is, I believe, turning to reality, or a hard documentable reality, there is a missing link. There is a period of time, and they just cannot calculate how mankind made the jump, made the leap, how the intelligent aspect of man was. And there is that, in hard science, there is that area, is there not, John? Yeah, it's tough to believe when you figure out what the odds are. Either there's two general beliefs that we evolved from matter to fall out of a comet and landed in the sea, and then you started off with a slime, and then something crawled up on the beach, and we eventually evolved from that. I mean, so there's only, that we know of, been 18 billion years. The greatest odds that you can think of wouldn't have permitted man to have genetically come from that kind of a sequence of events. The other is that the man was made out of clay. So you can pick those, or as Gene Hoff says, you can be an externalist and believe that we were modified by an external factor. All right, this brings me to something else then, John. All of these abductions, these cattle mutilations, if it kind of gives credibility to what you've said, because if we are, in effect, an experiment, surely those conducting the experiment would, from time to time, need information to continue the experiment, or decide not to, heaven help us. And so then would that be the reason for the abduction? Inevitably, they talk about medical exams. They were examined medically, John. Right. That might be the very reason for these abductions. All of the abductions are kind of a medical exam. They do get something here and get something there. Sometimes it's safer, sometimes it's not. But that would, they're checking to see how the experiment is going and whether it's time to clean out the petri dish or not. All right, wildcard line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hi.
Good morning. John, I'm not being personally argumentative. It's just that I have a set of ideas too, and I kind of think it's challenging to think this way because we all want answers. But well, how would you explain near-death experience? And that would be my first question. Secondly, you say not to turn it into religion. I've never been religious per se, like I don't go to church and I don't believe in that. But I have a very strong sense of a God figure for many other reasons. And having been an atheist when I was young, read a lot of by people who gave me better answers than a Bible as far as actually could man create God or God create man. And I'm a real strong believer, okay, in a beginning and a creator. I would say that as far as they go, I don't say they're not real. I've never explained, even on a Bell show, my experience with it.
All right.
There has been some.
All right, we're going to have to hold it there. Listen on the radio, we'll get you an answer. It is an interesting area, John, this business of near-death or death experiences, the bright light and the whole bit. So many have had it, John. Any thoughts on the matter?
It's my personal opinion that the soul goes on forever and ever. And that when you depart this body, there is a short time when you can see down and see what's going on before you go to wherever it is we go. Now, reincarnation was something that Jesus taught. But at the first meeting of Nicaea, I think, which shows in 325 AD, and then there was also a meeting in Constantinople about in 1200 AD, they modified what we call the King James Version of the Bible, and they took a lot. As a matter of fact, they really took about 95% of what Jesus taught out of there. One of the things they took out was you can see down and see what's going on before you go to wherever it is we go. Now, reincarnation was something that Jesus taught. But at the first meeting of Nicaea, I think, which shows in 325 AD, and then there was also a meeting in Constantinople about in 1200 AD, they modified what we call the King James Version of the Bible, and they took a lot. As a matter of fact, they really took about 95% of what Jesus taught out of there. One of the things they took out was the idea of reincarnation. I do personally believe in that, and I believe the soul goes on and on and on. So that's the answer, or what I think the answer is to the near-death experiences.
Okay, this is going to get into the area that I was afraid of, but I can't resist. Containers, vessels, that's what we are. Possibly containers or vessels for the human soul that we're now talking about.
Possibly an experiment on will the soul.
What, John, pure speculation. Do you suppose our creators, our alien scientists that have created us, what use would they have for the human soul?
I don't know. Apparently there's a lot of interest by one species, the Greys, in emotion. And they take a lot of time to apparently talk to the abductees about emotions. I've heard of experiments they do with people to create emotions. For instance, there was a case down in Florida where a guy was abducted and he was put in a long curving corridor, two children. And down one end of the space sound, here comes a fire-breathing dragon. So he turns around one field the other way, and there's a door. He goes through the door, and there's a barrel. And he used decision-wise, does he put one kid in each barrel and let the dragon eat him, or does he get in one barrel himself and try and put the other two in there, or what? This was one of the experiments, I don't remember how it came out, but this is one of the experiments they do in trying to either understand or experiment with emotion.
So then you might conclude that emotions, anger, jealousy, all the strong ones, have some value to them.
Yeah.
or they are themselves some sort of energy that can be used in some way?
Well, apparently, at least according to the abductees, the Greys don't understand it. They don't have emotions themselves, at least like we do, and they're trying to understand the emotions as we feel them.
Wow. Wow. We're plotting a lot of new territory this morning. It's very, very interesting. Let's pick up another call quickly. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air coast to coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hi.
Well, thank you, Art. I have two quick questions, and I'll listen to them off the air. Number one, what these are people that have been abducted by aliens and been experimented on. Have they ever suffered ill effects when they get back to Earth from the medical experiences? Second question, has John Lear ever known many Navy aviators, and has he ever had a desire, or has he ever landed on an aircraft carrier? And I'll hang up and listen.
You all right? John?
The first one was about abductees, and what was the question? Yeah, first of all, I don't think they leave Earth. Some of them go maybe a short ways out, but most of them is done relatively close here. Yeah, they do suffer ill effects. Some of them are quite traumatized by the experience. That's why they form these encounter groups where they can talk to others who have had the same experience. But Hawkins is quite active in those type of groups where they try to help people who have been traumatized by this.
Oh, right, John. Did you see the one of the sightings? The fellow had the returning red marks on his belly?
No, but I've heard about that case. Well, similar to it.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. I've got a break coming up, so stand by, John. We'll do that in
the naval aviators question, because I want to answer that.
All right. We're listening to the CBC and BRN networks. I'm Art Bell with John Lear. And we're going to continue through the night with some pretty strange stuff and be frightened by all this sort of thing. Turn your radio off. Don't expose yourself to something that could be harmful to you personally. For the rest of you with strong constitutions, let's continue. Good morning again, John. Let's cover what we were going to. We'll get to the naval aviators.
Okay.
But the lasting effects, and I was telling you about the fellow with the returning red marks that I think was on sightings, a very convincing case. How many people have physical effects that endure?
Well, I don't know. Can you give me the percentage-wise?
Well, I mean, how many have you ever heard of? You looked into so many of these cases, you'd know more.
Lots. They all have that little scoop that's taken out as far as the physical things.
A little scoop
of skin that's taken out, and they have a mark on their ankle or their leg or their arm or something. They're told that they're just taking genetic material from back to wherever they come from.
Interestingly, our own government has recently announced that it has begun a program of gathering, first on the military and then probably others, blood samples for genetic recording.
Yeah.
Aware of that, were you?
Yes, I was.
Naval aviators, have you ever landed on an aircraft carrier?
First of all, yeah, if I ever hear any, my answer is yes. I was taught by a naval aviator how to first fly. He was a transport pilot. His name was Hal Herman. He used to live in Montague, California. I don't know whether he's still there or not. But I've known a lot of Navy pilots. Have I landed on a carrier? No. But to me, that would be the most exciting experience to land on a carrier with 125 visibility on a pitching deck at night. That would be the epitome of airmanship. And I know that there was a lot of guys that have done it.
Would you endeavor to do it if you had the chance?
Well, I certainly need a lot more training than I have now, but that really takes airmanship, is to land those jets on the pitching deck at night in extremely low visibility.
Yeah, John, I'm told that what you have just described is one of the most terrifying things any pilot can ever do.
Oh, you can imagine, because, they don't have all that much fuel. It's not like they can say, well, if I miss, I'll just go back to shore. Sometimes they're quite a ways from shore,
Yeah,
That's their only chance.
All right, very quickly, we're short on time this hour. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air, coast to coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Not a lot of time. Go ahead.
Right, this is San Diego, KSCO.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Lear?
Yes.
About the antimatter reactor.
Yeah.
I got the Bob Lazar video, and The last part he goes, heat is taken in by the thermal electric generator.
Yeah.
So that means that the gravitational system is electricity that they use to...
The thermoelectric generator is separate. That's what provides the positive volts for the operation of the trip. What that tape didn't describe, and what the next one will describe, is how the gravity wave works. And basically, the gravity B wave forms like an electrostatic charge on the top of the ionizing reactor. And it's channeled and amplified through the waveguides down to the gravity amplifiers, and that's what's used to make the pull the space towards you.
All right, caller, we're out of time this hour, so I've got to scoot. I guess there'll be yet another tape that will explain all this. John, we've got a break for just a few minutes for the news, and we'll be right back. Stay right there.
How you doing?
You up for a few phone calls?
Oh, you bet.
All right. Good morning on the first-time caller line. You're on the Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear.
Hi, I have two quick questions for Mr. Lear. Number one, a little while ago you said we might start seeing something in about 6 months. And second of all, when is your next speaking engagement?
All right. You want to take that on the air right here?
What was that? What did I say about 6 months?
Well, okay, we'll go ahead and have him take it on the air. He said that at one time you had stated you thought that perhaps something would become apparent to the American people in about 6 months, or something would start happening.
Like a German interviewer told me the other day, I'm a great researcher, but a terrible prophet.
You were interviewed by the German press, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a guy in here, and a very interesting guy. My next speaking engagement, I only give about 2 a year. I don't have one planned. 2 a year. I don't have one planned.
All right. I want to take a few local calls here, John. Let's see, line 1, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hi, I live here in Las Vegas.
Right.
And one morning at 9 o'clock, my son and I were going out to take the trash out, and over a junior high school on the western side of town, we saw an object that was somewhat triangular and hovering, and it hovered for 39 minutes. It changed its attitude a number of times. It shined bright lights on us, and it changed its color a couple of times. It went up, it went down, it went diagonal, back again. We watched it for a long time. I had 2 radio towers, 2 airplane towers I had 2 phone lines in the house. And I wish I could see it. They wanted to see it. They couldn't, and I could see Nova Cow from my home. I told the story to a couple of people, 2 of which were in the Air Force, and they both cautioned me never to tell the story to anyone again.
Now, what was the date of that?
That was about 4 years ago.
And what size was it approximately?
Twice as big as the step.
Yeah.
It went from silver to white. It changed color. My portable phone went dead, and I ended up on the regular phone. It wasn't scary. It was fascinating.
Yeah, a lot of that happens around the Las Vegas area, and they can fix it so that only the one that they want to see can see it. And you can even be in a crowd, and the rest of the people won't see it. And you're saying, well, what do you mean you can't see it? It's right there.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
I don't like that either, and let's ask about that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
John, any explanation for the kind of technology that...
I don't know how they do that.
Some sort of hypnosis, mass hypnosis, or, who I guess could guess. Anyway, you don't know. Okay. Good morning. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Art Bell and John Lear in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'd like to ask John Lear if he's familiar with Zechariah Sitchin, any of his writings regarding the Sumerian tablets.
Yeah, I've read most of his books, and he's got some real good ideas. He's probably onto a lot of good things there.
And I just wondered how your research is, if it ties in with any of his things or not.
Well, most of the ties right in. He had a particularly interesting one called The 12th Planet, and there's some very interesting aspects of that. Should be back around soon. I don't know, when did he say it was coming back?
I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's a real interesting set of books there. I would recommend that to anybody who is interested.
His research shows that there's been visitation from other planets since back in those days, and could you kind of confirm that?
No question about it. He got some very good evidence, but there's been all kinds of wars and monkeying around with the human race and modifying this and modifying that. But, very good book.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you for the call. John, AIDS. AIDS looks like it's going to end up taking an awful lot of people out, John, and I guess it is your view that AIDS, which is a unique genetic bonder of cells, I mean, so unique as to almost be impossible, you would think, engineered by humans, engineered by aliens, purpose, what do you know?
Well, it's my personal opinion that it was engineered by the government, specifically the U.S. government, and that it was specifically it wasn't an accidental release. It was specific. It was first released in Africa, and I think 1925 through the smallpox vaccine that was raised for the AIDS virus, and that was released to the United States, I think, in 1978. They specifically wanted to infect a large number of people, but I don't know why, and that's just opinion.
All right. Pretty dark opinion. Pretty awful to imagine our own government would have done that to us and the world. Purpose unknown, population reduction possibly, John?
Well, when you say population reduction, it seemed that they want to infect people, but it would certainly seem that there would be a better, a faster way of getting rid of large numbers of people. We would suppose they did infect everybody in the next 5 years. AIDS doesn't kill immediately. It takes 1 to 10 years, and you would certainly overtax the hospital's ability to respond to so many people long before you'd be seeing a number of deaths.
It's an awfully good point, right? First time caller line, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hi.
Yes, Art, thank you very much. Let me give you a short story. I'm somewhat of a theologian and an amateur ufologist.
Do you find yourself in conflict?
Well, that's an interesting question. Actually, no. I studied the Bible profusely. I was one of the original Jesus people, and used to go to bed at night with the Bible on record, and I find so many things being explained to me now by recent phenomena and people like John Lear, and of course there are as many questions as there are questions answered. But the human mind is a phenomenal creation, and in addition to being somewhat of a theologian and a ufologist, I'm also an optimist. I do believe in the reality of Jesus Christ, and of course, not to dwell on the religious aspect, but I do believe that the Book of Revelations is now being opened and revealed to us, and the amazing things that came across in that will be revealed to us now, as it said that they will be sealed until the last days. And I have a couple questions. Let me get to them. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I just came across some recent writings on Pleiades, the constellation of Pleiades, and there seems to be a lot of tie-ins with that, and to get a little far out, the lost city of Atlantis, and also I'm curious about what your opinion is of the Billy Meyer experience. I'll hang up and just listen to those three things: Billy Meyer, Pleiades, and Atlantis.
All right. I first got into this, what they call ufology. I found out that to be accepted by the mainstream, you had to disregard Billy Myers, Adamski, George Adamski, Howard Menger, and various contactees. But when I started really looking into it, all those guys were telling the truth. Billy Myers, I even went on TV and I said it was a fraud, and And 6 months later, I had to come back and say, hey, wait a minute, I've looked at this thing. I cannot find anybody who can tell me why it's a fraud. On the other hand, I can look at the moving pictures and say, that looks real. And hear the interviews with Billy Myers and say, yes, that did happen. I can't explain it. I don't know who they are. They say they come from the Pleiades. I have no reason to believe they didn't. So, yes, I believe that the Billy Myers case is a true case. And that would probably answer your question of the Pleiades. They certainly fit into this question. How? I don't know exactly. And then the third question was, trying to think. All right, do you remember?
Now I don't. Well, Billy Meyer was, I believe, the third question, John.
Billy Meyer and the Pleiades and something else. I forgot.
Well, okay. Now I have two. I know Billy Meyer was the third question. I tried to hold on to that, figuring we'd tackle them in order. All right. I want to ask my audience something, John. I'd like to give some of the people you talked about at the beginning of the program who have seen these craft, including Bob Lazar, an opportunity to call in. So I'm asking everybody on the first-time caller line to please hold your calls. Please hold your calls, and if Bob Lazar or any of the other people that John spoke about are out there, please try to call us at area code 702-385-7213, 7213. How does that sound, John?
That sounds great. You know, Bob has taken so much flack from the public that, he's real gun-shy, so I'm not sure whether he'll call in, but it should be...
Perhaps not, but it's a legitimate discussion we're having, and I would hope he would decide to do so. Gee, Bob, back to the time thing for a second now, if we might. You're saying, it would be possible.
Well, it's not only possible, it happens quite often. I mean, this sounds really far out, but it's known scientific fact that the closer you are to a strong gravity force, the slower time moves. Time, gravity, and space are all intertwined like that. In fact, there was a famous experiment that was done. Two synchronized atomic clocks were placed side by side. They went at the same time, and one was put at sea level, the other was put up at either in a plane or a high mountaintop. I don't recall which. And when they were brought back together, they both were at different times. That was because of the change in gravity. One was further over to that area near the event horizon, or somehow was able to survive it. Spent a second there, you could come back to Earth, and 1 billion years could have elapsed. You know, the time reference is completely changed. So the whole key is distorting gravity, creating a strong gravitational field, which, in fact, is how the these craft they have at F4 are powered. And
they bend or jump through bends in space or create bends in space. How would you explain that, Bob?
Well, they essentially create them. They're using a device to artificially create gravity. This device, in turn, part of its nature, gravity distorts time and space. It bends space. It bends time. And this is how they travel. The discussion I got into, John, was, well, is it possible to build something like that? Well, yeah, if you did have an antimatter reactor, a gravity amplifier, and somehow could contain the field so it wouldn't crush the occupant. And
yeah, I guess I know where there's a gravity amplifier, just not too many miles from here, huh?
Right, getting it's the problem.
So if you could put your hands on something like that, that might be then one practical application of the alien technology.
Well, is it that practical, though?
Well, you did have a good question.
Something like that, and could turn it on, sit in a chair, and there's really, I don't see anywhere going back, but theoretically there should be.
I did ask John this, and let me try it on you. He couldn't answer it, said I ought to ask you. If you could, first of all, could a biological entity pass through a black hole without being disrupted or something? And if so, what would be on the other side, Bob?
I don't know, and I don't believe anyone does know. There just isn't enough information about black holes to come up with that answer. As a guess, you look at it from a physical standpoint, the gravitational tidal black hole should
absolutely obliterate anything that even comes near it. But, stranger things have happened, and maybe not. So really, who knows?
How much technology are you missing, aside from the gravity amplifier, the ability to make a time machine, or in fact something that would cause you to travel through time? Are we missing a lot of other technology, or given the gravity amp, could you go from there?
Well, you really don't even have to do that. Another way is, just accelerating close to the speed of light slows time also. That doesn't take any technology, so it's probably not the safest thing to do.
What would theoretically occur to somebody who either came to... Is it possible, Bob, to exceed the speed of light in the physical universe without bending, warping space to do it?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. As you got near the speed of light, what would occur in all likelihood to a biological entity?
All kinds of things. First of all, it's not... It would... because of several things that occur, one of them being is mass increase. As you approach the speed of light, you begin to increase in mass, and therefore it requires more energy to propel you further, or faster, rather. You kind of get stuck in a little loop there.
So then great distances really are never going to be traveled that way?
No, they can't be. That just isn't practical. On top of that, you can go on for a long time about that. It's not practical. It really isn't.
Okay. I guess you left the project with the discs at one point. You do our audience a great favor by describing in as much detail as you're able to what it is you saw and worked on, Bob.
I worked on one particular craft that I called the sport model because of its very sleek appearance. Specifically, like I mentioned before, there was a small reactor that was removed from the craft, and we essentially back-engineered it. What we needed to do was find out not only how it worked, but also very important to the project was to see if this technology could be duplicated. One of the main problems in any kind of aircraft is power. And with a tremendous amount of power, you can basically do anything. And here's a reactor that operates, many times more efficiently than a fission reactor, or more efficiently than a fusion reactor, which we haven't even developed yet, ever could. And it supplies a tremendous amount of power, and this is essentially where we decided to start from, was to work from here and then go on. But all the time that they had this and the time that I spent there, the short time that I spent there, really there's just not a lot you can do. We just don't have the materials to duplicate it.
Any ideas what this craft was made of? What kind of metal or substance it was?
I say it's metal just because I felt it. It felt cold. It had the appearance of metal. The grain structure appeared to be metal, but I don't know. Like I'm sure John has mentioned, the information is very compartmentalized. And
could you describe the interior of the craft? Were you inside?
The interior was very bare. There had been some equipment removed from it. There was a reactor. There were 2 seats. There were 2 consoles left, one large console. I call them a console. There was nothing on top. One of them was removed. I believe they're part of the gravity amplifiers that are connected directly underneath. They're in a triad formation.
There's going to be some silly questions, Bob, but were there windows? I mean, by what manner could you see or understand any of the technology that was in front of you, normal buttons, switches, gauges, or...
Really wasn't anything like that. Buttons and switches. It really wasn't even wiring. I know that sounds really bizarre, but it really isn't that strange. A lot of the equipment, it almost appeared to be something similar to a Tesla coil. The way every time I hit on a topic, I have to regress. And
sure, I understand
what I'm talking about. But it almost seemed like every piece of equipment was tuned to whatever it was supposed to be receiving signals from, and it was essentially electrical power transmission without wires, which is not something far out. That was something a man named Tesla accomplished in the 30s. However, this seemed to be along the same lines, but much more advanced.
Well, while we're on the subject, do you think mankind will ever manage to bring power from space to Earth through some method or another? It's the same sort of technology, I presume.
I don't know. That's about the best I could say about that.
Okay. Well, anyway, back to these. What was it like when you went into them? I mean, I can only imagine they would legion in these guys with their little badges and so forth, and they would lead you into the area you were going to be working on these things, and you must have looked at them and said, "You've got to be kidding."
Well, I only got to physically view the craft twice. Once was when I went inside to see the placement of the parts that I was to be concentrating on. The other one was in a short flight test.
A flight test.
I wasn't inside. I saw it from inside the hangar.
And what did you see?
Just lifted off the ground, almost silently. It had a slight hissing sound to it. Then drifted. It was quite amazing. I mean, I speak of it nonchalantly right now, but there again, this was several years ago.
Wow. Again, back for a second to magnetism, large magnetic fields have indeed done strange things. Do you recall anything of the story of the Philadelphia experiment?
I've heard a lot about it.
And I want to run things. This is an unusual opportunity, Bob, so I want to run something by you. I had a friend, somebody I regarded as truly honest and extremely credible, and he told me about an experiment that he participated in Arizona, in which a very extremely large electromagnetic field was created. And he claims that he saw something disappear. I mean, flat, completely, poof, disappear when exposed to this field. Is such a thing possible?
Well, kind of a loaded question. Is it possible for something to disappear when exposed to a large electromagnetic field? Yes. Do I think that happened during the Philadelphia experiment? No. Do I think that mankind right now is capable of doing that? No. There isn't sufficient power generated in the entire output of the planet at this time to create a field of that distortion.
Wow. Would the power plants inside these disks be capable of that kind of generation?
Yeah.
Yes. What was the fuel of these craft, Bob? There's some sort of fuel, energy burned, expended, used, right?
Yeah, the fuel was, well, let me digress for a moment here, that there are three types of nuclear reactions. One's the fission reaction, which everyone's familiar with. It's essentially how atomic bombs work. It's a splitting of atoms and causing a chain reaction. It releases X amount of energy. Another more efficient reaction is a fusion reaction, which releases a little more energy. Both of these, for instance, when put in bombs, whether the thermonuclear, the hydrogen bomb, or the fission bomb, an atomic bomb, they use about 9/10 of 1% of that fuel gets converted into the actual explosive energy. Now, if you really think about that, when you're dealing with a plutonium bomb, for instance, you're dealing with, somewhere on the order of about 8 pounds of plutonium, which is about the size, a little bigger than a golf ball. Now, 8/10 of 1% of that makes that giant explosion that you see. All the other material is wasted. That's how efficient that explosion is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, an annihilation reaction, which is a conversion, the direct conversion of matter to energy, is 100% efficient all the time. And you can see if that were put into a bomb. I made a tape explaining this, so I didn't have to.
So you didn't have to explain it all the time to people like me.
Right.
I
didn't get stuck on the radio.
All right, as long as we're in the categories of fusion, I want to ask one more question in that category, and it has to do with cold fusion. A number of people, even some very recent claims of the creation of cold fusion. Is it going to be possible, Bob, do you think, eventually to have a cold fusion process?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. I'll make a bet on it right now. Absolutely not.
So what was it that these
about a power source?
What was it that these scientists came up with that caused the bubbling and the heating and the apparent creation of energy? Any idea what it was?
I'm sticking with Los Alamos' explanation. It was essentially an electrochemical reaction that took place. Did fusion occur? No. There was far too many experiments done that supposedly duplicate experiments, and these yielded no results at all. And the physics behind it don't make any sense either.
All right, again, going back to the disks, the fuel they use apparently is element something or another that goes beyond our table of elements. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's element 115. It's not absolutely definite, but that's what it appears to be.
Element 115.
114. Chances are it's 115. And interestingly enough, it's a stable element, and those familiar with the way the periodic table works, the way elements go, as they get higher and higher on the periodic chart, they become less and less stable and begin to decay. But this is a stable element. And again, this isn't something that's a total surprise. I mean, we've known all the way since the 50s and finally the 60s, that somewhere there's a magic combination of protons and neutrons that again, somewhere in the higher elements will make a stable element. And apparently that does happen up at that level.
Have you had your hands on any 115, Bob?
I have had my hands very close to it.
Is there any 115 that exists outside of S4 now? You don't have to answer all of these, Bob.
I don't know.
That's a good answer. Since I've got the two of you on the line, what would you say is your greatest area of agreement, the two of you?
Well, we live in Las Vegas.
Well, that makes the next one then very easy. You were going to say that I am nuts.
No, I'm just kidding around. John has I essentially have cut off whatever I haven't had contact with. So there can be talks of reptilian-like aliens or abductions and things like that. And I know there's lots of evidence that people were abducted, and I did see the thing on Fox the other day with the guy that got burned on him, and that's all interesting, but
right.
It's something strange that happens to you once you've been actually involved with something. You kind of put blinders on to the rest of the world, and now you only want to deal with something that you physically had hands-on experience with.
Oh, very much like what I said earlier, and you've had hands on one of these discs. Have you ever seen...
Now I'm kind of taking the attitude some people take towards me, but I'm not doing it on purpose. If I actually get abducted, then I'll start believing that. And that's... I don't but I'm that way, but that's just the way I think.
Well, yeah, but Bob, why, having had your hands on a disc, are you not easily able to make the leap to the grays or the blacks or any of the other 80 supposed varieties of aliens in terms of accepting their existence?
Well, I'm sure there are other civilizations all over the place. I don't know. I haven't seen evidence of other civilizations, I guess.
Are you absolutely convinced that those discs and that technology did not come from or originate here on Earth?
Oh, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, unless they were robots, somebody brought them here then.
Oh, certainly. Some form of other creature had to have brought them here. There's no doubt about that. I just don't know if there are 100 different civilizations visiting Earth. I don't know if 100 other civilizations could find it. It's possible. I just shy away from that.
All right, this sounds then like an area of disagreement between the two of you.
I really can't take a stance on it because I don't know. This is just a personal feeling.
You sort of are cautious, though, in commenting in that area.
Sure.
What would you two say is the biggest disagreement you have regarding all of this? Would that be it, or is there some other area?
I don't know. You'd have to ask John.
How about it, John?
I don't think we have, I can't think of a real disagreement.
So no real disagreements. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to do my best to hold on to you for a while here if I can, Bob. And maybe even take a few calls. You up for that kind of thing? Are you up, or are you ready to go sleep?
Sleep is kind of on my priority list here.
Is it? Can you give me a few more minutes?
Sure.
All right, very good. Then both of you stand by. What a distinct pleasure. Bob Lazar and John Lear, both here, both together again. I guess they are frequently, and we'll get them back on the air together here in a moment. Southwest, I'm Art Bell, and Bob Lazar and John Lear are both with me at the moment. Back to them we go. Gentlemen, you're on the air once again. Good morning. Bob, while we still got you, after you've gone through all this disaster, it's been what? How long has this been going on now, Bob? For a couple of years now?
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to say to everybody about having gone through all this? I mean, would you do it again? Would you go public again? Or would you say, boy, I'd no more open my mouth than the man in the moon?
I don't know. It's a tough call. It's something that has to be decided on, as things are happening. But given the same set of circumstances, I probably would have done the same thing, perhaps a little different. Given the same set of circumstances, I probably would have done the same thing, perhaps a little different.
A lot of magazines are writing a lot of things about both of you. Do you find they generally get it right, or is it exaggerated baloney that most of them print?
Well, most of the people don't have access to the information, and I'm part of the problem. I don't do interviews, I don't do talk shows, I don't go around and give lectures, I just don't do anything. And I'm constantly being hounded for information.
So without the information, they tend to make some of it up, probably.
Well, some of the information has come out, especially in George Knapp's special. That's where I essentially spilled my guts, said everything that happened to me, and kind of wanted to really leave it at that. The technical information I made a tape about for the people that really wanted to know the nitty-gritty, and left it at that, and that was it. And, people would look through those two things. Everything essentially that I experienced and happened was contained within those two things. But, inevitably things get screwed up, and a lot of hearsay, and there's an awful 99.9% of the UFO community are crazy. These people are just absolutely out of their minds, and I really want to have nothing to do with them. And they're tied in with, all kinds of strange factions of groups, and it's really impossible to weed out any real information coming from most of these sources, these magazines, and even the larger groups. So I really have to stay away from it, and that gets people upset and thinks I'm trying to hide things from them, and I'm called government agents and stuff like that, and it's the list is never ending.
99 and 9/10%, Bob?
Perhaps more.
With your continued association then with John Lear, I take it you view him in one of the top very small percentage points of those who may be onto something?
No, I don't. I don't really associate. John Lear does his own thing, and I don't.
John, comment?
No, we have some of my ideas are put out because I'm not a scientist. Bob is a scientist. He dealt with things that he saw with, worked with, were proven to him. To me, it's, all I'm dealing with is speculation.
Well, to the casual,
I've heard, and that's what I'll deal with.
Well, exactly, but to the casual observer, somebody like me, everything you've told me, John, about how they travel, means of propulsion, the kind of creatures they are, all the rest of this sort of thing, is underwritten or strengthened by what Bob Lazar says. I mean, don't you realize that, Bob? You're saying, I saw the discs. Yes, they exist.
Well, yeah, the information, like I said, the only information I know are the technical aspects of the craft. And that information John has, we've talked about that, and he understands it, and the information that he relays like that is absolutely correct, and I'll verify that. I actually got to work with that stuff. I don't know, aliens didn't take me to their planet. I don't have proof where they came from. I don't know how any deal was cut. I don't know about abductions. I don't know about all that other stuff.
Listen to me, we've got to stop here. I've got a newscast I've got to do. Please stay around just a little while longer, will you, Bob?
Sure.
All right, stay right there. The Coast AM with Art Bell, live on the CBC Radio Network. To call the show locally, dial 383-8255. 383-8255. To call toll-free all across the West, dial 1-800-338-8255. The wildcard direct lines are area code 702-385-7214. 385-7214. And finally, if you've never called the show before, try the first-time caller line at 702-385-7215. We invite you to participate on the Talk of the Left Paygon and the TVP network. When your call is answered, please turn your radio down. Each caller will be allowed up to 3 minutes, giving more listeners a chance to join in. Good morning again from Las Vegas and the Good American Southwest to the nation. You've been Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. My guest this morning, John Lear. Now, along with him, Bob Lazar, who's the man who actually put his hands on an alien spacecraft and worked on the propulsion system. And we'll be back to it in just a moment. Bob Lazar, you're both back on the air again. Well, this is all flooring me a bit, but it's fun.
I'd like to say it's really a privilege to be on with Bob. You're my friend, but he does never goes on any of these interviews, and it's really nice to have him on for once. He doesn't back me up on everything, but he does back me up on the stuff that he saw.
Well, let's try a question on you here. That's a very nice compliment for Bob. If Bob Lazar did get the equipment or the technology and ever did build a time machine, would you sit in it while he pulled the switch? You would? I think he would, Bob.
It's strange. I get a lot of letters from people, and there have been quite a few people that really think that I have a time machine. And I would really like to know how this got started. I mean, there were people with honest requests wanting to know how much that I would charge them. They need to go back to the 50s to rescue their brother from being killed or something like that. And I really have to make it clear. I really don't have a time machine, and I don't possess the technology to make one either.
Right.
So, please don't write to me asking that.
Well, there is this, though, Bob. If you had built a time machine using some of that technology, would you be likely to admit it? That may give you some clue as to why people think that you may have it, even though you say you don't.
Yeah, well,
I'd like to just...
well taken, I guess.
I would like to take just a couple of calls just for the fun of it, and let's see if anybody has any questions.
Before we do, can I just tell the folks how to get a hold of this tape that Bob put out, because he won't advertise himself, but I think it's important. But if you do want to know about this technology and what Bob up at the test site, he does have a videotape available, and you can write to Tri-Dot Corporation, that's T-R-I-D-O-T, Tri-Dot Corporation, 1324 Southeastern, and that's in Las Vegas, and it's Las Vegas 89104. And the price is $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. And if you want to know about this stuff, you just can't make a better investment. I know Bob doesn't advertise this very much, but I think it's really important.
Yeah, there's going to be another one too, isn't there, Bob?
Yeah, it's kind of in the works, but that tape was a lot of people that viewed the first tape. It's a technical tape, but it's made for the layman to understand all the technology and how it works. And there's just been a request for a tape that goes heavy into the physics. A lot of technical people, scientists and that sort of thing, want all the specifics exactly, formulas and things along those lines, and that's what the second tape will probably cover. I'm not really sure about that yet. Nothing's been done with it, and
what kind of technology would that give away?
Well, really, we're just talking about the how specifically the amplifiers work, things along those lines.
With the knowledge, Bob, of roughly how they work, would it be possible for somebody on this Earth to eventually, do you feel, build or duplicate that technology and build something that would do what that power plant does?
Well, it's just a matter of having access to certain material. With some super heavy elements, such as element 115, with the proper material, we could absolutely build it. The technology is not millions of years ahead of us. You're looking at technology that's maybe hundreds and hundreds of years ahead of us. It's not that phenomenal. It really isn't. A lot of people, you're looking at technology that maybe hundreds and hundreds of years ahead of us. It's not that phenomenal.
It really isn't. A lot of people, talk about it being even billions of years, and it really isn't. The technology is not that far-fetched once you get your hands around it. So it is quite feasible that we could eventually duplicate these systems, but not with materials that we have readily available right now. There'd have to be another source for these materials.
Colleen, I asked this of John earlier, and it's another quite answer, but came up with a good answer nevertheless. I did an astrologer who said that the sun, over the last 2 months, Bob, has lost roughly 1/10 of its output. Now, while I guess the output of the sun, which is a nuclear dynamo, it does vacillate a little bit, this seems to that there's some operation. Any comments on that?
I wouldn't be really concerned. I mean, the sun has a tremendous hydrogen supply, which is being in fusion reactions being converted to helium, and we don't really have to be concerned about anything running out for probably about 5 billion years, and then at that point, there'll be some pretty dramatic changes.
There's no real problem that could develop in causing another drop to affect us psychologically.
As a matter of fact, when the sun begins to run out of fuel, it's going to swell. So it's not going to burn out.
Candle. All right, well, just a couple calls here. We're on a talk show. Wildcard Line 2 on the coast end of Bob Lazar and Bob Lazar. We'll go to the Ring Conference.
I love it. Sugar stuff. All right. What I wanted to about
the rockers and the alien technology was they must operate off of some type of communication frequency with the very popular to put together some sort of a transmitter so that one could bring out a signal to do. All right, it's a weird question. Bob, any insights into whatever communications capabilities they have?
Well, what bothers me with the communication, and of course there must be some in the craft, is that because of the gravitational field, everything is going to be distorted around the craft. Whether it's radio waves, whether it's light waves, and in fact someone had asked earlier how craft, I think of how craft seemingly disappears or underneath it. Well, this again is characteristic of a gravity amplifier, that it actually pulls light around it. For instance, I even mentioned in my tape that there are stars that are behind the sun, where the sun actually blocks our view, and we can see those stars. The reason why is the sun has a tremendous amount of gravity, pulls the light from the star up and around the sun so we can see it. In these books, when they're operating, it's in something called an Omicron configuration. If you're standing underneath the disk, you can't see it. You can only see the sky above it by the way light is bent around the craft. Now, the way I understand what's to envelop the craft, I can't see how radio waves can get into the craft. Then it's something that will move for a while. There must be some other form of communication.
Would the gravity amplifiers themselves possibly provide the key to the kind of communication they use? In other words, something propelled or moved through time or space or both with the same technology. In other words, each new technology, lasers, for example, can be modulated, and you can use light to pass voice. And so I wonder if bird technology might have in it a key to their communication.
It's quite possible. Quite possible there is something called, along the lines of a gravity phone.
Yeah.
Something that John and I have spoke about in depth. That essentially is a gravity amplifier with a modulated output and is received. Again, this is just an educated guess, but it's certainly possible. But as far as being a frequency you can tune in or transmit, I haven't seen anything along those lines that the craft produces.
So then the communications might be every bit as advanced or different, would be a better way to put it, than anything we're familiar with traditional RF frequencies.
Probably, because it's having such tremendous distances, the craft would get there years before their transmission did. So they can't use regular radio transmission. They have to use something perhaps they've been movements.
Yeah, one would think that any insight into that at all might give one the ability eventually then to communicate, if not travel to these creatures, but communicate with the point of origin.
Right, way.
A long time line too, I mean, coast to coast, the group. Hello, are you there? Yeah. That's a turn the radio off, the one. Okay, I've been trying to get TV for a long time. There you go. And then come last later. Alright. The first question is, so directed to John Lear. They also thoughtful about their own creation. No code, the typical little speed up on. Yep. Allowing the equal to the technological advantage. Alright, then there's a question to each one of them. What are the really through philosophy? And I'd like to look back there, but I'm a super god. I've heard many people read all those books on that to make 115. That's in the 90s, I thought about it. Now I'm 115. Bob, what can you tell us about the super collider?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know a whole lot about the super collider. I do know the basic plan and,
what they're attempting to do.
Well, they got the way 115 now. Again, if they're going to assemble an incredibly heavy element like that, other element that was synthesized up to 109.
And that hasn't been really documented.
But these have been put in accelerators for an incredibly long time at a tremendous cost of electrical power. And, we essentially have a world of one or two atoms of the substance. So we're talking about something much higher than that, like an element 115. It's just inconceivable. You'd have to have this tremendous thing running at full power for decades to wind up with several atoms of a substance. It can be done. I've always contended that element 115 has got to. It must have been naturally created.
I'm right on top of another break, and there's just not enough time to say goodbye, so I just have to stand by. Above you. After the tricks of the trade. You'll listen to the CBC and be on the network right back. Area 51. And Bob Lazar and John Lear. And they're my guests. I'm Mark Bell. We're going back now to the phone. And we'll go back on here again. Yeah, I don't know how to do it, but again, it's an hour to come on and program the Bob. I know the boat couldn't be heavy, but I have the high meeting. It will. Well, it is indeed an honor to have you here, Bob. If I might, let's expose you both to some loyal people. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the Coast to Coast AM of the group. Good morning.
Oh, yes. Boy, I'm well on it. This is my second time. I called earlier on the first-time caller line. You couldn't remember my big question, which had to do with Atlanta. Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And you can call back. John, that's right. You know, go back to a lot of mythology. The one thing that I can find the information on is wouldn't the look of the dragon jump with the roof? Isn't there the boat was going to go back and look with all the something happened to look at them? I don't want to do the dragon going back. All right, well, at least you addressed it. Thank you. Good morning. You're on the Coast to Coast AM of the group here.
Let's know where I'm coming from.
Internet.
Just come off a go down, so you go out. But I'm away to get the page down. I copy them.
All right. I'm sure that approved them. John, why don't you go ahead and give out the address for the
Trigot Corporation. Corporation.
So that's 1324. That's 1324 South East Street. On its right service Savannah.
Route 9104. 89104, and it's $29.95. Walk $2 shipping and handling. And do really enjoy it.
Question though, has anybody who's read these stories or any publications or any official government agency subjected you to any sort of truth-telling trauma, injections, machines to that do anything to try and verify what you said?
Well, when I first mentioned it to the, television network up here, I voluntarily took my detector test, and I never took any truth to it, and no one else will come after me or force me to do anything.
I'll let them think, I'm sorry. I guess went along with you and went along with you, looked at and investigated. What was his personal determination after he finished looking into something, finished looking into this and did his show? You know?
George and Abby?
That's right.
I did walk Watson. Oh, can't get the convoluted. Then around the scroll with him talk on a news show by untitled of the girls of the joy one of the and instead of the stop things and answer I claim, well, I come to stick on flower and that person is that I believe it. And he was called the town by a little boy. Dang that. What did he do anything? We did it for may have had access to some information. But now George wasn't that ardent of a believer in the beginning, as I wasn't either before he got involved with the project. But George did go to great lengths, traveling with me to Los Alamos, and going all over the place, tracing down leads and things out that quickly to someone put in that much effort. And he essentially put everything together, and
Yeah, but how about Sean Cope? It was really something. Really something. All right, just one more very quick interruption, gentlemen. I'll be right back to you. Start right there. My guests are John Lear and Bob Lazar, and if you've been with us and you well understand the nature of the discussion, if not, then stay tuned. Join our bell on the PVP and Bill and Radio Networks. That will take a look in. We'll fall back in the full apparel from that. Is there anything, Bob, that since you don't make public appearances, and you don't go on talk shows, so then you've been wanting to say to the public, and you haven't had a chance to for a while now?
No, nothing that comes to mind that go along it.
All right, let's take a couple of more calls. Good morning, Wildcard Line 3, you're on the Coast to Coast AM with the group here.
Yeah, I think my question to John Lear. What any of it had to do with the English football that America's design and Rick Williams saying that the 50 quarter of that modification was at the grave.
All right, thank you, sir. The crop particles, but I'm that the news and the crop particles that I don't know, and I don't purchase myself much for that phenomenon. It's pretty weird, and I would be glad to do just have to look at it, and I don't know anything about it. Well, I'm interested in directing a riddle of that to Bob. Bob, since you're a physicist, these damn crop particles, they really are all over the world. They're in Australia. They're in too many places for two guys in a board and a chain, you know? What could they be?
I don't know. Certainly, it can be. I mean, it's possible. I'm sure there are other explanations. It could certainly be the footprint of one of the craft. The craft can certainly be at altitude and compress a wheat field down like that. That's not a problem. As far as what else it could possibly be, some of the vague explanation, I really don't know.
And John, I think there was more of a question for you. Yeah. Instead, what group was it that could have truth, and then the answer that because he's the one that led the document, and I just quote somebody with that.
That was supposedly what people call the grays, the rays from Lear reticuli.
Okay. Let's just keep moving here. Good morning, you're on the air, Code Dam with our fellow John Lear and Bob Lazar. Yeah, what's up, Bob Lazar? I was reading an article in the Los Angeles Times from November, and it was regarding a experiment going on approximately 2 miles outside Mount Andriakui and done in Russia with Vladimir Garden regarding the neutrino. What kind of are?
Not familiar with the neutrino, but not the experiment they're conducting.
Oh, really? Well, I see up that you did that article was in the Los Angeles Times, and the very lightning. I was curious if you were able to let on the connection between the neutrino and the Gilliam experiments, being done by called SAGE, FOGE.
What specifically were the Russians doing?
Well, the combination Soviet and U.S. experiment were there.
I was hoping you could answer.
I think they're looking for some atomic matter.
All right, quarks and things of that list.
All right, thank you. Is that purpose of one of the purposes of the accelerator in Texas for brother?
Well, that's certainly one of them. It's kind of a useful tool. There are a lot of things you can do with an accelerator on the subatomic level, but certainly one of them is the building blocks would actually compromise the photons and neutrons, and looking at the different flavors of, they say, quarks and other subatomic particles that only existed in areas of extreme energy and only come into only were in existence at the very creation of the universe. In exploring the subatomic world, we're kind of looking back in time.
Bob, again, I'm not a physicist, but I heard also from this astronomer, perhaps a question brought that out earlier, that we are from time to time able to detect neutrinos from the sun here on Earth. Is that correct?
Well, first of all, our neutrino, the detector right really work very much. But yeah, neutrinos are not only produced by the sun, but when we can detect them, neutrinos will go clear through the Earth. In fact, it's theorized that a light year of lead, I mean, like somewhere on the order of 6 trillion miles of lead, would not stop a neutrino. That's why I was interested to see what experiments solutions were doing with neutrinos, since it'd be very hard to interact them with any matter.
Now, the further comment was they were worried that they have not been detecting as many neutrinos as they once did, and this was some sort of source of worry.
Well, neutrinos really don't do any. I would find it difficult for it to be a social. What happens when you collide with a black hole? That's the only problem. As far as the antimatter explanation, I think they've almost ruled that out, because there would be some residual byproduct of that reaction that could probably still be detected today. But there again, it's after the fact. It was a long time ago. I think it was in 1918, maybe 1930, boy, that date just slips my mind. But that's fascinating.
Line 3 in Las Vegas, you're on the air, coast to coast with the group here. Good morning, Las Vegas Line 3. I guess not, gentlemen. Las Vegas Line 1, you're on the air.
Yeah, my question is directed to Mr. Lear, and it has to do with the way the aliens communicate. I had an experience many years ago where I received a message. It was a wordless knowing. You have one else to add a guess, and I felt some spook of that. It's the only way I can describe it is the wordless knowing.
A wordless knowing might be described as intuition.
Well, I always thought it was a message from either the creator or the savior or a guardian angel. However, just listen to this program tonight. I think possibly it could be an alien because they communicate telepathically. And that, I think that this was. And right away, it was a kind and helpful knowledge. I would call it in the...
Line 2, you're on the coast to coast AM of the group.
Oh, Art California. Good morning, Mr. Lear and Dr. Lazar. Oh, hi. I have one, by the way. Well. Degrees to me mean doctors unless you have a temperature. I think. My first question is for Mr. Lear. I'd like the where I could get information on that hands-off law regarding intact UFOs, fragments, and the occupant.
Well, would you think of a group called Ella? Or they can attend a call. And it is what to CFR Cloud 11 of the Trinitarian Regulation. I can't let it closer. Anyone sees it and approaches a year ago, and over the tax object may be liable for $5,000 fine and or we're in prison if he or she does not submit to detention.
Wait a minute. Have you been fined, Bob?
No, I've never heard of it before. What are you reading this from, John?
From the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR 1211. It's supposed to do with touching UFOs.
And it says what if you have touched the UFO?
Yeah. Anybody you see approach the UFO or touch it, you have to be liable for $5,000 fine and or you're in prison, but he or she does not submit to detention.
Hey, Bob, just like admitted to detention. I'm going to say just one more insult.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Lazar, very quickly. Do you think the recent advances in ceramic metal technology will be used in a Buffalo Ramjet project? And the last question is, are biometals being developed for use in data storage and retrieval as well as espionage?
All right, thank you. Can you handle that, Bob?
Well, as far as what biometals are being used for, I don't know. I know very little about them. What was the first question?
No, I couldn't possibly regurgitate that.
Should answer that one first because I knew the answer to that one.
Oh, you had that one. Hold on. All right, think about it. Listen, folks, Bob, I'm only going to request that I have you for about 7 more minutes if I can have you that long. And then we'll do the last hour with John. Bob, it's been such an honor. Welcome to stand by for a second. And we'll do that and we'll do this. Night time from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell with John Lear. Bob Lazar. Good morning again from Las Vegas. Unusually, Bob Lazar and John Lear with us together this morning. And let's quickly go back to them because we don't have a whole lot of time here. Gentlemen, you're back on the air again, and I'll give you a final moment. I just want to get one more call in here, and I'll give you a final moment to get plugged in for where to get that tape in a moment. Good morning. You're on the air coast to coast AM with what I now call the Butte. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from San Mexico.
Mexico, okay.
This is indeed an honor and a pleasure.
I had the opportunity to catch John and Bob in August when they were on the air. And listening to that show gave me shivers for a simple reason. In 1989, I had an experience in the mountains of New Mexico, which, after hearing some object from the sky, I started to write down some things in the following days. One of the things that I drew was something like a sphere with almost an ethereal ring around it or a field around it. I wrote down it had an aspect of folding and bending story. Well, I wrote down 7 other aspects, and then when I listened to your show in August, and Bob Lazar, I ordered your tape immediately after that, and it sure been show from it. All right, this is the first time Bob ever been on the air with me that I'm aware of, anyway. But indeed, John was here and talked about Bob. There was another gentleman with John. Yes, that's right. With the imaging program. That's right, with NASA, I agree. And anyway, one of the last that wanted to ask Bob Lazar about if he had any opportunity to read or review any documents about the energy, one of the things that hey, we've got a hurry here, sir. Also, there's like a cataclysmic communication with the alien that appears to come through the DNA strand that goes from one ring to the other. This is an image that came through, and I was just wondering if Bob had any information on that. Orange? How about it, Bob? No, nothing pertaining to any form of communication or imaging coming through the DNA strand. Nothing along that line. All right. Very good. Actually, we'll squeeze one more in. Good morning. You're on the air. Code Dan with Art Bell, John Lear, and Bob Lazar. Where are you calling from, please? Scottsdale, Arizona. Go ahead. Hi. I believe, if I understand the idea, it is that we are the clouds on Earth are kind of imploding on Earth, and when the bodies die, we go somewhere. They're a little different from when then we come back to the bodies. Is that right? Luckily, yeah. Okay, well, my question is what do I think about the idea if food could use a body, if they spaceship or something, and they died, what would happen to their soul? I mean, would they be free in the sense of the prison that apparently, all right, we're out to over there. Anybody want to tackle that? Good question. No comment? Yeah, good question. All right, we're so out of time. One, I want to say it has been an honor, Bob Lazar, to have you here this morning. Thank you. And I know you've got to get to bed. And so, quickly, John, give out the address. Yes. By Corporation at PIDOT Corporation, 1324, 1324 Southeastern. And that's lot 89104. And it's $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. All right. So, Bob Lazar, I've got to say to you, what a pleasure it has been. Thank you. And will you join us again sometime? Yeah, sometime. All right. I know it doesn't happen frequently, but it has been an honor this morning. So thank you, Bob. Yeah. Thanks, Bob. And that was really nice, John. I'm going to try and talk you, John, into staying with us for yet one more hour. We can do that good. I'm sure there's some people pretty hot to talk to you after all this, so stay right where you are. In fact, everybody, stay where you are. There is yet one more hour to go. You're listening to Coast AM on VRN and CDC Radio Network. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, live on the CDC Radio Network. To call the show locally, dial 303-8255, 303-8255. To call toll-free all across the Latin, dial 1-800-330-8255. The wired-side direct lines are area code 702-305-7240, 305-7240. And finally, if you've never called the show before, try the first-time caller line at 702-305-7213. We invite you to participate on the Talk of the Last Kingdom on the CDC Network. When your call is answered, please throw your radio down. Each caller will be allowed up to 3 minutes, giving more listeners a chance to join in.
Good morning again from the high desert, Great American Southwest, Las Vegas, studios of KDWN Radio, our flagship station. I'm Art Bell. This has been all you've asked for and more. Bob Lazar's been with it for the last 2 hours. Been fascinated. John Lear is still with us now, and we'll get back to him in just a moment. Let me just take a moment out to remind you the watchers are here and they're available. There are 2 of them. The Rockborough 95th watch, gold-plated, beautiful leather watch band. Guaranteed for a year, 4th movement. Image of Rockborough and 95th on the front, what a lot put for, and we're the only ones that have it. Also, the Art Bell watch, I guarantee you we're the only ones that have that. You want either one of them, they're $24.95 individually. And I am, again, glad so many of you have ordered it. It's a lot. Good morning again from the high desert, Great American Southwest, Las Vegas, studios of KDWN Radio. Our flagship station. I'm Art Bell. This has been all you've asked for and more. Bob Lazar has been with it for the last 2 hours. It's been fascinating. John Lear is still with us now, and we'll get back to him in just a moment. Let me just take a moment out to remind you the washrooms are here. We're available. There are 2 of them. The Rockborough 96 watch, gold-plated, beautiful little watch band. Guaranteed for a year, 4th movement. Image of Rockborough and 96 on the front, what a lot good for, and we're the only ones that have it. Also, the Art Bell watch, I guarantee you we're the only ones that have that. You want either one of them, they're $24.95 individually. And I am, again, sorry so many of you have ordered it. It's such a lot. $24.95 each while they're here. 1 hour shipping and handling, or together you get a free Art Bell t-shirt when you order. The number is 1-800-257-3825. 1-800-257-3825. And now back for another hour. And what has been an incredible show with John Lear. And Johnny there? Right here. Boy, this has been something, hasn't it? That sure has. I really enjoyed having Bob on. And the only thing that really irritates me about Bob is he's so gracious. People can ask him the dumbest question, and he never gets irritated. He just goes from top to ground zero and personally explains, where they're wrong. And it's the mark of a good teacher. I have a, very short temper with people who ask dumb questions, and Bob is always really, really gracious. Yes, he is, and it was rare to get an interview with you, as you suggested. He just doesn't do them. All right, back to the phone for John Lear. Good morning on the first-time caller line. You're on the air, coast-to-coast AM without Bell.
Hello, hi. I'm just calling to comment on the Lazar post. I heard about it, and I explained John Lear was on the program, and it's very informative. It really answered a lot of questions for me, and I just want to thank God for making it.
All right, well, he's now gone, but I'm sure he's hearing you.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for calling. Good morning. Wildcard line 3, you're on the coast-to-coast AM with our own John Lear. Hello. Hello. I'd like to talk to your guest, sir, about Uranus and Neptune. When they crossed their path, the Berlin Wall came down. And now it crosses its path February the 3rd, 1993, 3 different times. And an astrologer told me that a cataclysmic event may take place. I would invite you to check your astrological signs and check this out. All right, thank you. And John, what about astrology? It's worthy of comment, I suppose.
Well, I have a friend who is a very knowledgeable scientist who works for a major corporation who really believe that there is something to astrology. And he has a book that he's trying to publish now, which which is why he believes that. And who knows, maybe there is something to it.
And one other question, John, keying on what he said, regarding the possibility of a cataclysmic event in our near or foreseeable future. Any reason to believe that something's coming?
I've already proved myself a terrible prophet, so I'll just get to it.
Morning on the first-time caller line. You're on the Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning. Good morning. Where are you calling from?
From Las Vegas, all right. Incredibly interesting show tonight. Thank you, and as well as Mr. Lear and Mr. Lazar. The question really had, and this might have, I hope somebody could answer it. So the gentleman named Joseph Learman, I read somewhere in Mississippi about this is 15 years ago, when he invented true sort of machine that now I'm not quite a scientific oriented, but to the best of my knowledge, you could put in something like 1 volt on going 1, and the machine would produce like 1.5 or 2 volts or 10 volts or whatever. And then you go on Johnny Carson or something, what? He's found one day like, University of Lazar would know anything about that and why it would never, people would be just.
It's Lazar, and he's now gone. But, John, do you have any comments on that? In other words, more output than input?
Oh, I don't have any comment, but that's one of the things I like running around Bob is he gets to the bottom and he shows you immediately whether it's BS or not.
All right. The person who wanted is now gone, sir.
Okay, but what I was going to understand was that, this was like physically impossible. That it is started by a number of scientists and nobody could quite do well as but down going on.
I think most legitimate scientists would look at it very warily. You generally just don't get more out of an inert device than you do when you put in.
Okay, well, thank you for the program. I enjoy it.
Thank you very much for the call, and good morning. And line 1, you're on the Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lear, I have 2 questions for you. You were talking about time travel a little while ago, and we mentioned it also on the last program that they actually had conducted a successful experiment. It was conducted program with a did that. So there may not have been anything to consider. But well, all fine. My question though is, are you familiar with the Rainbow Project, the Montreux Project, and the Phoenix Project? Just vaguely. So, is that the stuff that Al B was talking about? Exactly, yeah, the Philadelphia experiment. Now, what I wanted to, I believe in his book, talking about that, and the views are so fantastic. In there, he traveled 40 years into the future from 1943 to 1983, and then back again to 43. And this is all a result of attempts to make a battleship story like it was invisible, the USS Olympia. And as a result, not only did it become invisible, but it went through time and space. And plus, I was wondering what your feel on that. It would be on your capability. Thank you. I'm not inclined to believe it. I want to stick to kind of nuts and bolts and things and stuff that Bob's told me. And I just don't. I know Al, and I haven't talked to him very much about Bob, but I just don't believe it.
No. First-time caller line, you're on the Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hi. You mentioned something about when you die, your soul goes to heaven. And young, but no, I'm saying when you die, the aliens take your soul from another planet.
No, how do you hear all that?
John, tell them what you know about souls and containers and such.
It's just theory, but supposedly it's interesting containers now. If by saying containers, they mean that they can pull the soul, then obviously they're genetic benefit from the soul. And when you die, supposedly they collect the soul, and they would put it in another container, and I don't know that to be true.
Well, see, I mean, it doesn't really say that. Was there anything that they need about that?
Is there anybody who's written anything good about this, John? Oh, Whitley's truly discovered that.
You? You told that on?
That's Struder. Listen, sir, he'll spell it for you. Streider. Whitley Struder. It was written true, but.
Okay, the other question was, I know this is all speculation stuff, sir. Were there any speculation that there being like an alien culture that non-violent with no space culture?
You already need to talk about that? All right, you don't have I. Is that it, sir? All right, thank you. Hey, John, you just have to wonder where some of this stuff comes from. All right, let me see. Your wildcard line 3 around here, coast to coast AM with